Hello, everybody. We're here.
It's begun.
It's been a while. It's been a long time.
Oh man, I'm
We're here.
nervous. It's here. 4 years in the making, and we're finally taking. We're not at the finish line yet, but it's a big step.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh man, where do we even start?
That is a good question. It's a good question. Yeah.
Well, first, just thank y'all for your patience and your support. This has been a long time coming, and we are excited to get into this.
Yeah. And I'm glad that a lot of other people are excited about it too, because oh man, there are a lot of people watching right now. That's awesome.
Nice.
I'm glad that even after such a long wait, people are coming in to see. I guess the results of the end result of our work. Haha, funny results pun. Epic. So funny, laughing. I mean, without further ado, I suppose we can just get into it. But first we have to, we're going to give some context for what even Magmal 3 is. And how about we do that while we're hanging out in the main hub? As you can notice, the starting soon screen is already outdated because the title screen got an update recently. We changed the logo color. That's messed up.
Yep.
We literally did not record. We recorded footage for this stream not that long ago, and a bunch of it is already outdated. That's how much progress we've been making.
Oh yeah, progress this past year has been. It's just blown every other year out of the water, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as I said, we're fast approaching lifetime commits in just the past few months. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And even then, even the stuff you're going to be seeing on the stream is still a work in progress. Like,
Oh yeah.
Like this 6 save select, it's still a work in progress, but hey, it looks cool. But hey,
yeah.
Let's get into it. Let's see what the main hub looks like, huh?
Excitement.
So after 48 hour, a lot of people had some pretty positive reactions to the fact that the game wasn't a festival anymore, and it was just like, oh, it's a cruise ship this time. So Magmal 3, as a result, is also going to have a bit of a different setting from the rest of the series. As you can see, Mega Man and friends are staying in a fancy hotel this time around.
It's fancy.
Got lots of friends just hanging out here like him. Wonder who that is.
Yeah,
Doesn't he look so friendly? Look so friend-shaped.
He's very trustworthy.
The most trusting guy to ever guy. He looks like an earnest fellow.
Don't trust the guy on the right, though.
Yeah, so...
No.
Shifty.
Yes. The only way he could look shiftier is if he had a Met hat.
Yeah, so... Right, again, we're not going to show too much off yet, and of course the main hub is still a work in progress, and I also realized that I forgot to set something in the debug menu. So we're going to show off something awesome that I prepared just through this stream. The safety monkey riding a duck. And I need to change something in the debug menu.
Okay then. Monkey riding a duck!
Because the debug menu has spoilers.
Oh, yes.
Oh dear.
Also, I have to do the most important thing of all time, which is give myself balance stabilizer in the upgrade menu.
Oh,
yes.
Of course. Yeah, that is just the most important upgrade in the
best
game.
upgrade.
I think I said something wrong. Alright.
Oh dear.
I think that should be... okay, do I have everything set up now? I think I do.
Hopefully.
So, I mean, yeah, here's the hotel lobby. So, Mick, Ace, you want to explain what Magmal is, maybe? For people who don't know. I'm sure most people know, but you know, you gotta have that context. We got a little bar here.
Well, Magmal, as you can see in the as you can see on the title, it stands for Make a Good Mega Man level, because that's the point of the contest. You are to make a good Mega Man level and submit it to our panel of 5 judges for us to review and score.
Yup. How many? We've done like 6 games now. This is Magmal 3 is the 6th entry in the series because we're like Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, it's like Magmal 1, Magmal 2, then there was Magmal 1R, and there's also 24-hour, 48-hour, and Episode 0.
This is the biggest one yet. We have literally 175 levels to show off today, and they have all been ranked after a very long time of judging. It took 4 years. Not 4, quite 4. I think 3.5. It's even
yeah. Well, 176, but one's...
Well, yeah, there's one that's complicated.
Yes.
Yeah. It was kind of like out of our control, really. It's I think a lot of things that could have gone wrong with this project.
Yes.
We had a voodoo curse hexed on this project.
Oh yes, but yeah, look at this hotel.
Yeah.
It's so schmancy. Shockman, hey.
Yeah, we got lots of friends just hanging out in the hub. And might as well just show off all the weapons to people who might have forgotten them. All our old friends are here, like, not Water Shield. Water Shield is not my friend.
Water Shield's my friend.
Not mine.
Except for when it isn't.
So...
There were several times where Water Shield didn't work and I was sad.
So, the way that this stream is going to work is that it's not actually all live. We have pre-recorded segments for announcing the results for every single tier. And we'll have, like, some live breaks, and we're definitely going to be showing off some previews in between the tiers, here and there. Which means, tier 1 is just, like, ready to go. What else should we cover? There are a couple interesting things about their rankings. Right, we haven't even said there's 5 judges.
Yep.
We haven't even said
2 of us are even here.
Yeah, Mick and Ace were 2 judges, as well as Shinryu, who's in the chat right now, I believe. Patchy, who's also in the chat, and Flashman, who is not here today, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Life.
Couldn't make it. As it turns out, big streams are a bit of a scheduling nightmare, which is also probably why we pre-recorded this.
Oh, yeah.
Also, yeah, I'm glad that people are enjoying the really cool HUD and mini-map that Stove Guy made. It's actually so cool. Also means I can stream in 1280 by 720 and not have to make a border. It's cool. The mini-map is a bit broken in the main hub. You can kind of, it exposes some things. Oops, whatever.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
As stated multiple times, pretty much everything here is a work in progress. Even on some level, like, not every review is fully ironed out yet, so you will not be seeing the reviews on stream. Which honestly is just as well, because so many of us we have so dang much to say half the time that if we showed y'all the reviews as well, we would be here for a literal day. And
we'll see what the judges are more than happy to, like, tell you what they thought of your level if you want to ask them, and I'm sure there'll be some reviews available after results stream. But right now, I'm interested in just, like, getting it out sooner, and because the results, the comments, that is, are not fully proofread yet. They're not going to be quite available right now.
Now
the scores are done.
Now, I will say, obviously, as the results are being shown, there will be plenty of commentary from the 3 of us. In particular, commentary that will be designed primarily to celebrate the levels.
Yes.
Where as much as possible, because this is a celebration. We've made it this far. So, so it's like, we're going to be nice. Yeah, we're going to be nice today. The reviews may not be as nice as we are.
We are nice and clapping and happy today, but some of the reviews speak the truth. Because, Ace has said this many times, the highs in Magmal 3 are way higher, the lows are way lower.
Ain't
That's how it
that
kind
the
of goes with
truth?
any contest getting
Yeah.
big like this.
But I would say I think overall I mean, as I've said before, I've also had a lot more fun judging this one, because I think even like the midpoint is was more enjoyable for me than Nightmare 2. So there are definitely positives to the that large.
Yeah, fun fact. There were ties that we had to break through actually pretty simple shenanigans. Most of the ties were higher in the tiers.
Yep.
Like the
Here's some wacky scores.
Oh yeah, it's like the scores are very spread out more in the lower tiers. When you get to the higher stuff, it's just like, whoa.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of really good stuff. You're gonna be seeing it all today. So there's
at least
lots to get excited
significant
for.
portions of it. We're not showing literally everything in the levels, because if we did that, again, literal day.
Yeah, it would be so long. This year was already gonna be long.
Oh yeah.
So, in the interest of brevity, shall we begin?
Yeah. I think the only thing that we forgot to mention is there were some late penalties for levels, and you'll be seeing those here and there.
We'll be talking about those more often than not.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I don't think we have that much else to say, so I think we're gonna get into it.
Yeah.
Let me make sure everything is properly loaded up in the media source, because I have to play a file. And I think we're gonna be good to go. We're gonna start with the bottom with tier 1, and also I messed up this text.
Oops.
Live fixes. Yeah, let's go.
We'll be seeing y'all on the flip side.
Yep.
Alrighty then. Now, folks have been waiting long enough, so let's say we start getting into the results. And with it, some previews of the tiers themselves. Beginning, of course, with Tier 1. Clearly the best. Welcome to Tier 1! An old, run-down, rusted up Wily fortress, actually. Now, how in the world did these people actually manage to get this? I smell something suspicious.
Who knows? They didn't do a very good job of renovating it either. It's pretty, well...
The teleporters are sparking constantly. It's an interesting aesthetic, though, that's for sure.
These teleporters may look familiar to whoever played the past games.
Indeed.
And of course, with Wily, with this being an old Wily fortress, Wily has left plenty of his conceptual creations here, such as beautiful men like Elephant Man and other wonderful creatures.
Elephant Borg, the best.
Everyone's favorite character.
Or uncensored stick.
Or this worm thing. I don't even know what it's called. Who knows?
Probably Worm Man.
But let's say it's been long enough. I think a lot of people have been itching to learn for a while what last place of Make a Good Mega Man Level 3 is. So without further ado, let's get into what the levels that ended up in Tier 1 are, shall we?
Well, I certainly don't say why not. What about you, Ace?
Okay. Starting off strong here. We're starting off strong.
We're starting off with a doozy.
Yeah.
So, Ace?
We are starting off in last place with X6 Meme. Oh boy. So, the first thing you might want to know, this got like kind of the maximum late penalty, and even with that, it would have been last place. Just to kind of set the scene.
Yeah. This is a...
The name does not inspire confidence.
It is it is a very, very hard level. Like, I felt accomplished when I pulled this off. I only died, like, twice? Which, that is an accomplishment, but...
Like, the other Magnals, the last place are always, like, sort of just meme levels, but this is just genuinely a hard level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The title sort of implies it's going to be a troll level, but actually, no, it's just sort of a real, very annoying and hard level.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not much you can glean. I have a feeling a lot of people in the past have beaten the games without skip teleporters. This level might be one that breaks some people and makes them take their first skip teleporter, because obviously this level has one.
Oh, absolutely. It is a rough starting point. I could beat it, which couldn't always say that, but
It's a pretty self-explanatory level.
Again, felt accomplished when I beat this auto scroll.
That's something. Well, we gotta move up from last place sometime.
Yes, indeed. So, without further ado, we get to second last place with Crashman Simulator and Rush. Yes, the Rush costume is a thing.
Yep,
So
it's
this
back.
level, it's an interesting concept. You're trying to ferry two Crashmen around the stage while also having Flashman freeze time on you regularly. Like, it's different. I don't see it that often outside of, like, I think Mega Man Maker's done it a few times.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a Mega Man Maker end-of-level boss, but,
This
a
engine
bit
doesn't
irritating.
exactly handle it. This engine doesn't exactly
Yeah.
handle that well.
Crashman
No.
stops at walls, so you can sort of see how annoying it is to guide him along, and
But the jump arcs are not controlled either. So, as you can see, just use Tornado Blow.
yeah,
Like,
you can sort of
if
just choose
somebody-
the whole thing.
Yeah, it's like, if somebody beats this Buster only, I will be impressed.
I did.
'Cause,
I did as well.
well, I'm the only one who didn't. Oh
Wow,
well.
what a gamer failure.
Meh. I'm not paid to be a gamer.
So sad. Not much to say about this level otherwise. It is literally just this. It's not really... It fits right at home in Tier 1, let's say. So from there, let's move on to 173rd place. Glitched Up Beta. Which
This-
has some awesome first impressions.
Yeah, honestly,
This is art. This is art. You can't deny this is just pure art.
It's so
I
real.
appreciate
It's so raw.
and honestly, it's distinct. Like,
Yeah,
I say that, it's like, I actually say that with a degree, actually more than a degree of non-irony, because I ain't gonna forget about this one anytime soon. It's a very strange level visually. And, you know what, hey, memorability is important.
True.
Maybe not,
The home
maybe
to the
not
giant net.
maybe not the highest praise that could be given, but hey,
Other than
Like-
that, it's... Yep, it's a
It's
standard
really-
ROM.
it's real. Yeah, not a whole lot to add. Play's fine, and
It's just
Yeah,
sort
the aesthetic
of
is interesting.
unprofessional and just whatever. It's over pretty quickly.
yeah, not bad.
I mean,
Well, not
mean-
bad for tier 1.
Yeah. I'm sure people are probably expecting like Armageddon for some of these tier 1 levels, but no, not this one.
no,
Yeah,
that's later.
no.
That's later.
yeah.
Yep. Armageddon is spread out pretty thin here.
Oh.
Armageddon's working overtime.
Alright.
Moving on up with 172nd place
Yup.
is... You don't know the drill. This level, well, there's a few hidden... rather mean hidden tokens, at least. That's a thing that this level
Demonstrated
has
right
access
then.
to. Yeah.
I swear that was an accident. Down D slide superiority. But also,
But then there's also this, which is kind of where the first of many stages where Humor goes to die. Yeah.
There are a lot of signs in this level, as you can very clearly see, and I don't really like reading them because, well, they're not funny.
humor has taken its last breath. It shall choke and wither away to nothing, and only the truest of humanity's horrors shall take its place.
A very
Honestly, there's not much
over-dramatic
to-
way of putting it, but yeah, it's a bit
Honestly,
yeah.
cringeworthy.
There's really not much to say about the level itself, just... It's not...
Just like reverse gravity at the start,
funny.
I think, but yeah, it's
and-
just stupid
Oh,
signs, and that's basically it.
Also random rock board music, so... Yeah.
Oh, it's some rock work! I did not know that. Learn something new every day.
Yahoo!
So, well, that's enough of that one. Now we get to 171st place with not delivering on promises. Honestly, when compared to its compatriots, this is arguably one of the most entertaining levels in Tier 1. For a very simple
Music is
reason
pretty funny.
that we can already see. Everything is infinite.
Just
And-
stand tornado blow, it's quite fun.
Yeah, it is, actually.
You get
though.
4 shots normally, in this level you get infinite. Make it count, buddy.
It's just like, it's just a chance to just throw everything around, and it's just silly fun. And I can appreciate that. Obviously,
Yeah.
not, like, super strong level design or anything like that, but hey, it's...
It's something.
Yeah.
And also, hey, quick, and
Raw
hey,
hack mini boss.
Fire-
Yeah.
yeah,
Not mini boss.
Fireball Quick Command here. One of our, I think this is the first custom boss in the results, and
Hey,
That's
like
I
break
think you're
dash.
right. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Music's
it's like-
funny. This is also the first level submitted, as an aside. So, I mean,
Oh, no.
hey, could have been worse.
yeah, no,
Like I said, a lot of the tier 1 levels are just sort of there.
yeah, it's like it's silly fun. It's down in the bottom, but I have nothing against it, really. Well,
Yeah.
then again, it didn't promise me much, so it does not deliver.
Yeah,
did
I guess
deliver,
it's, doesn't have a... The name is pretty accurate, which cannot be said of the next level, 170th place. It's a piece of cake, but with aesthetics, which
And
you would
Catman,
think is a pretty
apparently.
level. No. I hope you like blue.
Or purple.
Yeah, this stage has 2 paths. It's, I think, the
It-
first 2-element level.
Yeah, and
And
you know what?
spoilers. Okay.
Credit where credit is due. The path splits immediately at the start, and honestly, it is one of the least vexing second elements in the game. But yeah, spoiler alert, multiple elements don't pan out well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna be hearing a lot more of that later on.
Yes, but not ironically, not with this level. Me failing to aim
Basically
magnetic
just 2
shockwave
levels
there.
stuck taped together. They're 2
Yep.
very not notable levels. I mean, it's
Mhm.
fine, I guess.
But hey, Cutman's here, and he looks cool.
He's got his cool charge
Look at
shot.
that. Yeah, look at
48
that
hour, I think.
giant cutter charge shot.
He was in 48 hour, but I think the charge shot is new? I might be wrong.
I do not recall. It has been some
Who
time.
knows? It's been
It's
a
been a
while.
long time coming. So, whilst this level very much lies about his name. The next one, its name is just kind of bang on. With 169th place, nice.
Nice.
The cave level that exists.
Dang it!
It certainly exists.
Yeah, music nice.
It's
Well,
a pretty.
it-
The name
It's cave
speaks for
story
itself.
music. Cave story music is generally pretty nice.
It's
Yeah.
Isn't it a cave story tile set as well?
Yes, actually, and
Yeah.
me just skipping the key like a boss. And speaking of bosses, hello, Mad Grinder.
Yeah.
Stop chasing me.
This level has a lot of. I remember it has a big mecha dragon room fight.
yes,
Not a
we're
lot
just
to
coming
it.
up on that.
Yeah, you can see it's pretty
They
empty and blue.
Kind of reminds me of the core fight. This part, but you know, a lot messier. Yeah, it exists.
I'm going to spoil one thing about my judge review for this stage. It involved a cup of tea.
I know what you're talking about. Love that review.
Excellent. So, after one level that largely just exists, we get into another one.
Another one.
168th place, Cycle Facility.
I forgot this level actually is in the contest.
Yeah, I also don't remember very much about this level besides it's baffling
There-
second element.
Yes, this is another one which has two elements, and the second element is... Oh my goodness, it is so arbitrary!
It's literally in this room, the Metropolitan room, right? It's just
Why?
right here.
I
It's
think?
down an invisible ladder. There, I spoiled it for you. Keep that in
was
mind,
like-
remember it.
It's like, I don't remember. Like, Venus bubbles and water spouts, okay, that's kinda... That's neat.
Yeah, it's got some
contrary to this
unconventional
level.
gimmicks.
I'm struggling a bit on things to say, just because I really don't remember this level that well.
One bit of credit, does have some degree of custom graphics, I think, so that's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, that takes effort. Hi, Grey Devil!
Oh god. I'm gonna state this right now, I regret adding this boss.
Everyone hates Grey Devil. It's getting nerfed so bad in future games. It's
But
literally
you
so
got-
strong, it's immune to debug kill.
You folks have to deal, but you folks get to deal with it.
Have fun! There's more than one in this
Thumbs up.
contest.
Thumbs up moment.
Next up we've got another level that has a very self-explanatory name and a very stupid level. The level equivalent of an old man rambling at you.
Hi, Quint.
Yeah,
yeah.
Hey, remember You Don't Know the Drill where we said, yeah, it's a lot of stupid signs. Guess what this level is? It's a whole lot of stupid signs.
Oh, it has
Also
NPCs,
two elements.
It does have NPCs. Yeah.
Yep, but and honestly, a lot more gameplay and bees.
Yeah,
I mean, it does have bees, yeah. That's
there's
one
a
thing
lot
to
of
say.
bees in this level. Did you know that? It's a fun fact. There's a whole lot of bees. Can you
Yeah.
see? Look at the bee. Look at the bee right here. Isn't it funny?
The-
You will
the
look at the
big
bee,
bee.
and you will laugh.
It also
and
has
clap and
hornets.
happy.
And
Oh, true.
I mean,
I didn't think
and-
about that.
a grenade's chasing me. And spikes. Honestly, though, of all the levels in Tier 1, this one has some of the most gameplay to it. At least on the regular path. So, you know, props for that.
Yeah, this is also one of the first levels with a concept that became a bit infamous among
Yes.
Magma 3 developers and the Discord. This guy.
I got a punch it
God.
just before I punch the old man in the face. That's
Conquest
beautiful.
clones, aka
Oh.
bosses that die in one hit.
And
There
then
are way
don't
too
do
many
anything.
of these.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on my word. But,
Tutorial stage for these types of bosses, huh?
Well, popping up the end of the tier is a rather fittingly named level in 166th place, the ultimate level.
I have no idea why this level is called this.
you know,
It's the ultimate level.
It's
you know
truly
why?
the ultimate. Hey, I mean, it has good music. Shout out to Starfield.
honestly, though, it's like this level. I am attempting to figure out how to word this. I apologize. It's the best level in Tier 1, and like, actually though, I'm honestly, part of me is a little surprised it is down here. Cause
yeah, this is kind of a weird one. Like,
it's really
she sort of
not.
just slipped in here by accident.
Yeah, pretty much. It's really not bad. Like
It's okay.
It is the best level in Tier 1, but that kind of legitimately, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. It's very rough around the edges, but it plays fine. Only has a few spots that are really all that mean, and some spots are actually kind of cool, like reverse gravity quint fight.
I forgot about this. This is actually kind of cool.
Although you can also just stand on the ceiling and just
true.
laugh. But if you're going Buster only, no, he's an actual fight. Like,
Yeah.
honestly, as far as notes to end Tier 1 on goes, this is a good one. Actually,
Yeah,
like,
Tier 1 is actually not that bad. Fun
Yeah,
fact, X6 meme is the only level that got to skip in this tier. Everything else, got away with it.
yeah, no, and like, this level certainly would not warrant one.
Yeah.
I'll take this level over, say, Ancient Tomb in Magmore 2, to be
True.
honest. This actually has...
Most of us
some
will.
some
This
of
is
the-
good music, custom graphics, which I'm pretty sure it's custom, some interesting concepts. It's, again, I'm a little mystified that it got here, and I'm one of the people who scored it.
Yep.
It is where it is.
Classics of how averages in math work out.
Yep.
Oh well. That about does it for Tier 1. As we said, surprisingly, not that bad.
Yeah, no,
Only one
most
real
of the
bad
levels,
level. But,
most of the levels in here are fine to play, just really boring.
yeah,
You know, they're just a bit janky and unfunny.
unprofessional. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty
And
much.
unfunny. I know that's like, I said that fault twice, but it is such a big fault in this contest, I just feel
Oh,
like
yeah.
I have to keep mentioning it.
It's a recurring
Oh,
theme.
yeah,
It's not
you're
going
all
anywhere
gonna
after
hear
Tier
that.
1. I
So,
think that about does it, though.
Yeah.
for Tier 1,
With
for
that, we
sure.
can cut to a break, I think.
Indeed. And we're back. So, without much further ado, let's move on to Tier 2.
Hey, that rhymes.
So it does. And here we are. Here we have the Scrapyard. Oh, by golly, look at all the robot parts. Look at the robot crane.
Yeah, I think he's a name. I think his name's Johnny.
He's
Something like
nifty
that.
is what he is. But yeah,
this
what a
tier
cat.
looks awesome.
an old robot scrapyard. Kind of gives you the shivers, doesn't it?
Pretty self-explanatory. Mostly grim. You've got old friends like Crip Man, this up and down.
Marley.
Plenty of and of course, since it's still tier 2, levels that you know.
Well, without much further ado, let's get into the start of tier 2 with 165th place, Damp Ruins. Hello, Duff. To be honest, the biggest reason why this level is down here is because of the fact it got hit with the highest possible late penalty. Like rooms like this with the moles and the Uranus platforms, this is cool. Like it has cool stuff in it, but
Okay.
also it's
They
also
got
a
the max
very
25% late penalty.
yeah, and it's also a very, very, very short level as well.
It has some neat ideas. It has the
Kinda
first
broken, too.
instance.
Yeah. When this level was submitted, it had a checkpoint where if you respawned at it, you would get stuck in a wall and die. So
Yeah,
that's
or
fixed for the
soft
final
lock.
game. Or soft lock,
Yep.
yeah.
And
That's fixed
also-
for final game, but, you know.
Hey,
Yeah.
shark butt.
Yay, Mega Mech Shark, everyone's favorite boss.
Yep, the full kit and caboodle from this guy. I won't blame you if you just use weapons. I did. Yeah, he's almost as long as the level itself.
Yeah, he is.
Like yeah, short, sweet, bit to the point. Doesn't use its stuff as much as it probably wanted to, and it was late.
Yeah,
Not much
It's a bit.
to say.
a bit of a breather start to tier 2 because the next level is the first, I would say, painful one.
Besides X6 me.
Yeah, 164th place is Temple of Light and Dark. This is a very long 2-element level. It is an absolutely giant maze. I don't think that the mapper is shown in this recording, but if you take one look at this level's map, you will not understand it. The mapper is useless here. It's a giant mess.
Yeah.
There's darkest
What it
gimmicks, my favorite.
It's essentially the Metroid Prime 2 gimmick of two worlds. Only... doesn't quite work here. It is brutal. This is probably the second level in the contest, which I would say is absolutely brutally difficult.
Yeah, like this section I think is kind of cool. I actually do like this section. This is, for reference, this is the Dark Temple that we're seeing. Hence Dark Man.
Yeah.
But there's also a Light Temple as well, which is where the other element is stored.
Yeah,
It's-
it's worth mentioning most of the multi-elements, the footage only shows one element.
Yeah. It's like it is a really hard level.
not
A lot of work was put into it, which, you know, impressive in that sense, but also Gah.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's unrelenting.
Gah.
I would not
Yeah.
be
One of
surprised
the
if this
roughest
level is another
levels.
one with skips. Yeah, and I would not be surprised
Yeah.
if most people took that skip.
My eyes are just kind of watering a little just thinking about it, because I wear glasses, fun fact.
Oh dear. Well, moving on to a slightly brighter level, we have 163rd place with Grand Fire Palace.
It has very loud music and magma beams.
Yes. Yes, it's very much like Mega Man 9 Wily 1, but rougher.
I actually remember kind of enjoying this level, weirdly enough.
Yeah,
It's
incredibly rough around me.
but it's got some interesting idea with magma beams.
Yeah, it's like this section here is kind of neat. Ice wall.
Yay!
Yeah, and then there's this mammoth backwards
This big
S.
room.
Yeah, I think segments like this really kind of killed the level for me. It's just a whole lot of waiting, and realistically, that's why this is down here. At least as far as I'm concerned.
Waiting and some really rough sections that just did not pan out well.
Yeah,
It's not a great level, but it's
Something.
yeah. It's like I don't want to tear my hair out.
I think
Or
some people will.
leave, rather. But, so, after that, we go from one awkward, relatively jank level to a different flavor, with Toxic Trouble, 162nd place.
one thing
Look
I
at all
will say
that.
about this level is it's got two very good but completely incompatible music tracks. So,
And a lot of challenges and feature stuff, which, kind of neat.
The first of many
honestly,
levels with the epic challenger from the future cave tile set.
yeah, honestly, it starts fine.
it has that thing.
Yes,
Whatever,
weird,
whatever that thing
stumpy,
is.
weird stumpy spider. That's my name for it. I'm sticking with it. Weird stumpy spider. But then it's like he gets into the
look.
second underwater part
Our
here,
friend.
and
Blooper.
yeah, it's like this is where it starts to fall
It
apart.
falls
and
off
such.
bad.
I think I saw one of
Grey
those
Devil,
things I
yay!
look for. But more annoying. Because
It's
the
so
slimes, it's like because the slimes don't vanish on their own. You have to destroy them yourself.
Yeah, this is a buffed Grey Devil, in case you didn't already hate him enough.
It is. This is gonna be a rough fight for y'all to go through. I wish you luck.
would not-
as
I would not be
I
surprised.
said, I regret adding Grey Devil to the test kit.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if Grey
Well.
Devil alone knocked this level down quite a bit, because, oh boy, it's rough. Next up, 161st place? The Haymate Trials. I don't remember this level.
Honestly, the main thing I remember about this level is just that you can't decide what it wants to look like. Like, it was Hornet Man, but now it's Elect Man.
Oh, it's one of those. It's one of several levels that try to sort of shove several levels into it, several
And
things
now it's
into
Skull
it.
Man. It's just,
Yeah.
it has
it
all
doesn't
of
work.
these different graphics, and it ends up coming out with basically no real identity of its own, either.
It's got a bit of an
It's very
identity
nothing.
crisis, as it were.
Yes, but it's not nearly as good as Identity Crisis.
You'll see that popping up quite a bit, I'm afraid. But other than that, it just sort of exists.
Yeah, it's like there's really... Like, the most noteworthy thing about it is that I think this has 2 elements in it. But honestly, I barely remember that it has 2 anyway, so it's kind of like...
I mean,
Considering how- It's... Here we go.
Yeah, it exists.
Considering how often second elements have been a problem in the past, in the past and the future, not wanting to tear my hair out is better than nothing.
Oh, well, moving sharply on with 160th place, we have Trouble in the Fortress.
The epic
This is the default.
first impression.
This is the default tile set. We got another level.
Yeah.
Honestly, this level, it has a lot of gas vents.
More waiting.
Honestly, it is a very nondescript level. Hi, Flashman. I think this is the first time the Flashman skin has shown up.
Yeah.
I think so.
But yeah, like it's nondescript. Their level. Well, in a way, it kind of reminds me of. Wasn't there a level in Magma 2 that also used the
yes.
Yeah, mix and
Yes,
match.
yes. It got a comment. One fun fact is, whilst Magma 2 had like a straight run of comics from myself, this game they are much more spread out. This one did not get one.
Yeah,
I actually don't remember what I said about this level.
yeah, but it did not warrant a comic. This is the other part. This is like the other part I remember about this level, just because I remember encountering a crash from the honey pool here once.
Classic honey woman crash moment.
And that's a dev kit thing. That's not on the entrant. And that's why the functionality is a perfect score, despite the crash, because that wasn't the entrant's fault. She just broke.
Yeah. Honestly, given that Stubble's first impression is the default tile set, it's kind of surprising that it's escaped tier 1, but I mean, it's okay.
But then again, the level plays
Looper.
fine.
Yeah, it's not very noteworthy.
The next one is.
Oh yes.
159th, my bad. Wily's Redemption. Another 2-element level. And another skip level.
It is well done, a skip.
Yeah, and it ended up warranting it. Let's say that. It's like,
Let's put it this way: this level is probably really down here, this low, because of the second element.
oh yes.
Oh.
Like, the main level itself, it's like one of the less annoying Hanabi runs I've encountered. Funky Shadow Mega Man stuff. It didn't show up in the footage, I don't think, but up and downs with warning signs, which are just adorable. Love those. And also a fire and ice split that shows up at one point. It's like really the main path in and of itself, which is what we're seeing in the video, is not bad. It's the second element. The Broken Suzak and Phoenix moment.
Yeah, that one is on the entrant. Not placed them properly.
The second element, though. Oh boy.
Basically, find some keys, don't die, get to another level. And it's so much worse than that sounds.
Yes.
Keys don't save on death, so, well,
Yeah.
it's very punishing.
It's easy. But,
Also, is this the first of the many Wily stages?
Oh, yeah. I don't know why this level is called that. Wily does not get redeemed in this level.
I don't know.
I don't even think there's any dialogue in this level. Why is it called that?
Well, at least the name of the next level is a
yeah.
little bit more fitting. So,
With 158th place with Call Me Ishmael. Which, it's...
I understood that reference.
I didn't, and my proxy playtester didn't understand it, and he's a teacher. So,
Yeah, it's a water ice. It's a water ice stage. And the main reason it's in tier 2 is because it got the maximum light penalty. It itself is really not bad. Water ice level.
I like how there's a
It's
part where you
cute.
like ride on
Yes.
movies. Yeah, I like this.
Yes,
I
like
enjoy
this is cute.
It's cute.
This is actually, I kind of want to see more of it. Honestly,
Yeah. I wish it was.
like it's
could definitely be made into a very cool level.
yeah. It's like there's potential in its concepts. It's all right to play, really. Absolutely the only reason it's in tier 2 is just it had the misfortune of being late.
Yeah, a lot. In Mango 2 and even 48 Hour to some extent, the late penalties ended up not being very noticeable aside from like one level in 48 Hour. It's definitely a lot more noticeable how the late penalties shuffle things around the rankings in this game. Which is fine, I suppose, because it gives people good breathers. This level, you know, wouldn't
also
otherwise
just more
be-
entries. Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed. So, Anyway, with that out of the way, we get to 157th place. Grassy Plains. Honestly, wow, Proto had to break, man. Go figure. Honestly, this level started alright with me. Yes, even with double Hanabirons. Because, you know, there's not a lot of Mega Man levels that actually have a grassy theming to them. Really.
It's literally Top Man and like Shade Man.
Yeah, and also this concept, that concept right there, it's like, this has cool concepts in it, like that broken crash lift. Like, this starts with a lot of, honestly, pretty cool stuff. And then it turns into CFTF Cave, and...
Yep.
But less interesting.
Wah, 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 wah.
You can already get a good idea of how common this thing is by the fact that we're already seeing it again when it was just in Toxic Trouble, like what, like 5 places ago?
And I think it showed up in one of the Tier 1 levels, too. This tile set showed up a lot. Although, hey, although minor Bomb Man reskin, which incidentally, I think I tested this and you can't shoot him when he's jumping. So, you know, hey, that's cool.
Oh yeah, I just saw in the footage.
You get...
I don't remember much about this level.
It's like, honestly, the main thing I remember is that it starts great, and then it turns into something completely different, and it's just like, why?
Yeah.
But, you know, it started good.
It has
Like,
something
interesting
going for
concept. Yeah. It's fine.
Next up, in 156th place, we've got Prince Factory. No spaces. It's important to read it that way.
Yeah.
Quintus decided he's had enough of space.
This is another level I don't remember very many things about. It's just another
conveyor
sort of
belts,
level.
fire tellies, color changing acid. And
the fact that we are memorizing this level just by the footage is kind of telling. One thing I do remember about the stage is the boss, which is kind of a weird, cool looking amalgamation of various assets to make a huge fortress boss. It can, however, fly off the screen, or it actually could in the version I played. So.
Actually, I think it did that in one of my recording attempts for this level too. So
fair enough.
that's one of the biggest things I remember about the stage. It's fairly buggy. I had checkpoints that broke hideously on me in judging. Yeah, like,
it is.
Right, I remember this now.
yes, this is the most noteworthy and memorable part of the level, and also, don't bother trying to fight the right side from the right. It's a lot tighter there for some reason. Okay, I was just like, did he fly off the screen in the video? I couldn't tell for a moment. I was scared for a moment. Yeah, custom boss, and certainly not gonna forget about him. Yeah. But also, yeah, he could fly off the screen. Oops.
Well, coming up next we have another level whose name is an utter lie. A lying name, if I've ever heard of one. It is 155th place with Ballet Square of Doom.
Hey, if you check the map, it's a rectangle. It tried. Dang it.
It's a rectangle. It's not a square, and it's certainly not an of, and it definitely isn't a Doom. At most, it's a Ballade.
Okay, fair. I also remember, honestly, the level's gameplay, it exists.
It exists. Again, the hardest part of the level is the bit I coded, which was Ballade.
Ballade is hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's tricky.
And also, there's a lot of disabled weapons. There's just kind of like they got.
Oh right, yeah. Don't do that when you submit levels. It's really not fun.
Like this is hard. This is definitely not the worst for disabling weapons. That's for sure. There are other much worse cases. It's also like, I think it disabled magnetic shockwave, forgetting about the fact that Mets are immune to it. Mag shock really isn't as overpowered as y'all think it is.
Classic.
It's really not.
It's honestly one of the only weapons I like using.
Yeah, and it tried to be a square. And then, but ending off tier 2, we have Grav Alqua 2-0? Hi,
You need a
Kalinka.
pronunciation guy for this level.
Pronunciation aside, it's a water level with reverse gravity.
Well, I mean,
You know,
the name means something, even if you can't pronounce it.
Yeah, honestly, I don't mind this level. Really. It's like, in the context of Tier 2, it's like, this is kind of interesting. Like, Gravity Man with little bits of water here and there.
Ugh.
Just
It throws off my timing. And then also,
Ooh.
Wave Bike, but upside down. There are interesting concepts in here, even if the gameplay is a little... Well, I mean,
It's
it's
very
fairly
unpolished.
repetitive here.
Yeah.
It's in tier 2, so you get the gameplay. I will say one thing, I think this is one of the few Gravity Man fights in the game where the edits to the boss room actually make a difference.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's like, and it's a subtle enough edit that it still works.
Yeah.
As far as for ending off Tier 2, not a bad level. Again,
Yahoo!
like, so far the endings have been fine.
I think that about does it.
Yep.
We'll be going on another break, and when we come back, we certainly got an interesting tier coming up.
Ooh.
Tier 3. Oh, boysenberry.
Alright.
And we are back! And... oh boy.
We're in for a doozy.
It's a common thing that for people to say about previous Magmals, there being one tier that is designated as the Hell tier, with a lot of really hard levels. Funnily enough, that was Tier 3 in 48 Hour Magmal 2. And, well, apparently, why break a formula that works? And
Speaking of formulas,
yeah, I meant that with more than just the levels. It's the sewers! Again, we keep doing this! But also, it's much... honestly, it looks amazing! Like,
a lot cleaner.
Props to the graphics team! This looks beautiful!
A lot less grays this time around, and also lots of
Fan
wacky
game
friends
robots.
here. Soakman,
Anchorman
from Rocks, even
Fishman's
Fishman's here.
What?
Got
A lot
lots
more
of
fan
friendly
game stuff this time around.
Lots of friendly faces that will hopefully mentally prepare you for what's to come, because, boy, Tier 3 starts with what a candidate for probably the most infamous level in the entire contest. Or a candidate for what it will be. In 153rd place, we got Hunter Tower.
Oh, dear sweet goodness.
Okay, so well, I'm just going to say this right now. This is not one level. It's the entirety of Wily Tower, basically.
Wily Tower
170
1.
screens, by the way.
Yeah. 1, 2, and 3 stitched together with gimmicks and bosses. A lot of Game Boy stuff. Like, just,
A lot of variety, and that's not a good thing.
so long. Like, there's one thing I will give it some credit for, is that it has up and downs in it, but it actually tries to telegraph them. And it's like, that's cool.
Thing about it.
But otherwise, it's like...
It's so it's so stupid.
I figured nobody minds me mentioning that this level is the only one to get more than one comic. Because... good grief! So long!
You cannot see it in the footage, but trust us, it's so long. It's actually so long.
It is.
Like, honestly...
not just one level, it is several levels stitched together.
Also... Ice Wall is literally the only weapon you have.
Oh,
yeah.
right!
The rest is just utility.
Oh, yeah.
I almost forgot.
So, what's the big thing about Wily Tower, the Mega Drive game? It is you can select weapons. You have full access to the entire roster of Mega Man 1, 2, and 3. This level, it's just Ice Wall, baby, and I think some of the rush utilities?
Yeah, the rush utilities. But it's like...
oh, dear.
The individual level design, honestly...
It's fine.
The individual level design is not awful, but... oh my gosh, make it stop!
It's
It
both
doesn't just
long
have-
and just irritating enough to grate on you.
And dull. It's
This
not
is another
just
level, of
got...
course, with the skin.
It's, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
why don't
It's
we
not
go to
just
something...
two comics,
Yeah,
by
well,
the way. It also has a full set of reviews as
Yeah.
well.
So why don't we go to something a little sharper, eh? Eh?
Ow.
Bit of a change of pace.
Ow.
I also
Ow.
Eh? Level! Yeah, Cutman's New Warehouse, level 152.
I refuse to introduce it after that. Sorry.
Honestly, it's Cutman's level, but
Yeah.
worse
Yeah,
in some
this
ways.
is a breather after Hunter Tower.
In some ways it's more interesting. Like, guts lifts. But also, it's like the visual. It's like the greebling in the tile set. Just, I'm almost sure I'm not sure I said the right word there. It starts to vanish after a bit. Like here, it's just gray.
Yeah, honestly, I have more fun with the original Cutman.
Yeah,
That's like one
honestly.
of the most basic levels in like the series.
And also, trying to do Cutman 2 when creativity is part of the score.
True.
Eh,
There are quite a
perhaps-
lot of remake levels.
Perhaps not the wisest idea. But hey, like I said, certainly sharp.
It's a nice breather. That's the one. That's the one thing you can say about it. And you will need the breather because. Next up, 151st place. What the heck? This level's breaking me. Is another painful one with loud music. 151st, Disobedience of Superior Machines.
So,
The music, it does.
It's so loud.
Carry on.
so I got a bit unlucky because I was doing the skins randomly, and Proto Man is fun for this level. Like, you can see the spikes, you can see all the enemies, but everything is powered up here, including you, thankfully. You have a double jump and extra mobility, but, expect to die on a semi-regular basis. Especially with the bosses being like hyperspeed, like that Splash Woman.
Yep.
Hey look, there's even Quickman lasers!
There's a lot of
Like-
instant
like I
death,
said.
and luckily there's quick respawn, but
Unfortunately, the music does not reset.
yeah.
Yeah, and of course I was unlucky and did Proto Man. I don't know how
Who's the
well y'all can
whistle?
hear it, but his whistle plays every time he respawns, and that makes the quick respawn not as quick. And then here's Metal Man just doing his best Toho Boss impression.
What, you remember? You of course remember Metal Man's famous purple bullets.
Yeah,
This whole
it
level
feels
is just really rough.
Yeah, it's a lot of death. It kind of feels vaguely Kaizo-ish, but not nearly as entertaining as Kaizo usually is.
This
My
needed like a lot more work, in my opinion, to actually nail that sort of what it was going for. It is a mess, and yeah, this has a skip.
Yes,
Shoutouts to
it
Spinning
warrants
Wily, by the way.
it warrants one.
Yeah.
Trust us. I'm looking competent in the footage here, but trust me, trust us. It's a tricky one. And
Speaking of skips, we've
and tricky levels.
150th place with Revenge of.
That's not the right level.
Abort.
Well, apparently the stream wants to do be disobedient as well right now. Anyway,
Go figure.
well,
Why
it
does
is
this
a hell tier. It is a hell tier. It is.
It has to happen on tier
Very
3, of
definitive.
course. Well, anyway. So,
In 150th place, we have Revenge of Tri-Castle. I hope you like Tri-Castle.
Yep.
I don't hate Tri-Castle.
His
Honestly,
revenge.
honestly, this has an interesting concept to it. Like, many different Tri-Castle battles. Some of them are less effective, like this one, whose shots just explode against the ceiling. And Tama's not really offering much. And sometimes there's not Tri-Castle. Like, for the most part, the level isn't terrible, but
Kind of an
there's...
interesting concept.
It does wear thin a bit, but that's not why it ended up getting the skip.
Oh no, and actually not this part either, despite how it might look. Like,
Yeah,
although
this
that got
interesting.
pretty awkward. But this, though...
I mean, you can see the footage.
I hope you like Yoki spikes. And also, if you get hit by this guy, you just die.
Oh yeah, there's no screen transition.
Use Spark Chaser, because the alternative is death.
It's kind of a funny concept, but it's very punishing and unpolished.
Yeah, and like legitimately that one section with it's unpolished, rough, and that one section with the ladder just
stupid.
That tanked this place. It really did. That tanked it hard.
As a bonus, in the Judge Bill, this took ages to load, so that didn't...
Oh.
It did. Oh. But,
rain is a bit
onto
painful.
Onto something slightly better. We have 149th place. Discharge!
This is a very mean level.
Honestly, this level has a pretty harsh late penalty, which is the main reason why it's in Tier 3. But that's
But also, yes, it is the harsh level.
Yeah, it doesn't feel as brutal in the context of Tier 3, but it's brutal. It definitely follows the trend of Electric being really, really bad for Mega Man.
Oh yeah.
There's
Not
quite
to the point of not quite to the point of getting a skip though, but it is a hard level, so
yeah, a hard level, and it can be a very harsh one in some spots. Like this has, you're not really seeing it here, but this has some truly nasty tricks up its sleeve too.
Got a pretty tough boss too. Fully custom one, and they hit very hard.
Yes, he does.
There they are.
Cool
and
design.
a shield.
Yeah, cool design, and a shield boss. Expect to see a few of these.
Is this actually the first custom Robot Master?
Is it?
Maybe.
I mean, there's some like random custom stuff in earlier levels, but this might be the first custom distinct one.
Yeah, first fully distinct Robot Master in the contest. I think this might be.
Maybe.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, his shield's annoying, but also as you saw, Break Dash goes through it, so.
Yeah.
Alright.
Not quite a breather of a level, but it's interesting nonetheless.
Okay. Our next level, in 148th place, the return of Veteran Z. And Dr. Light.
Doing his little jig on the ground.
Oh, boy. That this level starts with Commando Man, and then has Giant Susie. Honestly, the footage kind of says a lot already. This is a long, spiky level with a lot of boss fights. And also, it only has, like, 4 checkpoints or so, and disables quite a few otherwise would have been really, really nice to have weapons. This is, it's a rough level. Really
I don't remember much about it, but yeah.
Compared to some of what we've already seen, even with things like force beams here, it is just not as memorable. And then, of course, there's this guy.
It's Veteran Z.
The titular Veteran Z. He has 2 forms, which, you know what? Credit where it's due, that's a clever dev kit reskin.
I love it does look very funny, him sitting in the little cockpit, but yeah.
It's a rough level, to be sure.
Next up, speaking of rough levels, the pain doesn't stop in Tier 3. We've got in 147th, Airman's Ultimate Weapon. A very daunting level name.
Behold! Green! Are we sure we didn't walk into are we sure we didn't walk into, like, Luigi's Fortress or something?
It's Luigi's Mansion! Yes!
But honestly, the level itself is...
It exists.
rough. It's rough, and it's green as heck, but
Yeah.
compared to a lot of what y'all will have already seen, like, look, it's a passworder without the cannon.
Yep.
There is,
Yeah.
in fact, it's like, if you mess up, there is no punishment.
It's just kind of there as a waste a bit of time. You know, the graphics aren't bad. It's just very hot green. It's weird.
Yeah. What really brought this level low, ultimately, is the boss.
Or in other words, Airman's ultimate weapon, which is it doesn't quite work.
It's a dab, but tornadoes don't spawn.
Airman's ultimate power. You can just
Yeah,
sort of get teleported by them.
Yeah, but
Like,
then also
easy.
sometimes he'll just freeze time and fire nearly instant death waves too.
I mean, the air shooters do spawn. It's just they spawn on top of you and then vanish. So,
Yeah,
the boss
he-
is just a mess.
I love testing my levels.
The boss is super jank, and his fight will either go really easily or death.
Yeah, there's no in
You'll get
between.
owned.
The coin flip.
That brought the level down. It really did. Also,
It's very green.
also, airman dabbing. We've done that before. That joke
Yay,
already
stole the
existed.
sprite!
Oh, fun fact. That is the sprite from Magmal 2. Just,
Yeah, it is a sprite from Magmal too.
It's just
It's
so
very
good.
shoddily edited out of the capsule. Yeah.
how I feel about that.
It's
Oh,
strange.
well.
But
So-
after
Well, from one meme to the other, to another, it is 146th place. I hope I lose a grand tail. Which...
funnily enough, you didn't. You got into
Yeah.
tier 3. Congratulations.
So it failed at its job. Ultimately. It failed at what it's trying to do.
Honestly, for a level that is absolutely not a serious effort, there's enough charm and,
Yeah.
and ironically interesting stuff to it that it's like, is this fine?
It wasn't going to lose. It just looks
Yeah.
Why, Bumby
It is
Catcher?
Like, it's moments like that, which is just kind of like, instead of making me shake my head, I just kind of laugh.
Yeah.
I guess
Also,
comedy
original
isn't
music.
I guess comedy isn't completely dead.
just mostly dead.
True. Don't
Oh
worry.
no, it's Wesley.
Yay, booby trap! Epic
But
meme.
also-
You will laugh.
Yeah. But also, not as nasty as that might have looked there.
Yeah. Bad first impression from the name, but other than that, it's just kind of. It's just an odd, silly level.
Yeah.
Speaking of odd, we've got another level with a beautiful first impression, and I actually am probably going to give a sensory warning for this next level because next up in 145th place, we've got Gilded Man. It's very yellow.
Warg! My eyes are goggles, they do nothing. That really is one of the biggest issues of the level, though. This color palette is garish.
It's putrid.
Honestly, as the person who has really bad eye issues, I'm going to be the dissenting opinion here, and I think it's kind of charming. So, there you
Oh,
go.
honestly, I agree with you.
Fair.
I just better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
Actually, this
Honestly-
is less yellow than I remembered it being, but you know.
Like, honestly,
There's a chance this is one of the levels that actually got a graphics nerf, because I think some other level was also very yellow and got a graphics
Oh
nerf.
yeah.
yeah, that might be it. But
Yeah.
honestly, besides the color palette, it's pretty much a watered down King Knight level
Yeah.
from Shovel Knight. And you know what?
It's kind of charming.
It,
You know.
it's fine, honestly. Little chandeliers, which are basically the Bubble Man platforms. Lots of different enemies. Gilded Man himself shows up.
Yeah. That's
He's-
already an improvement over so many Magmal 2 levels.
Yeah, no, it's like this color palette aside, it plays fine. It's okay.
Here's
Biggest
how I
sin
view
is
this
just
level.
being boring.
This looks and feels like it's out of the really early fan game era.
Yeah.
You
I
know
agree with
what?
you.
Yeah. I second that. Third that, actually. I'm the third person saying it here.
Yeah. It's not very... Its only real crime is being very yellow and... It's just...
Yeah.
Yeah,
It exists as far, and considering what we've seen already in this tier, this is going to be a welcome change.
Welcome, change of pace.
it's a charming level that exists. Speaking of charming levels, we've got 144th place with Fruit Forest.
Another
Yep.
level.
And speaking of charm, it's a Met. But yeah, Fruit Forest, custom assets, forest theming. It honestly, it's only down here because I got the 25% light penalty.
It's cute.
Bit of a running theme, yeah.
Yeah, it's cute. It's cute. It's got neat stuff with the Uranus platforms. They kind of look logs in a sense. And Fujin also does a lot more in this level than I remember Fujin normally doing. Which for me is a plus.
I mean, it's from Mega Man 5, isn't it? So, you know, nothing did stuff in that game.
Yeah. But honestly though, it's cute, level, simple, fun.
This is
That's
the level
really
with the
most
banana
important
peel, right?
It's got a
Yes.
good boss.
The best boss.
I don't know if it's
The
in
most-
the footage. But yeah, other
If
than that,
it's not in the
just
footage, then you'll have to, if it's not in the footage, you'll have to witness it yourself.
Its biggest crime is just,
sorry.
it's not. Its biggest crime
Okay.
is not really being very realized.
Instead shenanigans with me on a train.
Hooray! You're gonna have to wait for the banana peel surprise yourself for the full game, huh?
Yep. I'm sure they'll survive. Or will they? Alright, so without further ado, we get on to another interesting level.
Yeah.
143rd, Susie Love.
It's another cute one.
Yeah,
Stop.
This is
it was a nice run of charming levels.
It's one of the... I have no idea what to think of this when I first played it. Really? Because the Susie concept was weird, but also helpful Susies. It's about time these things started paying their dues. And it's interesting, too. It actually really is. A bit jank is the main thing.
Yes.
Yeah,
it
it's very
is.
jank and
But-
unrealized.
But it has interesting concepts to it.
It has charm. It is still probably one of the better uses of Susie's in the contest.
Yeah,
And
and
the main
also NPCs that, while certainly odd, didn't make me want to.
Yeah, they're
Well-
amusing.
Y'all heard my rant earlier.
There's like a weird like hive mind going on with them on this level, I think.
Yeah,
And with that, we move on to the final level of Tier 3 and a bit of an interesting one. We've got loud music and 140 seconds Glass Factory.
Hi, Game Trooper.
okay. This level. Okay, the level itself, like what we're seeing here, not really much to say about it. It's a nice level. Shield attackers, crystal joust. There's a joke at the end that probably didn't land very well.
Yeah. It's not good.
This part is cool. Like the boss was like,
It's okay, and then something odd happens. You find out that there is a second element.
yeah. I'm gonna have to say, I think somebody either forgot about or didn't catch that there was a rule requiring entrants to be anonymous. And they made it impossible. The level basically leaked itself to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of
And
only
that
two
was
levels with a late
unavoidable.
penalty, I believe.
This has a penalty on it. Not as harsh as some of the late penalties have been, but it was penalized for the rules.
Essentially, the
Read.
second element has you going through a quiz, and then when you go through the quiz, you go back to a remake of this person's Magma 2 level. So,
Yeah.
it's not very subtle.
It was
Nah.
not. Nah, again, read the rules. Let that be a piece of advice for y'all.
Just a very
Is that-
strange decision.
Yeah.
It just sort of again. There was a joke that really does not land well at all. Yeah, it kind of really changes your vibe in general.
Like, as considering this is the last level in tier 3, and that it's a 2-element level, this could have been so much worse.
It could
Yeah.
have been.
But again, it's a shame. It's a shame about the rules bit, but also we're not supposed to know. You're not supposed to tell us who you are.
Yep.
Don't tell us. If we let us figure it out.
With that, we have finally escaped the hell tier.
But for us and you guys, yeah.
Freedom!
We will be going on another break, and we will be back with not a hell tier. Isn't that funny how that works? And we're back live.
Surprise!
Yeah, it's us. We're real and flying. Yeah. So a funny story. The voodoo curse is real because Ace is here, but has background noise happening outside. So
Much background noise, so he will not be
loud
joining us
bikes.
with voice. Just bikers suddenly.
Yeah. So, as I teased before, we're going to be doing a couple main game previews in between the tiers. So, how about we do a little bit of where's the audio? Oh, there's just no music in this room. I forgot that this room doesn't have music yet. But hey, yeah, you want to go, Mick, with introducing what we would like to...
Alrighty, so we're going to be showing off the boss of Tier 3. This was created by Ace, and was actually one of the very first tier bosses that was decided on and completed.
Yeah.
Any guesses? I guarantee you'll probably get it wrong.
And we even got an extra preview after this tier boss that I think
Indeed, we'll be showing off some of the plot details.
Mm-hmm. So let's go through the boss gate and see who it is.
It's time. Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins? Leroy Jenkins. Surprise!
I'm not sure how many people are going to recognize this guy from
He's from the Rockman X game.
Yeah, the bootleg Rockman X game. That's how deep cut we're getting with this game. It's Muscle Juggler. And it seems we've interrupted his juggling session, I suppose.
Oh snap. I think we have made a terrible decision.
This seems to happen a lot with Magmal tier bosses in general.
Yes.
So, let's go. Obviously, it's Muscle Juggler. He's gonna be throwing a bunch of stuff at you, and I already got hit.
Yeah.
You can throw a bunch of different stuff. Like, we got the spike balls right here. And of course, as this is just a tier 3 boss, things are not too elaborate just yet. But
yeah,
he can be a challenge. There's a Met. That's what I was stalling for. You can throw Mets at you, these spike balls. And
yeah, as you can see, the health bars are in the UI. So yes,
yeah.
that UI, that HUD is in the game. Confirmation.
Yep. It is part of the game. And he's almost done.
Yep.
Bam.
Simple. This is a simpler boss because we're earlier. The crazier stuff comes later.
Yep. That's it for the tier 3 boss, and we'll see another tier boss later. But for now, we're gonna display something else, and I'm gonna put monkey riding a duck on screen because I don't know where grabbing this element is gonna take me because I don't remember where my last setting is.
Understandable.
Oh, it just took me to the title screen.
That works.
Yeah, hey, that works. All right, so. Hey, you can... I just completely... My brain broke. Would you like to introduce some of the extra plot stuff that we also wanted to show off?
So... It may not be entirely clear considering the couple of times I've accidentally said it, but... As said previously, this is not a festival. If you may go over to the right a little bit, Pyro.
Oh, yep. There he is.
Yeah.
Further?
The stream is... There we go. But yes, French-shaped man over there. He's important. In fact, he is the proprietor of this event.
Indeed.
He's the one in charge here. Managing all the tiers as well as what comes afterward.
Mr. W, that is literally his name. Congratulations.
Yes. Yeah, pretty much.
Full name, Ernest Will.
Mr. Ernest Will, such an earnest and friendly fellow. He's surely not suspicious at all, has absolutely no relation to Dr. Wily at all.
Nope. Absolutely
None whatsoever. But that's not the only thing of interest here, is Mr. Ernest, is you are going through the tiers, but you are not the only one going through the tiers.
You're going to be meeting some pretty interesting characters along the way in the setting of the game, which we're not going to quite reveal just yet, but we've got some teaser silhouettes of some designs that Ace has made with input from Mick for some new characters that will be appearing in Magma 3.
Indeed.
Alright, I'll just show them off on screen right now. Here's this guy. All you're getting is silhouettes. This is like a new Pokemon reveal, baby.
Yep. But yeah, these are new characters that have been created. You'll see them throughout the game.
Yeah,
And they too will be going through the tiers and equipping some of their own unique tools.
Oh yeah.
And you won't have, compared to say the Box Cartel and Sarara, these characters are not quite as antagonistic, but oh, don't worry. These characters,
I'll show them again.
they will have a go at
Oh
you.
yeah, I'm excited for these characters to come through because they have very cool designs. Yep,
Indeed.
there's all the silhouettes again. And have fun. I don't know when you're gonna see the full designs again, but or if at all before
Yep.
the game comes out, but it'll be fun. It'll be cool.
Yep. You'll have to deal with them and all the lovely little references that'll be built into them. Look forward to it.
Yeah. With that, I think we're gonna go on break again, and then we'll be getting on.
Not
to
a
tier
long
4.
not a long break, probably like one song and then
Yeah.
tier 4.
All right. So see you guys.
Give
on the
Ace some
side.
time to unbike her.
Alrighty, we're back. And we're free! But, of course, this result stream is still far from done. Moving on to Tier 4.
This is a very fun and charming one.
Oh, is it ever. Hello, Sheriff Man. I guess.
This is Jailhouse.
Indeed, because after all, a place this big is bound to have troublemakers. Like that guy. committed
Fire magician.
Scorch fraud.
Scorch fraud.
Yeah, lots of less than pleasant people locked up in here for one reason or another.
Dagger Man.
Sometimes just because we hated them.
And these guys.
The dev team loathes all of you. But perhaps maybe something with a little less loathing.
We have, in 141st place, Bright Man Remix. And it is certainly a remix of Bright Man stage.
Yep.
This is another level that has the big honkin' late penalty. But yeah, it tries to be another Bright Man level, but with a lot more of the platforms. And it's still crickets.
It is. It's basically what you expect out of a Bright Man remix. I do think doing like remix levels without bringing them honestly new to the table is always going to be a hard challenge, and there's definitely some good examples later in the contest. This one is it's all right. It's what you'd expect out of a remix, and as it said, it's down here because of the late penalty.
Yeah, it's like it does a lot of cool stuff with the platforms as we see, but it can get a little tight sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Like this level isn't just a walk in the park, even if you have mastered Bright Man. Hello, Durgan.
Sparkman spawning in the air. Also, yeah, the engine doesn't even have Bright Man, so.
I know, it's like it's the ultimate Bright Man's remix. Sparkman.
I mean,
Yay.
you could have reskinned him. That was a thing.
They'll buy that, won't they? Yeah, it's obviously Bright Man.
But
It's
now,
electricity themed.
But from one late level to another late one, actually. In 140th place, we have Akudama Empire Mothership. Hey, anyone remember Cryon Conquest? Or Magic
Remix to
Horrify?
remix.
Yeah.
Conceptually, it's conceptually interesting, but it faltered on one very big area.
It's
just not that
competent
much
and it
fun.
sticks out, especially in Tier 4. There's a lot of custom assets going on here, but
Yeah.
once again, both late penalty and the level is difficult, to say the least.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ace, because I will confess I've not played the game. The weapons were basically infinite in Cryon Conquest, right?
The game was very much designed around the weapon set, and yeah, if you're gonna force that onto Mega Man, you kind of need to
Give them
plan
better
around
tools.
it.
stock of that.
You can kind of see how many enemies are just flying around everywhere.
Yeah,
There's
that's
just a lot
really
to
the
keep
big
track of.
issue with the level, is that it demands so much weapon use. Almost feels arbitrary. And there is a custom boss. She's pretty cool.
So cool
Alright.
that in fact she shows up twice.
The second fight could have been better. I elaborate more on that in my review, because this is a late level. But I elaborate more in my review, and, well, y'all read the reviews eventually.
Mm-hmm. We've got there's no break yet though, because the next level is also a rough one. It's 139th creatively named level, which, as an aside, please stop titling your levels with like this. I'm tired of self-deprecation level names.
This level.
It's
I'm not sure how clearly it'll come through in the footage, but this level is so long.
so
Oh.
annoying and punishing.
Goodness, it's like dual platforms show up in some interesting scenarios here, but it's like it's almost like the Energizer Bunny. It just keeps going and going and going and going. And it irritated me. It irritated pretty much all of the judges. No surprise, this has a skip.
Yeah. Yeah, mostly just due to the difficulty of length. Also, like, you're gonna encounter lots of dev kit bosses, lots of... It's a struggle.
It's definitely an uphill battle of a level.
Yes.
Yeah. It doesn't look that bad in the footage, but trust us, it is not great. Just like Hunter Tower, once you play it, you'll realize, oh yeah, this needed to skip.
Yeah. On to something a little less frustrating.
Yep, in 138th place, we have NG Element Man. I mean, the Decoy Man. He's a decoy.
Decoy Man.
I kind of wish this had gone all out. This has a really interesting concept in that it kind of starts off very janky and underwhelming, and then it doesn't sort of go far enough, and the second half is also kind of janky and underwhelming. You know, it's a cool idea, and
it tries to do
like... Yeah.
Cool concept. Yeah, it's a cool concept that really deserved to be fleshed out more than it was. And also, just kind of some props for managing to make fake floors that aren't, like, hideously unfair, but instead just kind of a mild nuisance at most. But it's like...
It's a very odd level.
Yeah. It's like, this could have been a lot worse. Also could have been a lot better. Again, wish it did so much more after it exited the fake out. But hey, Decoy Man shows up!
Yeah. It's kind of a fun boss. Even if he's got a bit of a wonky design.
Again, it's a very early fan game feel. So, there's a charm to that.
But, speaking of wonky, we have level 137th place, where no Met has gone before. This is one of the only levels in the contest to have 3 different energy elements in it. And
5 tokens.
Yeah, it has the full scope of collectibles, and
I forgot that it did that, actually.
That says something about it, because...
That honestly, I think that says just about everything that needs to be said. Because, like, this level is baffling, messy, very all over the place, but, like, considering some of the frustrations that have existed around multiple elements, this is... really?
Fine.
It's inexpensive.
It's messy, and that's the worst thing I can say about it.
Yeah.
Which, again, considering it is 3 elements and 5 tokens, you know, props for that. That was such an... those are ingredients to really tick us off sometimes, and it's just... this is fine.
It's just a very big level with everything is just kind of scattered haphazardly.
Yeah.
It's not as daunting as the collectible count suggests.
And then, go figure. The next level. Well,
Yeah. Next up, the 136th place, we've got some thievery going on. Stolen Citadel. This
is, in some ways, a diametric opposite of the level we just played. It's short. Has a lot of enemies. It's Cossack 3, but with Mega Man 6 enemies. That's the purpose of the level. That's the point. And
That's really all there is to it.
yeah, it's short, to the point. I can't hit a curlinger worth beans.
Blue.
Very
There's really
blue.
not much to say. Really not much to say about this.
Yeah.
And the next stage is also just a bit on the odd side, I'd say. It is 135th place, military training grounds, which is a bit of a mess. It's fairly inoffensive, kind of messy. It's very much trying to be a Wily aesthetic. And spoilers, this actually has a comic, but it's not what you think it would be.
Yeah. Not all the comics this time around are just, haha jokes that double his reviews, sometimes the comics this time are, like, serious. The main thing that I question about this level is, why is it called Military Training Grounds when it's a Wily stage?
Clearly this level takes place in the far past. So deep.
Maybe. Otherwise, it's enemies, it's spikes.
It's
I
very
actually don't think
wompy.
this has... I don't think this actually has any gimmicks in it at all.
Yeah.
But I suppose that in and of itself is a gimmick.
The next level very much continues the eccentric streak that there's a bit of in Tier 4. Here's teetering over the edge.
Honestly, I don't know what to think about this level. I really don't.
There's like a random Mickey and Minnie Mouse NPCs. That's the only thing I remember about it.
Well, it's music from a Mickey and Minnie Mouse game. It just happens to
Yeah.
bore itself into my skull. It has these things. I will say, I'm really shocked. Just these platforms from Blade Man stage, which is just one of my least favorite Mega Man gimmicks ever. They aren't that bad in this contest. I'm really shocked.
They're very common too.
Yeah,
Hmm.
but like, nowhere really in this contest irritated me as much as they do in Blade Man. So that's
Big.
something.
The big lyric is honestly the main thing I remember about this stage, and also just I am surprised by this level in all honesty.
Yeah. It's just
And
very... It's whatever. There's not much to
There's
say
not
about
much
it.
to
It's
say about
okay.
that way.
The next level is the very opposite of that.
Oh, yeah, in 133rd place, we have, well, another level that lies. The name is a lie.
House of Fun, fortunately, it isn't quite as fun as you might think in 133rd place. In fact, it's so not actually that much fun, it has a skip.
It's a very hard level. Fun
is.
fact, I'm the contrarian about this level. This is like a level I actually kind of like. But, I mean, you can just take one look at the footage and see. It's unrelenting.
This section is so rough. And it disables a lot of the utilities to boot, so...
Yeah, I think
Doesn't
that's
give you
what
much-
pushes it over.
You don't have a lot of... You don't get a lot of safety nets here, which is... a shame, because the safety nets... having the safety nets, honestly, could have saved this from the skip.
Yeah, otherwise it's another level where it's just, you will play the level how I intended it, and suffers for that because that means that a lot of people aren't really going to be able to get through it without much pain and misery. Grey Devil!
What is this?
Speaking of misery, yeah.
I actually forgot about Grey Devil. He's back!
It's like, there's creative stuff in here, to be sure, and it didn't get into Tier 4 for nothing. It's designed much better than a lot of levels we've seen before it, but it is relentless. And then we come to
One of the
rather-
most eccentric levels in the contest.
a rather interesting one. 132nd place, Arcane Man, Chaos Tower, CERN HQ remains.
Just forgot to pronounce the square brackets there.
Bah!
Gotta edit that in,
This
dang.
is honestly, it's one of the weirdest levels in the contest, and it's a messy one. Like, I'll admit, it has a skip because it can be on your first playthrough. It's a real mess to try and figure out.
It's
But-
almost kind of like Yggdrasil for Magmal 2, which is also very messy. You need to know what's going on. But of the two levels, well, let's minor spoiler. Yggdrasil is my longest review in Magmal 2. This is nowhere close. This is
Oh heavens, no!
a bit of contrarian. I actually kind of like this one.
Yeah,
Like,
this level-
honestly, this level's... I'll say it, this level's fun. I actually do really enjoy this one.
There's a bit of a learning curve to it.
Yeah.
Oh, is there ever. But once you have learned it, it's
It's entertaining.
alright!
It's definitely
And
got
it
lot
has a
charm
lot
to
of
it.
creative stuff. a lot of fun stuff too. Like this thing looks and is in a lot of cases really tricky, but it works a lot better than you would expect it to.
I think this is also the first level with an outright super boss in it.
Yeah,
there he is. Speaking of the devil.
And yeah, and it's like, and yeah, there is another. We're not showing every boss, but like,
wait, this is just the regular boss.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like there is a super boss, and he's fine. It's gonna be a theme in the reviews for a lot of us. Is that a lot of us used to be like, the super boss is fine. Like, this level has a lot of ingredients to it that really feel like it could have done so much worse, but no, it's alright, really.
It's real crime is just being janky and unintuitive. I bet a lot of people are gonna get stuck at a couple sections in particular.
Yeah, but at the same time, if people who are using the skips decide not to skip this one, I won't blame you. It's certainly an experience. Yeah. And I say that without irony. But another experience with slightly more irony attached.
This thing. It's Radium Man. 131st.
This level... I suppose the best quick way to describe it is that it really took a kitchen sink approach.
The quality of the level certainly fits the temperament of radioactiveness. It's very
it's like
janky and all over the place and unpolished.
Yes. Which is a shame. It has a lot of interesting stuff in it that has potential. But yeah, it's really janky and awkward.
Cute mini boss though.
Yeah, get it? Get it? It's pretty funny, actually.
Like, but yeah, it changes gears on a very regular basis.
Yeah, I'd say about half the level is actually pretty damn good, and the other half is just not, and the boss is kind of the same. Like, some of the attacks are actually pretty fun, and then it's just, hey, here, you've got nowhere to stand.
Yeah.
Very all over the place.
It's really jank, but there is some charm to it.
Yeah.
Like, I enjoy the concepts here, even if the execution definitely leaves something to be desired.
Oh. So, speaking of execution being just totally weird, we have 130th place and our last level of Tier 4, Operation Narcissistic Stratosphere, which you may recognize.
Funny Magma 1 reference!
Yeah.
Although,
the intent of this level is pretty obvious.
What if Vein Space wasn't level? And, well, if my score indicates anything, I actually liked this. I enjoyed this. It's a very, very short level. Like, you're pretty much going to see the entire stage in the footage, but it's ironically creative, and it's fun. I actually enjoyed it.
Doesn't give it away. I completely disagree with Nick. So there you go.
Yeah.
That's what you have 5 judges for.
Yeah.
How dare you? Clearly, we must duel at high noon. With lemon guns.
We're gonna go on a break, and they'll actually be fighting during the break.
You're all gonna miss the violence. Have fun.
That's it for Tier 4. Hold on, we gotta go on break to have this grand battle of the ages.
We're back. If you're wondering how the fight went, some horse guy with a Gatling gun showed up ranting about death, and we had to team up to take him down. So, that was awesome. You missed it.
Pretty sick.
But enough about that. We have another tier. Tier 5.
This is a very cute one. I'm a big fan of this tier.
We have the Gravity Gift Shop, run by Gravity Man himself. And it's a gift shop run by Gravity Man with flipping. I mean, he has to collect on the royalties somehow.
Man flipper in the middle of the
all
tier.
all those royalties for all his previous appearances. Because I mean, they liked. Gravity Man showed up a lot in previous contests as a custom boss.
He shows up quite a bit in this game too. He's just a recurring theme.
That he is. But as fun and cute and adorable as this one looks, this tier hides some nasty stuff in it, to say the least. To begin, we have 129th place, Top Man 2, Spin or
Googly. Sorry, couldn't help myself.
Okay, fair. I'll allow it. I made ridiculous jokes earlier. But yeah, it's a Top Man remix. It's got some creative. Yeah, it's got some creative stuff in it, and some stuff that's literally just the same as Top Man, like that Tama with that you need Rush Coil to get out of afterwards. Then there's stuff like Giant Frog.
Sometimes he gets stuck in the floor.
Yep, the teleports. And that really... It's like, this is creative, but the other thing it is buggy as heck.
Yeah, you can see the very low functionality average that this level got.
Yeah, like, this is surprisingly buggy. Like, credit where it's due. It's like, this is like, those the custom tops, is the different colors denote different functions. Like, we checked this with color blindness, and it worked! Which, I have to give props for that! But yeah, this is charming, creative, buggy.
Yep.
And the fact that there were multiple sections that were just basically the same as the original Top Man did hurt. Remix, if you're doing a remix, you're fighting an uphill battle. I think we can all agree on that one.
Speaking of hurt, the next level is the first big doozy in Tier 5, and honestly, kind of a doozy overall in the contest. We've got, in 128th, Bakery Man, which...
Hi, Durgan!
Yep. Wins the award for cutest aesthetics ever. Oh my god. It's very not Mega Man-y, but it's so cute. It's so full of charm.
Cute level, super, super charming aesthetics. Like, this has so much effort put into it that I admire that. There is a lot about this level that, indeed, one can admire. As you can see, it's a bit spike-happy, but, that being spike-happy alone is not the biggest problem with it.
Yeah, so here we got Bakery Man.
Yeah, he shows up,
right?
Yeah, right? Right?
No.
Yeah.
No. And that...
We're not done yet. What a good way to describe it, huh?
This level...
This is one of those stages. There's going to be other examples in the contest where it probably would have done fairly, reasonably if it just hadn't done that one extra thing, which is just going and tanking basically any of the goodwill built up by the aesthetics, which the first half of the stage is hard. But I think it would have been forgivable if it had just sort of ended. But no, it becomes pretty much miserable incarnate. And it's a shame, Because it's cute.
There's
So
a lot
fucking hard.
of ambition, a lot of effort, and a lot of genuinely creative stuff in here. But oh my word, ambition is important, but so is restraint.
Oh, something to mention. I know that only looked like one extra boss, but there's actually 2 extra bosses.
Yeah,
Basically.
it's
Yeah,
actually
there's
a skill
elements.
path after
There's-
the boss.
There's also 2 elements in here.
It did not help.
This gotta skip. We're not making everyone play through this. You can see from the average fun score how a lot of the judges felt.
It's a shame
And-
too.
Yeah, it is a shame. You can hear it in my voice. I am upset.
It's
Too
It's
much. Thankfully, we're going to something slightly easier next.
Yeah.
Okay, we've 127th place. We have Mega Man DEV, or Dev, or Dev.
What does it even stand for?
I don't know.
I don't even know what it says in the level.
It is. It's a level that's This feels like a very first effort, in my opinion, and for like a first effort, it's not that bad. It's just kind of all right, really.
Yeah, it's a weird level in spots.
Yeah, it's just one of those average, below average stages you're going to get in a contest like this, but you know, it has just enough going for it. I think.
Mm-hmm. It's
It's
an
probably
okay
a-
romp.
Yeah, it's a romp.
Yeah, it's inoffensive. It really is.
Oh, I think those
And
yoga blocks are broken too.
They're invisible blocks. That's what they are.
Yeah. It's just odd. Also, this guy.
Although, yeah, Dev does show up, which, props for that. So,
Something,
yeah,
I guess.
it's a level. And
Speaking
then,
of a level.
we have 126 Mint Candy Matrix, which it's a short Sheepman level with Mets. Very standard enemy types. Some interesting challenges in here, and also for some reason, literally just the Buster and Magnetic Shockwave.
Yeah.
Oh right, it's that level.
Like, I don't grasp. I do not grasp why. What's the purpose of that?
You will play my level.
I mean,
It's a
there's
level.
worse. There are definitely worse levels to play. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. It's
Like-
there. It's fine. It's short.
Yeah. It's like, well, the most noteworthy thing about it is that why did it disable the weapons?
Yeah,
Yep.
that is
Yeah,
something
it's
to
like
say for
levels-
some of these lower ranked
It-
levels.
it-
Just
it-
ones that are whatever, but then
Yeah.
there's just this one random, mostly a defensive decision.
Yeah, that's like. Otherwise, it exists. It's fine enough.
Mm-hmm.
Durkin blowing up Quickman.
We're about to get into a rough patch because next up in whatever place, 125th is get ready for some nightmare illusions. It's Froggy Gravity, and you see the gimmick demonstrated beautifully here, and it's just as annoying as it sounds. It's
I hope you're okay with not seeing, especially fighting enemies on count bombs where you can't see.
yeah.
Duh.
I am apparently very much the dissenting opinion on this level, as it turns out. Oh well.
Mm-hmm.
I think sometimes with like stages like this, which have a bit of a wonky gimmick, you will either vibe with them almost immediately or just not at all. And from the looks at, well, as you can see, the rest of the judges did not vibe with the level at all. Oh,
We
well.
did not vibe enough that this actually has a skip on it.
Which I agree with, by the way. So
Oh,
just
this
because I
part's
scored
cool.
reasonable. Yeah.
Like, this part's cool. I like this part. This is actually a really cool dual boss, and one of the most surprisingly threatening Toadmans. I mean, I got rained on. You saw that.
Wow, the attack
It's like-
went off. That's new.
It's like, but yeah, just
It's just annoying.
Yeah, I did not vibe with this levels concept. It just... Oh,
I'm typically
I did
not a fan of gimmicks like this, and level doesn't really do anything to make it more appealing. It's just, yay, hidden blocks. Maybe you'll like it. Got another eccentric one coming up.
We do, yeah. We've got 124th place with water level? Ice level? Huh?
Who knows?
We can't decide.
Who knows?
We can't decide.
This level is... It's got an interesting concept, where parts of it, sometimes it's the water level, sometimes it's an ice level, and you can switch between them with switches.
Cool
Really
idea.
interesting concept, but
That wasn't an intentional pun, by the way.
oh, mine wasn't intentional, but oh well.
Mine wasn't either.
But it is let down by some real jank.
Yeah, take a look at that functionality average. That kind of says a story right there.
Yeah.
This level is not only pretty buggy, but also, honestly, its progression is a mess. Trying to, like, be clever with it in any sort of way, it seems to be a good way to break it. It breaks so easily, and
Yeah, you can and will get soft locked if you try anything even slightly out of the box. It's one of those levels where it's getting a skip, but for the same reasons some of the levels in Admiral 2 got a skip. Just due to how glitchy it is, and soft lock potential.
yeah, and it's a bit of a confusing mess too.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Thankfully, the next level is one much less confusing, though not necessarily less buggy.
Yeah.
In 123rd place, Chaos Light City.
That was very funny to me. I don't know why.
I mean, it's got the most powerful lights in the world.
Yeah.
Street lights that just kill
Chaos
everything. Street lights.
Chaos Light is a very good way to describe it.
The gimmick
Yeah.
the gimmick is that the street lights, when they're shining on enemies, make them invincible. In theory. The reality is it makes them shielded, so if you use Laser Trident, as I've been demonstrating in the footage, you just kind of completely, utterly demolish the gimmick entirely. This would have worked a lot better, ironically, if it didn't insist on shielded enemies all the time.
Yup.
Because shielded enemies encourages the use of Laser Trident already. Because it's like invincibility on top of invincibility, and then, well, at that point, the whole gimmick just
You
kind
get
of
fed up.
the whole gimmick, and then the whole gimmick fails.
Level would have definitely benefited from a different enemy set completely. It's got a cute
Yep.
idea, but
Cute
It missed
idea,
the
and
mark.
it's short.
yeah.
Speaking of
Didn't you-
failing, the thing I said about the lights, they have a certain weird property when you use weapons on them.
Rush
Fight
dies!
yourself! Try it yourself, it's fun.
Yes, indeed. But for a level that is thankfully less glitchy,
Yeah, next up we've got 122nd with another self-deprecating name. It's a mediocre oil level. I forgot this level used the default tile set.
honestly, I'm just saying this right now. Stop it with the self-deprecating level names. Seriously. You are shooting yourself in the foot because immediately, we have a reason to assume the negative. You have colored the judge's first impressions against you. Now, this level got as high as it did was pretty much entirely a result of some of us being like doing our level best to resist that first impression. Because this has creative stuff, like like the corridors of oil and magma beams. And Chanky Dragons using powered up oil as a weapon. It's like, there's creative, interesting stuff in here. And it's probably one of the least frustrating instances of powered up oil I've ever actually dealt with. Which says a lot, because the gimmick is really annoying in Mega Mix.
Still powered up oil.
It's still
Yeah.
powered
Still
up oil,
annoying.
yeah.
But still, you know, praise for that. Just, please, people, stop doing this.
You might also have noticed a somewhat broken oil man fight. Oh well.
He doesn't like ceiling very much, I guess.
He does not. Texture levels, folks. Texture levels. Anyway, coming up with 121st place, we have the Warped Void, which doesn't look all that warpy at the moment, but just you wait. Just you wait.
It's another big reference level.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't realize it was a reference. Here's the warp point. You know, I didn't realize this was a reference until, like, literally I saw other judges talk about it. I'm like, wait, really? Yeah, this level...
It's
Is-
odd.
It is.
It's odd, but also it's not odd in a good way. It's just sort of, oh, right.
It's just like,
Mhm.
huh? It's not
It's
even
just-
all... It's weirdly not even that memorable with how it's odd. At least not to me. It's just kind of
Yeah.
like...
It's not the good type of odd, basically. It's just sort of odd for odd's sake.
Yeah, it's odd. It's not really all that clever.
Yeah.
Like, it's got some interesting setups, including one of the only times I've ever been hurt by a Crystal Joe in my life.
It's like okay.
Although I
but-
dodged in there. And
Crystal
also,
Epic, laughing, clapping.
I regret my combos in that review so much.
Yeah.
Basically,
well,
if you're gonna go weird, go weird. This isn't weird enough.
yeah,
It's like both weird and boring at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
it's kind of an achievement. But the next level, thankfully, is one a bit more memorable, honestly, for better or for worse. 120th place, Red Mountain.
I'm just gonna do my rant right now. If you're gonna do a reference level, at least use music from the reference and not just stock Mega Man
I
music.
did not know that this was a Sonic Adventure level for so long.
Exactly.
I didn't know it was a Sonic Adventure level either, but I knew it was a Sonic thing. But yeah, it's like, this is a lot of cute reskins, and some neat setups with the hammers.
It's just very
It's like
rough
neat-
and annoying. It's another one of those
Yeah.
levels.
It's rough. Yeah, it's rough. And also it has two elements for some reason.
Yeah.
It
Never
didn't
helps.
need two. It didn't need two elements. Like multiple elements as just. Although the shark is cool. Yeah, multiple elements. Some advice for future contests. Don't.
Well, more like can't.
Yeah, I know, right? Because that's not even going to be an option. But even if it was an option, don't.
True.
Don't take that as a challenge.
True.
But
Got an
The next
interesting one
level-
coming up next.
mm,
119th is a very interesting level. The hero as remixed, which, yep, there's the gimmick.
surprise! You're X instead of Mega Man.
That's basically it. That's
Yeah.
it. That's
That's literally
the
it.
level.
Yeah,
This
It is.
level has nothing. It's so empty.
there's really not much to the level itself. It's just, hey, you're playing X for a bit. Fun.
Which,
It's
yeah,
like there's this chasing drill machine that shows up at one point.
The one
Oh.
very noteworthy thing about it is that you actually
Wow.
can just not play as X in this level, and you could just play it
Yep.
with Mega Man.
It'll show up in the footage, assuming we get far enough into it. But you can just back out of the choice.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can just back out, and then voila, you are Mega Man. You can play
Weirdly-
as either.
weirdly enough, I think the level's more fun as Mega Man.
Yeah, and honestly, I do have to applaud it for the choice, very specifically because of the fact that both Mega Man and X are valid options. They both work in the level. Granted, this is accomplished by the fact that the level is very devoid of gameplay, but
yeah, it's not.
Sort of just an inadvertent consequence of the level's own failures.
But,
Yeah.
well, there is one other aspect to it that is pretty good. It has a custom boss. It has a custom boss at the end. Yes. The digital neon tiger. And, okay, honestly, this guy's good. Like,
Yeah.
really
I mean,
good.
it's
It's
Neon
like,
Tiger. Except
Yeah.
less annoying, actually.
you
Yeah,
a
he's
much
better
less
than-
annoying neon
Yeah.
tiger. It's like, he's actually a really good fight. Unironically, I wouldn't be surprised if that fight saved this level from being a few tiers lower, because it is such a good fight in comparison
At
to the level.
least the level ends decently.
Oh yeah, the level ends on
It's
a
got stuff
level ends on
going
a high
for
note.
it. It's just odd and empty.
Yeah.
It's
And then to finish off tier 5, 118th place,
We have a level I'm not even going to try to pronounce because I'm pretty sure it's misspelled. The
Tower
Tower
of Dimensions.
Mm,
So
that looks just misspelled, but okay.
it is.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to try. This is certainly an interesting level. It definitely goes too long for its own good, but I actually really quietly enjoy this one my own way.
Yeah. Honestly, it's like that's the thing.
It's okay. Just
Its
unfocused.
biggest crime is length. Like, it uses it. It's like, I would actually say it's a bit more focused than credit for, because it's like it uses. It's like
Yeah.
it gravity flippers are everywhere. A lot of actually really fair fake floors. Alabel, like, it's consistent in its assets, just so needlessly long. And
This doesn't feel like it comes together.
and also commits a pretty egregious mistake. I won't talk too much about it because y'all will see it. You see it in the reviews. I think practically all the judges have knocked the level on it. But what I will say, this level, despite what some might expect from its length, does not have a skip.
It's a very strange thing to say, but you'll understand when you see it. It's too thin.
Mhm. It's like it's like we have flashing neon sign. Don't do this.
Yeah.
It does one big thing wrong. Not a thing that gets it a skip, but oh,
It's just annoying.
quite. But yeah, that's tier 5. This tier's kind of a struggle, isn't it? Almost
Yeah, it's a bit of
It's
an
like-
uphill battle.
it's like almost tier 3, but not tier 3.
Yeah. Lots of creative and levels, but they're just janky or just have some sort of other flaw.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Quite right.
a bit befitting of a toy shop.
Ain't that the truth?
And with that, we are gonna go on break once again.
Yep. See y'all next tier. we're back! So, after the horror that was Gravity Man's Fun Time Toy Shop, why don't we check out someplace a little cooler? Relax a little.
Ow. Stop hurting me. You're
Never!
hurting me.
It never stops.
So, welcome to the Winter Laboratory!
They study
It is
ice
a-
here. Did you know?
Ice, snow, all things cold, and crystals apparently.
Yeah. We've got
This
both
was
human
actu-
scientists and regular old woven masters helping out research very useful things like ice and also ice.
And to be fair, ice is weird.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Maybe they're trying to research what the research laboratory is researching.
True.
just as well. Yeah, this was actually only recently converted for the sake of the event. Which is why there's so many people running around still trying to work!
You're interrupting them!
A little bit of chaos.
Mm-hmm.
And spin. But,
Lowe's balance stabilizer.
speaking of chaos, let's get into some levels, shall we?
Yeah. So, with 117th place, we have Fringe Reactor, which, well, the tile set is certainly a frenzy of robot masters. Say that much.
Classic tile set mixing.
It vaguely reminds me of, what was it, Lava Reef? From Sonic 3? And,
Kinda.
although Lava Reef didn't... Actually, no, Lava Reef did have bosses that were immune to all of your attacks, like Sparkman was there.
True. Yeah, that's kind of the main deal with this level. There are dev kit bosses that have several health bars and are immune to most weapons. That's the main thing I remember. But
Because
Yeah.
that's a design.
the level's
around
fine
bosses.
otherwise.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like the
it's-
level... It's inoffensive, even has some clever moments, which we will not witness because weapons annihilating everything. But, it's like,
Yeah.
it's inoffensive as level design, but the bosses, though...
Yeah, it's not the most gripping concepts, let's say.
Yeah, it's like, one weakness, the Buster, and then it's just like, well, I hope you brought weapon tanks.
Yeah.
But, otherwise, not a whole lot to say, really.
Yeah,
It exists.
it's inoffensive.
But, for a level that also largely exists, but maybe slightly more, actually a lot more than slightly, is 116th place. Escape from the Wily City.
Hey,
Hello,
more
Ron.
Wily. More Wily named levels. There's so many of these. Oh, if I had one problem with this stage, it is Sniper Joes.
There's
And if
a
I don't-
million.
If I had a second problem with this level, it's Sniper Joe's, which again, I know I said that twice, but you know, it's a really big problem with the level.
I mean,
There's
if
a
I
lot
have
of
a
very
problem...
annoying enemies, and it's also very long.
That's my big problem with the stage is, oh, goodness. Think you got enough going on in here? Like, I'm pretty sure, like, even, like, this full recording, because we're just seeing snippets here, was, like, 10 minutes, basically. It's a long level.
It's
There
definitely
is-
longer
it-
than it needs to be, especially when a lot of the challenges are, you know, hey look, Sniper Joe's.
Yeah, it's like that. Yeah. Hi, Anchor. There is one thing of interest in here, though. A secret boss that... At least my first experience dealing with that sort of thing, and it's entertainingly jank. I enjoyed it. It had my attention more than most of this level manages.
Yeah. I mean,
Honestly-
you can see, it's mostly just inoffensive, it's just... Most of us here are getting very tired of Sniper Joe's, as you can probably tell.
It's long. But it's long and it exists.
Yeah.
Mid-tier moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's going to be a few it just exists moments coming up, but you know, that's
Yeah.
what the middle of the contest is like.
Next up is a level with a callback in the name that some people may recognize, and possibly get excited to see in a Magma contest. it's 115th place. Skull's Secret Zone. You know, like the Archie comics. Yay! Except it's tier 6, so this concept isn't exactly completely, fully realized.
Yeah. Helpful tip if you're entering Magmel and you want to submit a level, don't submit 2 levels in 1 level.
True.
Usually it doesn't go very well. It didn't particularly here.
As far as this case goes, at least with me, it landed better than most. It was just like, okay, these are interesting enough concepts presented. The other one is like a Skullman chemical plant hybrid for reference.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like interesting concepts, just not very realized. And again,
It's cute.
it's cute. It's inoffensive. I think the big thing is like technically I think this level was not completed to the submitter's vision, and for once I think that might have been a good thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. As is, it's kind of inoffensive with the exception of you gotta play it twice because there's 2 elements, because this is really just 2 levels. It's just, again,
But even
you're
then,
only seeing one path.
But even then, there are
Owned.
what? There are other element splits that make far worse decisions than this.
I mean, at least...
Better
it's
split at the
it's
start than the end.
Yeah, at least it's split at the start.
Yep, at the very start. So it's not like you're replaying much. You know, points for that.
Yeah.
So,
shall we move on? To the
oh,
next one?
twice.
Next up,
Next up, for 114th place, we have Mechanical Factory. You see, it's all in lowercase.
Oh my word! I don't remember the visuals being that broken. I blame Game Maker.
Cloud corruption.
But honestly, though, it's like this is another level that just kind of exists.
It's another pretty
Good.
standard romp.
It has good crash lift scenarios, at least scenarios that caught my attention. And
Yeah.
conveyor belts and cubes. This is absolutely a concept I haven't seen before. Actually, no, it's just kind of a Metal Man remix, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it does make use of the fact that in the engine you can make crash lifts behave like guts lifts. That's the main thing I remember about it. And I mean, it's a solid romp, but
Yeah.
it doesn't really go beyond that.
Yeah, it leverages its tools well, and in the end, that's good enough to get reasonably far.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah,
speaking
not
of
much more to say about it.
speaking of entertaining romps, we have Up, Down, All Around in 113th place.
Shout out
Did
to
somebody
Speed Highway.
order? Did somebody order gravity flippers? Because they're here. There's a surplus, in fact, and some of the slowest gyro platforms known to man.
I don't know what happened to that. It's quite
I
amusing,
don't
but yeah,
know
I think
either.
you can actually just customize their gravity.
it's weird.
Oh, is that intentional? I can't tell.
Yeah, that is actually intentional. That's like a
Wow.
sign.
That's interesting.
It's odd.
This level is odd. Describes this level well. It's a bit janky in how it functions, but also I enjoy it.
The worst
yeah,
time that this
for-
level makes is that it's not actually Speed Highway related based off that name.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's not that big a deal for me. I am uncultured, and so I do not know what you are even referring to.
Sonic Adventure.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a weirdly janky rompy level, but yeah, I kind of enjoy it for what it is. I think it's fun. It's just very
Fun.
janky.
Yeah.
But then
Speaking of odd
Oh.
and janky, we've got next up in 112th place, Stalling for Time. Oh boy.
I want to like this level a lot more than I do. It looks
Yeah.
amazing. It has genuinely interesting concepts, like the Stall Woman character that's chasing us. and
All
all
custom
those
assets.
really cute mini mid bosses. And it's like, but oh, there is no better way to refer to it. This level feels like it is held together by duct tape and silly string.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look at that functionality score. It's very buggy. Probably one of the buggiest levels in the contest.
It's
Yeah.
so buggy, in fact, it actually ended up getting a skip specifically for that reason. It'll just yeah, it's
Especially
really,
the boss
really-
of Ness.
yeah.
Yeah.
You just want to see it there.
As
You can see
demonstrated.
it.
It's like, those tornadoes are not supposed to behave that way. Nobody is sure why they started behaving that way, but they are.
Yeah, it's really weird because I don't know how that happened.
The level, it's almost, some of the level's glitches are downright mystifying. So, yeah, it's like, again, I gotta skip because it's just like, we have no idea what the fuzzy.
It's cool, it's cute, it's a big mess.
Yeah.
But, for something perhaps a little less messy,
We've got great news, everyone! 101st, Hornet Man has got a new stage! Yes! I peeked the mic.
it has bees! So many bees. And actually, the bees replace a lot of the original wackier elements. Like, I don't remember there being nearly as many flying scissors, but this thing is still here.
Yeah, another remix level. Hornet Man is weirdly popular in this contest. Maybe it doesn't do the unused version we shoved into the engine for some reason. Oh well, yeah, it's just another remix stage, which
And bees.
uses
Lots
It's
of bees.
okay. It has a funny
It has a-
name. But,
The crickets are cool.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
Hornet
it is
Man,
what you'd expect.
the gimmicks are ones that are relatively underutilized in Classic, so, like,
It ends
this
up-
is not the worst level for a romp.
Oh, yeah, no. As far as remix levels go, this is
It's fine.
a lot more entertaining than some of the previous ones. And also, doesn't have a late penalty.
True.
The hell.
But, speaking of levels with penalties,
Oh well, yeah. So 110th place, we have Shaped One.
now this is not a late penalty, but a leak one. Because assets from the stage were leaked to one of the judges in such a way that that the entrant self-spoiled themselves. But as you can see, it's smaller than the other leak penalty because it wasn't quite as... I believe the term is egregious?
Yeah. Also, tornado batteries are in this level. We hate you, skin makers.
Well, honestly, this level itself is...
It's just whatever. It's very rompy. There's a lot of just random stuff going on.
It has some... Yeah, it has an interesting visual aesthetic. Like, I'm not gonna forget this aesthetic anytime soon. But also
boss.
some awkward level design, and
A very boring boss.
Oh,
this is probably one of the worst actually might be the worst shield in the entire contest. And
Yep.
that is saying something, considering
could
some of
say
the
so.
shield bosses that we have already encountered.
for what
It's
it's
immune
worth,
to everything, even laser trident.
I mean, for what it's worth, I think I ended up liking the level like a reason heavy bit of high score for some reason. But yeah, the boss is just he's ended already. You just sort of zone out partway through and start noticing random things in the back, among other things.
What? Space! It was just fine as loose leaf. Space is less interesting than loose leaf.
It's a fine effort, just, leak penalty, kind of crappy
That
boss.
sentence is
Yeah.
That sentence is only going to make sense in the context of this contest.
Next up, it's time to commit a crime, because 109th place is the heist.
Oh no! What will his father think?
Ace is
father will
committing a
question
crime. Very sad.
Well, his father will think, why you have late penalty. But yeah, now this level's... It does a lot of really cool stuff with the Wily 4 lasers.
There's a lot of
Actually,
lasers
really...
in this level.
But also, it's like... I don't think so, actually.
Oh, I guess I'm misremembering.
But I remember a lot of Wily 4 lasers, which, you know what? I'm cool with that. These are used in, frankly, brilliant ways, honestly. Like,
And the jewel platforms blocking him? It's actually pretty cool.
like, yeah, no, this has a lot of really cool stuff. It's a personal favorite of mine, even if it is, very jank. There were spots where I remember the camera just being completely broken.
You can see that this level's fairly unpolished and janky one, even if it does have cool ideas.
Also, one of the easiest punk battles in the game because of that lovely little divot. Just slide! And then, speaking of a level where sliding is going to prove very useful, we have 108th place. Speaking of jank, Identity Man.
Yeah.
I like the concept, as demonstrated here. You defeat enemies and then possess them, kind of like Ride Armors, but with more charm. But, also a lot of the forms are...
Bad.
Yeah. Bad, borderline unplayable in spots.
Did I say Stories for Time is the glitchiest level on the contest? No, it's this one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. This is another level that has, if I recall right, this has a skip on it.
It does, yeah, for that reason.
Yeah, and it's like,
Also,
yeah, look
the
at
fact
Bomb
that the tokens
Thrower.
are
It's just
horrible.
like, yeah, Bomb Thrower is like just stuck jumping. At least Identity Man actually shows up, but even he has some very nasty glitches built into him.
Oh, yeah. Soft
You
locks.
die to the hard
They're
man
fun.
stomp? Bye.
Yeah, it's, again, interesting concepts, but it does not play very smoothly.
Yeah, the execution
you
is...
You slide in order to get out of your possessions. Keep that in mind. If you play this level, that will be
You'll be doing that
information
a
you'll
lot.
want. And then,
Another janky one coming up. Because,
Tier 6 is just the tier of jank, isn't it?
yeah, 107th place is Assault Hunt. Which, I mean, you're sort of front-loaded with some information that this level is going to be a weird one right away, huh? With the little HUD in the top right.
Yeah, this is a funky one. You're taking out enemies in order to increase your score count. And the higher your score, the better your reward at the end. It's an interesting concept, and it plays well, the level is fairly straightforward. The hardest part is, well, again, very janky. It's like the bosses. I'm worried. There have been multiple times where I've been worried. Is the boss going to try to jump out of the room on me? Luckily, I have never encountered this. But then,
I really
this
want to
level
like
is
this level.
the first
Yeah,
one to get a new type of skip, which I feel explains the main problem with it pretty immediately. I believe this is our first level that has a token skip. Just
that
for
is
the tokens.
correct. Where the grinding required to get all of the tokens in this level is so over the top ridiculous that I think I am one of the only judges who has seriously done it. The rest of us is kind of like, yeah, it's like between me and as somebody who has done it, honestly,
It's
my advice to
excessive.
players is play the level, and then just like play the level for fun, and then get the tokens, and then get whatever tokens you missed from the skip. Honestly, that is the best way to handle this level, because you will have to play it. It's not a true skip.
Yeah, the level
That
isn't
way-
skippable.
It has its skip for a
Sure.
reason.
Yeah, and in
Just
fact,
the
because again, the level is fine, really.
Mhm.
Just dem tokens.
No.
And then,
Moving on to the last stage of Tier 6, the 106th place, we have YMCA, we are not singing the song because of copyright reasons.
Yeah,
Also,
let's
the
get
fact-
the stream DMCA'd.
But also, this isn't a fitness center, so it's not even appropriate.
I don't even understand the name, honestly. It's weird. Also, that thing's there.
This is a very
This-
incomprehensible level.
Yep.
It is a strange one. The tile sets keep swapping. It's not really entirely sure what it wants to do. But then also, when you examine it more thoroughly, it's relatively consistent with its assets and challenge progression.
Yeah,
That's the
there's
word.
some fun in here. It's just there's a lot going on. It's kind of a confused level.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does. Yes. And it feels. Honestly, I kind of wish I got a fitness center. Like, do you know how many fitness centers there are in Mega Man?
None?
Exactly.
Not yet.
Oh yeah, Bounce Man exists now. You know, I forgot he counts.
Wait, yeah, Bounce Man. Right.
Okay,
Well,
so this
Bounce, Bounce Man's stage had just come out when this level was submitted. That's how long ago Magma 3 was for you.
Yeah. I don't get the balloons. What's the balloons? There's a lot that's just weird about this level. It really is. Also, doesn't it? Is this the one with the master hand?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
There's like
Yes,
a master hand
yes, it
boss.
is.
The footage gonna show?
Why? Which I don't understand. Why is the master?
It's just there. You know, just
It's
stuff.
just there. That's basically the level. It's like, what's all these random things? They're just there. No real rhyme or reason. It's probably where it's ended up, like, in the tier of jank.
Yeah.
Because it's not jank from a gameplay perspective, just jank from, well, no one really knows what the hell's
There he
going on.
is.
There's Master Hand.
Yeah. But I think that about sums this place up.
Yep.
And with that, we are done with Tier 6.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of wacky stuff. Honestly, surprisingly fitting with what the tier is.
True. The next tier is pretty wacky too. It's a bit less fitting, I guess, in this case.
But we'll get there after a quick break.
Mm-hmm.
Toodaloo!
And we're back live once again. Well, hello,
Hi.
everybody. Yeah.
Hi.
Mhm.
I managed to. I had to go like defeat Chill Man, but I did eventually get rid of the Lycos, so we're good.
I need to put Duck on for a second. So once again, we're going to be doing another main game preview, and the music is on shuffle, by the way. But incidentally, the shuffle ended up picking a very appropriate music because we are literally just about to show off a little bit of the return of the Pit of Pits for Magmal 2.
Yeah.
In fact, the exact song is literally playing in game right now. That was completely random, but it's fine. Pit Hub, we're not gonna quite show off yet, but just like Magmal 2, we're gonna, there'll be a Rebel Master running the show, and you'll have quite the showdown with him. What I really wanted to show is just play a couple levels and show off a lot of the upgrades, because there are way more than Magmal 2. As you can see, that berry bar died extremely quickly. That is, where is it? Shield Beaconer. Here we got a full host of upgrades in this menu right here. There are a couple pretty interesting ones, but yeah. Just, if you don't recall or haven't played Magmal 2 or anything like that, the pit is basically Magmal's equivalent of an endless mode, and I need to not get owned.
That would help. Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Yeah, and I ran it, so most of the setup I did play. People who played Magmal 2 may remember that in that game you had to play every single pit room, which there are 120 of them. That is not the case anymore, because there are like 300 pit rooms, and it's a bit insane.
Oh yeah.
And I have not set up anything, by the way, for this. Whatever shows up just shows up. This is completely random out of the selected levels that got accepted, because there was quality control for this at least. So you only have to play 100 and you'll fight the boss, but you can keep going after that. So this is a true endless mode, and I think that change has kind of made this way more replayable. I've had quite a few days where I'm just like, I'm gonna play the pit. Very funny room to show up, by the way. This room is really good. So here's another interesting thing. There's a couple old favorites of Magmal 2 returning, like the thing that just decreases boss health, Eddy Radar, stuff that decreases the damage that spikes and such do. But we've also got pit-exclusive upgrades that change the weapons a little bit. Spark Chaser here is a whole lot more aggressive with the Electricizer upgrade, as you can see, and a whole lot more accurate. And I got the key. This is a Super Mario reference. Let's see. This is a good room for the upgraded Water Shield, which is way faster now and has even more bubbles with the, what was it called? I forget the name of it. It's the Mystic Water that upgrades the Water Shield. So we usually don't have weapon upgrades in the main game to preserve, like level creator visions and such, and balancing. But in the pit, that isn't quite the case. We can do whatever we want.
Oh yeah.
Let's see, what other ones are there? There's another one there's Never Melt Ice for Ice Wall that makes it die way less quickly, and I am getting owned by this new Shopman. You have to get out of here,
Shopman, baby! Shopman.
Ice Wall, go! It's not accomplishing anything.
No,
Never Melt Ice, a bit hit or miss. Tornado batteries in the pit, by the way. You will not escape. Classic Magma Beam moment. There's one more weapon upgrade that I want to show off, but this room isn't particularly good for it.
Joys of RNG,
Yeah.
All that does.
Vertical level, not quite. Also, another upgrade might go off if I kill enough enemies.
Oh yeah.
One day I will. Oh, this is good. So check this out. Air dash with break dash. This makes this weapon way more fun.
Oh yeah.
This is from the Silver Wing. And you can sort of just kind of fly over the entire level. It's very fun. A lot of people requested if for Break Dash to be able to air dash, and here you go, you got it. Let's see. Can the other upgrade go off? There we go. That's Vampire Killer. So, if you defeat 15 enemies, you get a little bit of health. This is to make up for the fact that, you don't have Grab Buster in this game. Which I'm certain Grab Buster was necessary to many people being able to beat the original pit in Magmal 2. There are a couple others, too, that I'm not showing off. I'm ripping you off from Magmal 2 is back, in case you're wondering. I just don't have it in the menu. It's Stompy.
It's such a rip-off, you don't even get in the menu.
So let's say that I get into a level that I really hate. Well, good thing, because that's what the escape rope is for. It's a one-time use, but it's pretty cheap, and you can just get it again in the shop. It's a nice addition. Finally, I think that this is the last one. Let me get hit a whole lot. This one might get changed. It's a bit weak currently, but I might as well show it off.
Currently getting owned by,
Alright, hit me piled in.
90 degrees.
Yep, there it goes. Alright, so that's Emergency Cloak. If you get onto super low health, you'll get like 10 years of iframes. And this is also a one-time use. So, a lot more variety in the pit this time, I would say. It's nice and fun, and I hope people enjoy it. I think the pit is really fun in this game, and like I said, I've replayed it a lot. Yeah, this is part of the game. The border rules. It's awesome.
Oh yeah, yeah. We are also planning to have like the Legacy Collection style borders where it's just like graphics. But yeah, this border rules. You can also put a mini map up the corner.
Yeah, I have it disabled.
Yeah, the item.
Lots of cool stuff.
Minimap is awesome.
There it is. There it is.
Yep. I just had it disabled, but luckily you can just toggle upgrades in this game. It's very nice.
Toggles.
Awesome quick item menu. I don't have any E-tanks. Yeah, so I think that about does it for our little showcase of the pit. So without further ado, we'll get back to the results after a quick music break. So, see you guys later.
Hope y'all had fun without us. So, after one of the coolest areas, we're going to be going somewhere a bit more familiar,
Yeah.
perchance. Welcome to Tier 7, the Pine Forest. Stepping away from extreme amounts of technology, we can instead enjoy the marvels of nature.
And its
besides-
implementations of technology.
Yeah,
You know,
any
'cause it's a
synthetic
Mega Man.
trees or, teleporters in the middle of nowhere or...
Yeah, it's still Mega Man.
Yeah.
It's one of the quietest, in some ways, most beautiful. Like, that moon is amazing.
Yeah. I
Places
love
in
the
the contact.
parallax background here.
It's just,
It's so good.
it's a good place to unwind.
Unfortunately, the
Of
levels
course,
here
there's
are...
levels. There's levels here too, and we're in the basically the middle tier of the contest at this point. So
Yeah, so some interesting stages this time around, we're starting off with 105th place with Wily's well fortified room.
this is an odd level.
Yeah.
Despite what my score would suggest, I actually kind of like this one.
There's a lot of focus on reflect blocks in this level.
It's got weird, quirky puzzles and bullets. It's like it tickled my brain in a way that I appreciate, but also, oh my gosh, so many bullets, lay off, please.
Yeah.
Jank is a recurring theme here.
Yeah, that's really the biggest thing with this level, is it is awkward.
Yeah.
Was gimme.
Get through. And yeah,
Right.
not the most smooth gimmick to choose, even if it does make for some interesting challenges.
So it's visually dull.
True, it's just a Wily Castle.
But as far as levels named after Wily goes, this did better than some of them. That's for sure.
Yeah. It's an alright time.
Yep. But then,
The next level sure is time alright.
boy. Yeah. In 104th place, fairly unfocused newcomers, bosses, and gimmicks stage.
Or fun bags for short. With very quiet music.
Oh dear goodness. This is the other level with full collectibles, meaning 3 elements and 5 tokens. And this place is massive.
Yeah.
Like,
This level is
Oh.
something.
Okay, I think someone got the wrong memo from the last Magmol 2, where I said I like bosses, and I like filming the stage with lots of bosses. This is a bit much.
this has
True.
like 20 bosses in it, and honestly, the bosses are the worst part.
Yeah?
Yeah, a lot of them are very janky dev kit boss edits. Some of them are kind of funny.
They just
And
don't quite work. Yeah, it's...
And a bit of a mess to fight. And then also,
I hate this. Can
There's
stop-
actually
Oh,
there's multiple. There's multiple. They
there's a
spread.
lot of combos, a lot of those moments.
By the way,
I review so much.
This has
You're
been mentioned
dying
already.
over here.
This has been mentioned already, but the footage only shows one element. This level is so much bigger than you could ever imagine, and
Well, it showed part of the path for another element, but
yeah,
still. Now,
It's not simple Combus Man clones.
all that being said, it is in the middle for a reason. And that's because the level design itself is... honestly,
it's not
I
the
have
worst.
played so much worse in level design.
Yeah, the level itself
Because-
isn't, isn't that bad.
And
It's
also, just some personal props. This level has a good head on its shoulders as far as trying to be accessible goes.
True.
There's a built-in way so that you don't have to actively replay, any of the level, really, in order to get every element. So it plays fine in multiple sittings. Trying to do it in one is an exercise in frustration, so don't. Assuming you don't skip it anyway, because obviously this level has a skip. But then also, like, look at you saw those sheep blocks with shapes on them, right? Like that's cool. I want to Dan backslide that. Yeah, it's like I want to Dan backslide that.
It's almost as if we did already.
Exactly. It's like
It's like a good
unironically.
so props to that.
Unironically, some really good stuff in here, which is why, as big and ridiculous as it gets, especially with the bosses, this is in tier 7 because there is actually a fair amount going for it. I don't mind this level, which considering it is 3 elements, that is impressive. Props for that.
That being said, this is not an invitation to take this level's labyrinth structure as an inspiration for your own levels, please.
No. There's a reason why it's only in tier 7.
But help.
He's also got to skip still.
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, on to a level that's a good deal simpler. Hopefully. Maybe. Please.
Yeah, we've got in 103rd place, the King's Lair, which is actually another level that has the max late penalty. This level was Blade Man.
Yeah. It's like it's Blade Man 2.0 with a bit of King Knight because it has his cauldrons. Honestly, the level design's not terrible, just dull.
It's an okay ROM.
It's Blade Man 2. I actually think I enjoyed this more than Blade Man, so that's saying something.
Which is fair. It's like there's almost nothing to say about this level. Besides, it's Blade Man 2.
Yeah,
Except
it
there
takes
is...
too long to get interesting, really.
Yeah, in some ways it doesn't really get truly interesting until this guy. There is a custom boss! And Royal Man...
Actually, pretty cool fight.
I don't know if you can hear it, but I am clapping because Royal Man...
yeah, that did not come through.
Yeah, okay.
That did not come through.
Curse you, microphone! Curse you, Discord! But yeah, no, honestly, Royal Man is a great boss fight. Easily the highlight of the level.
Yep.
And especially considering he's a shield boss! He's like one of the only shield bosses that's, like, good.
True. There's a whole lot of them in this contest. Royal Man is definitely one of the better ones.
Yes.
And, oh boy, looking at this next level. Speaking of shields...
Okay, we're in 102nd place. Whoop! Mega Man! Here's Sniper Joe! And he's going to swing his Spyro's Buster at you with having shield out. And here's Hammer Joe, and he's going to swing his Mighty out. Sorry, I'm reading the level name. It is Wily in Space, open bracket, Rolls Rescue, close bracket.
Sniper Joe.
Hey, bye, Sniper Joe.
Honestly, it's like, outside of moments like that where you can shove the Sniper Joes off cliffs, this is... And also, it looks pretty.
Yeah?
But oh my word, there are so many shields in here. The level ends up being long and sluggish. Like,
Yeah.
like, custom Joes, and the fact that the level in and of itself, it's like, it's not hard, it's just sluggish and long.
It
Yeah,
tries very hard to
sluggish is
be
a
a
good
Wily
way.
stage. But also lots of Joes. Yeah. Also, in case my earlier comment didn't make it clear, and you didn't know, you may have noticed Roll. She very much tells you what everything does.
Yeah, Roll is very excited to be rescued. She's going to tell you absolutely everything about this level in incredibly long dialogue boxes. So, that's just real pleasant.
Yeah.
If the level wasn't slow enough. Polished but sluggish is the name of the game with this level. It's just not very thrilling to play. Even if it's like, on a base level, decent.
Yeah.
Indeed. But, on a different note, we have 101st place, Chemical Industry. less polish in the graphics, more interesting level design, and some of the most annoyingest in enemy choices.
Glooper's back!
Glooper! Feeper! Sybil! So many Sybils. Just maximum eyeball moments.
Yay, eyeball! They do 6 contact damage! Wait, 4? Never mind.
Yeah, it's like... And gutless.
Yeah. I actually like this level, but it is very janky, and you have to have a very good mashing finger to deal with these gloopers. Ah! Ah! Yeah.
There's one thing...
We have accessibility controls. Switch them on for this stage.
Now,
Oh my goodness.
all that being said, I will give this stage one... It's like, I will definitely throw this stage a bone. It has a split path, but it is single element, no tokens.
Yeah.
That...
Grey Devil!
It's like,
Sorry.
restraint was had with this stage, and that... It's like, if this was 2 elements, if the split path mattered more, I guarantee you this would have been nuked.
Oh, yeah.
Several tiers down.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of says a lot of just how risky multiple elements are, because this would have slayed this level completely.
Yeah. As is,
It's
just an enjoyable enough janky ROM,
truly
in my
good.
opinion.
Yeah.
It's like, this is... It's like, even then, some of us really did not like this level.
Yeah.
But, after a longer level, we have something a little shorter.
Quite a bit of a shorter one, an interesting one. At exactly 100th place, we've got Outer Reaches.
Doggo! Honestly, the level itself, there's... It is not a bad level. Ever. Really. The worst thing I could say... Yeah, it's like, it's a romp. Very unmemorable. It's like, there's this one section with Crystal Joes and Keys. It's kind of neat. It's like, it's... The level is there.
Level exists. It kind of felt like very much like a Mega Man 1, Mega Man 2 era in terms of like complexity. There really isn't much to the stage.
But it also plays just fine.
Yeah,
Which
it's solid.
definitely helps put it above some of the suffering that we've already encountered. And once we get past me having some trouble aiming, we have a surprisingly interesting boss fight.
Yeah. This is
I
another
wasn't
level
sure
where the
what-
boss is easily the highlight.
I wasn't sure what to expect when I saw this green Gemini man, but I believe his name is Fracture? He turns out to be, like, a surprisingly wildly fun boss with all that bullets, with all
pretty
them
fun.
bullets. This
Yeah,
is how
I really do like the boss.
that is how
simple, but it's a good type of simple. So
Yes.
got enough going on to be like quite enjoyable.
Oh yes, Fracture is... We like Fracture. The judges liked the boss, and the level itself was like, the boss was great, the level was fine, and in some ways creative, because like this spot is not something I've ever really seen before.
Yeah.
That helped it. It's in tier 7 for a reason. It's 100 for a reason.
Yeah, with that, we are finally entering the top 100. We're in double digits now. Several hours into the stream.
We have way too many levels. Moving on to 99th place, we have Arcade Archives, which, if I had to say anything about this stage, it feels very unfinished.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like, there's a lot of
Not
cute
much to this one.
references to Capcom arcade games in here, and Switch blocks. And then it's just like...
Yeah,
Well
it's just
done.
Like, oh yeah, CFTF platforms.
yeah.
The references are cute. Like, the enemies go down pretty simply, as you just saw. Like, that red armor is a whole lot less threatening than the actual one, as your Ace can attest. And, like, there's a custom mid-boss in here. And then the boss is just Gravity Man.
Yeah, very odd decision.
I forgot the mid-boss was the mid-boss, not the actual boss. I forgot Gravity Man was even in its level. Like,
Says something.
I can just kind of remember the mid-boss, and he's incredibly simple. But, yeah.
It's
Oh yeah,
just
Gravity Man is just there's the switch blockers, and it doesn't really change anything about the fight.
Just makes it a little more annoying.
Yeah, it's like just unfinished. It really seems like one of the best descriptors for this one, which is kind of strange. They don't even think it's a late level.
No, it's not. It's just, I mean, it's got some cute reskins. It's inoffensive, but it doesn't really exactly reach for the stars beyond that.
But going into a late level, in 98th place we have Hazard Hydro.
Woo! Sorry.
I was expecting you to do that. You know, honestly, I don't really have that much to say about the level. It's a water level.
It's a pretty tough level. It's kind of punishing.
Like, it Pumpman's aesthetics and water. It has a lanternfish that shoots the Mega Man 10 shrimp.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's like I'm being very harsh on the level in my dialogue here, but this plays really well. It's also really tough. Probably one of the harder levels in the contest that isn't like stupid hard.
Mm-hmm. It's got some nice graphics too. Very toxic seahorsey and Volt Catfish, which, I mean,
yes,
the music kind of gives that away.
Yeah, like, its aesthetics are great, level design is fine. Worst thing I could really say about it is the fact that creativity of the conceptual creativity is lacking, because it's just a water level, more or less. Actually, no, it's not. It's sewer level. Just a water level is something else.
Wink.
No, onto something a bit more creative.
Skull Sands Megatail 4 in 97th place.
It's another late level, I think.
Yeah, with full late penalty. You know, I think pretty much all of the judges, when they saw the name of this level, was thinking, oh, this is gonna suck. It's like, oh boy, funny meme moments, and then it's just like, wait. What do you mean it's good?
There's some genuine like creativity and thought put into this level.
Okay, so this is like, I think this is a remix stage done well, because this is literally Skullman's layout.
Yeah, it's the same layout, but it feels very different.
Yeah, wonderful concept.
Very much.
Wonderful concept, wonderful creativity. This is, I really like this level.
It is brutal. Like, those who have actually played Undertale know that Sans is a very hard boss, and Skull Sans certainly doesn't disappoint that way. But also, once you have grasped the level, it is extraordinarily fair, too. It helps that the level is very consistent in providing health refills, like, in little lulls in the action, so you can catch your breath and recover. I've been able to beat this stage actually fairly consistently without needing E-tanks, and that's like Buster Own like.
Considering how brutal this level can be, that is actually saying something.
I mean, the boss looks like absolute. I mean, the boss looks like absolute chaos, but he's loadable to the point. Buster only no damage is the thing I've just casually recorded before. So
yes.
I really like the boss at its level. That's like my highlight, but also I just genuinely think this is a good level. It's
like, again
down here because of light penalty.
Yeah, it's like, again, this level really it had such an awkward first impression where it's like, oh no, we're going to be dealing with funny me, and then it's like, no, this is legit. This is genuine.
The effort kind of speaks for itself here, I think.
Oh yeah, this is. It is a really, really, really good level. I really like it.
Yeah.
Just. Mwah! Chef's kiss. Well done. I'd clap, but the microphone won't pick it up.
Nice expression moment.
Oh dear.
But now after just
a bit of a break,
pretty much near universal praise,
Odd one.
Yeah,
In
you're kind of
97th
high-
place, we've got Solar Inferno, a very orange level.
Sensory warning, this level can be very
yeah.
hard on the eyes. If you were watching in full screen, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I kind of forgot that the footage immediately blasted you with orange.
Well, that is the level. Honestly, I don't hate this level. It
It's definitely got a
has...
lot going for it.
Yeah, there's a lot of really, genuinely clever stuff in here. Especially considering fire levels have a tendency, at least in my experience, to be, you know, just a smidge kind of zany? And this level, oh no, this level
Switches it up a lot. It's got a lot of gimmicks.
and
that
Terry
works in its
Crews.
favor, I think.
But, at the same time,
It's punishing.
Mm-hmm.
You die to any of these segments, you're going back quite some distance. Like the checkpoints
It's
are just a bit too far apart.
especially in the second half of the level, oh goodness.
Yeah,
And then
so
and then there's the boss. Oh gosh, Mr. Bright there is.
Oh, it's one of my least favorite boss contest. To be brutally honest.
Oh.
He
Yeah.
spends
But
a
anyway.
whole lot of time in the air, and he does not give you a whole lot of time to hit him.
Yeah.
No, he does not. Trying to fight in Buster only is doable, but you're gonna be there for close to as long as you will be in the actual stage, which says something. At least Water Skill gets to be fairly useful here.
Yeah. So this stage was very lucky not to get disqualified. Like it was touch and go whether or not I could complete an entire run of this, because while it's not too bad in like short stretches, playing through the entire level does get rather eye strainy, and for that reason, this level has a full-on skip.
Mm-hmm. It's also worth mentioning that the effects were actually toned down. The flashes used to be pure white, and the devs actually modified it.
Yeah,
we made
the animation was faster as well, wasn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah, like,
Yes,
Yep,
there
way faster.
some levels we made a point to adjust because of the fact that we knew that these were small adjustments that didn't necessarily affect the gameplay, but were important for the health of our players because we do care about that.
Mm-hmm. Definitely hope people are more careful about epilepsy hazards in the contests in the future, because this contest has quite a lot of them.
It's a shame because this is a really creative level and has some good design, but between the poor checkpoints, the long boss, and being literally hazardous, it's like, I like this level and I still dunked it by like 10 points plus in my score manually because I was just like, no.
That disqualification came very close to the wire. If I didn't get that final run in, I would have judged it as saying I can't properly judge this level. And even then, I still had like a bit of I still had the migraine after I'd finished the level. So say what you will.
So
you've got to skip for a reason.
After this little heat wave, do you think we can cool off?
Why
Epic
do you have to
contrast.
injure me so?
In
We're
95th
faster
place,
transitions.
Hodrin Man. It's an ice level.
Yep,
Yeah?
it's got crystals. I don't know what Hodrin is.
I think it. Oh, hold on. I remember.
Wait, I
looked this up.
I looked it up at some point and I forgot.
It's like French.
That sounds right.
It's like it's tiny ice crystals, like diamond dust. Yeah, it's an ice level. It has crystals. It has ice blobs. Now, come to think of it, come to think of it, crystals actually fits really nicely in this stage.
Yeah.
And it's like
It's fine. The level's fine.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
It's a solid enough romp, I guess.
Yeah, it's an ice level. It has some gimmicks that you don't see that often, like the
True, like the
icicles from the Game Boy games. It's fine. And also the boss shows up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He has no weakness though for some reason.
I was just gonna rephrase that as a nasty trick up his sleeve, but yeah, he just doesn't have a weakness for some reason.
I think he's immune to everything except the Buster.
No, he just not immune.
Oh, okay.
He just takes like
Not
1
immune.
damage from everything.
Yeah, it's just.
Does that include charge shots? I can't remember.
No, I think he does take damage from charge shots because of the default.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's ice level. When one of the most noteworthy things about it is the fact that the boss has no weakness. That does kind of speak for itself. Oh, and there's a split path. But
yeah, it's one element though, so
it's inoffensive.
Yeah. So with the ending out tier 7, we've got a fairly interesting visual level, which also had the potential to be a bit of an ice tour, but not so much anymore. We have in 94th place Crystal Tower, which this level's strange.
this is
Some
one of
people
the
may
strangest levels in the contest.
Some people may recognize this from when we first showed off the Rome costume.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was very fitting.
Indeed, it was. This
Shiny.
is
The level's shiny.
it's shiny and monochrome, and
I'm not a fan of the visuals, I've got to admit. It's just too monochrome.
no, neither am I. Also, the level it's linear, but it sure feels like a maze with how it functions, in the way you're going backwards a lot, like the gimmick that makes it so you're not allowed. The walls that make it so you're not allowed to turn around.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
this.
so if you're wondering why
Yeah.
Rome is like moonwalking and moon jumping, that's why. That's the main
That's an
gimmick of the
actual
level.
gimmick.
It's very weird.
It screwed with my head in ways I didn't enjoy my head getting screwed with. The level, as you can see, I'm the lowest score on it, dissenting a bit. I didn't enjoy the level. The boss was fine. The level,
I quite like the boss.
not a fan. Also, a lot of shielded. Also, like every enemy is shielded except for like the crystal turrets.
Mhm. It's definitely one of those levels that need another polish pass, in my opinion, but still has like stuff going.
Which is
for
somewhat ironic considering how many people like to polish their shiny crystals.
it.
So that ends out tier 7. A lot of awkward and difficult levels in here.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't classify tier 7 as a hell tier though. Oh no.
Yeah. Hold your breath
That's
a
still to
little bit.
come.
You'll learn
Spoilers.
after we're back from a break.
See you next time. Oh, and welcome back, folks. We just finished Tier 7. I hope you're ready for an interesting one.
Yeah.
It's Hell Tier 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Did you know there's another hell tier? It's all the way up here in Tier 8. Which,
But
I
before
mean,
that-
you'd never be able to tell because the tier hub is a bit more low-key.
Okay. But also fancy. It's
Yeah.
a costume party.
Yeah, we've got a whole lot of NPCs dressed up to win a big costume contest here, like Skullman with decked out in his cool Grim Reaper outfit and a Megamix reference, and this guy.
Don't worry, he's not the only one. And also lots of costumes in the background as well. Hi, Eggman!
Yeah, Eggman. I think there's Minecraft Diamond Armor somewhere, which is really funny.
Yes, yes, we passed it already.
Shovel Knight. Yeah, lots of references.
There's
in
lots
this
of
tier.
costumes here. Not quite as many people around yet. We'll have to correct that.
Obviously, this tier is going to require quite a lot of custom graphics, so we're not quite there yet in terms of NPCs.
Yeah.
So that's why it's a
Work
bit
in
underpopulated. Yeah, it is all work in progress footage.
But what
Ooh.
isn't a work in progress is the results. So
Nice segue.
But without further ado,
Okay, let's get this ball rolling. We have in 93rd place, we have a remix level again. Metal Man steals other people's conveyors.
honestly,
Okay, I think that's the description done. The level title describes the level absolutely perfectly.
honestly,
True.
as far as honestly, considering how much we just hyped up Tier 8, this level's fine.
Yeah, it's a bit of
It's
it throws you off.
Easy. It's easy. It's short. Actually, like really short. And it's conveyor belts. It's conveyor belts, blocks, and metal mans at the end.
And
Yeah,
that
it's a
thing.
solid romp.
Yeah, it's not definitely not the most creative concept, but it plays fine, and it's short. Which
Flashman really liked this level.
Yeah, you did.
he did. But yeah, no. It's like I can kind of understand why he does.
Yeah, there's some good stuff in here. Like this section is plays pretty well.
I do
Oh, yeah.
appreciate the warning when things drop down.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
There's a lot to like in this level. It's short, and again, it's short, sweet, to the point.
Mhm.
Which is to its benefit. Now,
Yeah.
for the next level, we have... Hey! This level's supposed to be disqualified.
Yeah, we've got a
it
bit
is
of a running theme
disqualified.
here with Tier 8 being the home of disqualified levels. Because you may have heard about this level before if you hung around in the Magma 3 Discord,
Oh.
and here's where it ended up. It's DQ's
Disqualified.
place. Worthless, man.
Yep, because we're not going to see it in the footage, thank goodness. But there's an extra boss that has so much flashing in its attacks that
Yeah, so I said like I nearly couldn't finish Solo Inferno. I couldn't finish. Well, actually, this is when I had my friend playing as sort of the proxy. It took bonus boss of this level is so flashy, so over the top, so many flickering effects which affect gameplay, so we can't really edit it that much. It took us both out. We both couldn't even finish this boss just due to sheer migraine. It took us out. In fact, it actually affected Loyance to the point he was sick for several days. This obviously has a skip. If you have any sort of visual problems, take the skip. It's not worth
Yes, it's like
consider
It's
and honestly
not
consider
joking.
taking this. Yeah, and honestly consider taking the skip even if you don't, because this is a really bloody hard level.
yeah, we haven't even talked about the actual level yet. Just the epilepsy hazard.
They're like those lasers are instant death and go through. The lasers are instant death and go through invincibility. You can see the bullets here just from the regular boss.
Yeah.
The regular enemies are all bullet sponges, every single one. And there's like
They have a lot of health.
and there's like 4 different boss fights in here, and The bonus boss is quite possibly one of the single hardest boss fights in Magmal 3.
Yeah,
It's not
well, in the
Magmal
series.
history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
in
even
the,
just 3.
in the series, it's like,
He is
It's like
not
he's-
messing around.
you saw that the regular boss of the level is already a Toho character, basically.
Yeah, imagine
And it's
that,
like-
but even more.
And for longer. And
Way
flat.
longer. 5 health bars, by the way.
Like, legitimately, seriously, consider. It's like, this is another one of those levels where I would say, seriously, strongly consider the skin, because, oh dear sweet goodness, that last boss.
Man, though, if you do like hard levels, this level is actually pretty great. I replayed this one pretty recently. I kind of like it a lot.
Which is fair. It is really, really hard, but not like...
Obviously, it's still up here. So obviously,
Yeah,
it's not.
There's obviously there's stuff going for it. It's just, you know, this is not
We
going to
kinda
resonate with
talk about-
everybody, and if you have any sort of epilepsy issues, take the skip, please. It is a very flashy level. The footage does not show it for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, back to the actual contest. We have 92nd place, Rock Fortress.
This is one of the hardest 180s in the history of forever because this is one of the most boring levels in the entire contest. Like, just straight
Honestly,
up.
yeah. Like, this level, it plays well. Like, absolutely. But also, it's like... spikes, count bombs, Yoku blocks, Mets, shield attackers...
Force beams.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like... It's
It's
basically... It is a
so standard.
a
We're all
collection
trying to say
of...
the same things. Same
Yeah.
thing here, which is, you know, it's a collection of the most generic, overused assets in the series and Magmal. Both.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, yeah, we're all tripping over each other trying to say the exact same thing. It's like... It plays fine, and hey, there's a copy robot at the end.
Yeah,
I forgot he wasn't the
I've
death
never
boss.
seen a copy robot before.
Honestly, I forgot that
he was.
I forgot I didn't realize he was a custom boss at first. I forgot he wasn't in the dev kit, which says something. Like, again, the level is in tier 8 because it plays perfectly fine, and it's like the level design is sound. It's just not creative.
Yeah.
And there's not really that much to say. It's like
Unlike
we're
next
side by side tripping over each other, but
Like the next level. We're in 91st place with Where Comedy Goes to Die 2 Electric Boogaloo. I'm going to stop saying that because I'm going to kill comedy myself. It's technical support.
okay, I'm going to rant a little bit here. I really, really want it to like this level.
Oh yeah, it's cute.
It's
Battle
yeah,
Network.
To a point.
Cute.
yeah, it's got a cool Battle Network aesthetic to it, with how it
Bombs! All my
with how it
friends.
works with how it makes the enemies, and it's like it's interesting. Of course, we haven't seen any of them in the footage yet. It's like that is
This level has a long intro.
yeah, it's like it's cute. I like that, but why do you have a section with presses that never show up again, followed by fighting both of the hunters in a row before you get into the actual meat of the stage, and then also single-handedly the worst second element in the entire contest.
Yeah. This level has 2 bosses, and the split is right at the end of the stage.
If you're going to make a level with 2 elements in it, for the love of Mega Man, don't put the split at the end! Please!
Oh,
Oh, you have no idea. When I realized that was the case, you have no idea what kind of loathing was single-handedly unleashed. This level lost potentially up to maybe even just like it lost so much potential score with me because I
think looking at the score, I think that hurt it with everyone across the board. That's how bad
it killed the level. It really did. It's like multiple elements is such a risky is such a huge risk, and this level is a great example of why it is a risk that is not necessarily worth taking.
Yeah.
And there's other folks who have reasons to rant about this place too. I'm not the only one.
Okay, so I'm going to keep this really short. When I say this is the place comedy goes to die, there's a lot of NPCs near the end who are very not funny, and on top of that, it's very mean-spirited humor at times.
Yeah.
And no, that lost probably more goodwill with me than the double element split, although that also lost quite a bit of goodwill. Which is a shame, because up until you get to that point in the level, I actually kind of really like it. I even kind of like the weird, undeveloped attempt at one of the end bosses. I think that sort of thing is creative, and I do appreciate when that sort of thing is tried, but the issues, I think, dunked this stage.
Sort of shoots itself in the foot right at the end in more ways than one.
Oh, that just describes tier 8.
Ain't that the truth? Cause the pain does not really stop from here. Cause next up, in 90th place, we've got Mirror Woman. This is Jank Incarnate.
Yeah.
Boy, does the stage not work well.
I like this level, but oh wow, yeah.
It looks good, and I adore the music. And hey, the concepts with it reflecting lasers around, it's creative. And it starts well enough. It's like even this guy is like he's not the worst yet. But when the level gets to the halfway point, it does this. Then everything's upside down. Everything.
This is trick.
And oh boy.
This level expects a lot out of the player. It expects you to memorize a whole lot of things, understand a whole lot of just visual gimmicks. It's too much. It's too much. I really do not like this level.
It's legitimately, I think this actually gave one of the judges a headache. With just how much it demands of you. And needless to say, this has a skip.
Yep.
It is it starts fine enough, but when it gets to the end, holy mackerel, it gets rough.
The tokens are even worse.
Yes.
Yeah. It was either going to get a token skip or a full skip. Ultimately, with like Flashman's issues, I think we just felt, that pushes it over the edge to skip territory. And yeah, again, if you have any sort of motion issues, because each person has very different motion issues. Obviously, I have issues with my visual, and Flashman obviously have issues with the spatial aspect of this level. So yeah, consider the skip if you need to. It gets rough. I like the level, but yeah, I completely agree with
it's creative, but it expects too much. Restraint! Use it!
Running theme.
So, and then, well, here's a level that, for Tier 8, is comparatively restrained. In 89th place, Working in the Rain.
It's a romp.
It's a lot of Death Kit assets, Hammer Joes, Croakers, and Rocks, and Rain. A whole lot of rain.
It's not exactly an ambitious level. And honestly,
no, it is not.
Especially in Tier 8, that's okay. Sometimes.
Yeah,
it's like
I was gonna be honest. Yeah,
it's like it uses its assets well. Of course, this is hampered by the fact that Croakers and Hammer Joes are annoying. But it uses the assets well. It uses what it's got pretty well, really. It's like pretty much the most noteworthy thing I remember about it is that there was so much toe band rain that we had to recode it. The level didn't crash on startup.
That's dev kit issues. So this level did not get docked for it, but this level caused me some great pain trying to fix it.
I think a couple of us might have knocked a point or two off, but yeah. Also, hi, Tub Man.
Yeah, it's Toad Man.
I think there's really not much to say about this level, which is fine.
It exists, but also that's fine because it's in the middle of some really rough stuff. So, honestly, this sort of stuff is fine to submit because I know I still don't remember the spell, but also I still enjoy levels like this. So
There's always
sometimes
a place for
you sometimes you really do need a breather. And even if it doesn't win, it still is. It's genuinely valuable to the contest as a whole.
Yeah, I'd say so. Ooh, we got a interesting stage coming up. In 88th place, we have the Swarm Scraper, which has got some pretty high scores, but is down here simply due to that penalty. Ooh.
But then also it ends up, I believe, kind of fitting too, right? Because look at them sandstorms. This level is
slight epilepsy warning, by the way. This is another one that had problems and got a skip for it.
Yeah, it has a skip because there's a spot near the end of the stage where these sandstorms go ham, and it can be rather hard on the eyes.
Yeah, we had enough feedback off playtesters that were having visual issues. Again, everyone's different. So
it's just like, let's not risk it.
Yeah,
but
the skip room actually has an example of the effect, so you can just go and look at it, see if it's too much for you.
But yeah, other than that, the level's fine. I
actually quite like this level.
Yeah,
it has a lot of
really like this level.
Okay, cool. The footage doesn't have the worst of it. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like cool sandstorms. Interesting application of the Tomahawk Man platforms. It's a good level. Just motion sickness warning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, motion sickness warning and late penalty.
Yeah.
And now
a lot
after
of things that knock this level down, but it
otherwise
is quite good.
It's very well put together, which is a stark contrast from the next level in here. In 87th place, we have Step on the Gas. Though, well, the gimmick of the level is very immediately apparent.
Yeah.
Rush Bike!
A lot of people have been excited for Rush Bike focus levels in this contest. Here it is. It's janky.
Honestly,
it has issues.
It's like, I really, really did want to like this level more than I ended up liking it. Because it is Rush Bike focus level, yeah, cool idea, but also you got moments like this.
It's gonna inherently be a hard sell, especially because classic Mega Man does not have a very big screen size and Rush Bike is very fast. So
yeah, it's like trying to do trying to do like a Sonic style level, and obviously as one of the Sonic fans, it's like I think it appealed to me more than like the other judges, but also it has real issues when it comes to again the screen resolution. But one of my biggest issues was just the bosses. It doesn't work.
It is not built for boss fight combat. Rush Bike is really not. And because of the fact that this is infinite Rush Bike, it doesn't highlight the fact that Rush Bike will take damage for you. So one of the weapon's most useful tools, because I used it quite a bit in footage, is not really presented. And I think that's really my biggest issue with this level, is that for all that it tries to show off Rush Bike, it doesn't really highlight its strengths so much as it demonstrates its weaknesses.
That's a good way.
I think that's a great way of putting it. Yeah.
It's a shame, really, because Rush Bike is cool. But other levels,
inherently going to be a hard sell anyway, so it's not a big deal that this level is a bit jank. But
yeah, but other levels really sold me on this more than
the dedicated
this level.
This is a dedicated
honestly.
one. Yeah.
Again, it's a shame.
It is a shame.
But next up,
the jank train continues, because in 86th place we've got Sparks and Sockets. Another very, very buggy level.
this one also not quite as bad as some previous levels that we've seen, but this one is also one that absolutely holds together with duct tape and silly string.
Yeah, so one of the main gimmicks of this level actually wasn't intentional, which is it has issues with you turning around, unlike the other stage where you couldn't turn around. This one is unintentional, as it turns out. And it does affect the gameplay. At least this is the type of jank where it isn't potentially soft-locking inducing, it's just very weird.
Yeah, you can slide backwards, it turns out.
Yeah. You've got kind of speed gear for Mega Man 11 going on here, and it doesn't really appear very often.
It's like the concept and gameplay of the level is fine enough when it's not being ridiculously awkward, and and the boss fight's unique.
Yeah,
like this Quickman. Yep. You just need to live, and as a result, he's a lot easier to dodge, comparatively speaking. Like,
it's
great.
Of the Quickman, it's definitely one of the better ones.
Yeah, it looks good. Concepts are creative, but it fell because jank.
Yeah. So, continuing onwards, we have in 85th place the Lost Caverns of Jungata, which took me a while to figure out that this was a sequel level to a level in Magmal 2.
It's not very apparent, mostly because the Napalm Man's house has been very popular. There's actually hilariously been a trend that the Napalm Man level is always in the middle of the contest. Great news, the trend continues.
Go figure. But yeah, honestly, compared to everything else that is around it, Lost Caverns of Jungata is basically Napalm Man 2.0, and also very much a breather level in comparison.
Yeah. It's a perfectly reasonable level. It's a reasonable job.
It plays well. It has interesting stuff like crouch lifts, but actually using their guts lift function.
Yeah.
And
you figured that early.
I am on the wrong fucking layer.
But for a level that is significantly more interesting, in 84th place we have Gross Incandescence. Is this the Dark Souls of Mega Man games?
Yes, actually. Yes.
It actually looks like the Dark Souls level this time.
Yep.
Now, same person.
Now, this level is in Tier 8 because late penalty. It is actually, honestly, really good.
This is a very polished level. You can see it in the footage. There's a lot of just visual polish. There's a lot of very cool custom assets. It's a good time. I like it.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It can be.
And you died. Yep. And you will die fairly.
It is.
It's a tough level. Yeah. Very cool level. Very tough level. But compared to even some of its immediate compatriots around it, nah, this is fine. The only part of it that really goes a bit haywire is Ornstein and Smo they are not as well synchronized as they are in the actual Dark Souls, which can make them a bit a bit of a mess to dodge.
Yeah, you really gotta rely on just sort of using their AI like heavily just to survive.
And they do have a very abusable AI, but besides that, no, this is fun. This is fun.
This is a great level.
Beautiful. This is
much
honestly. This is honestly pretty close to top tier level in terms of how good it is.
Yeah.
So take it as the unintentional breather it is.
We're the late penalty. We're getting into the levels where basically the only reason they're as low as they are is because they have a really bad late penalty.
Exactly.
But next up,
the end of tier 8, and oh boy, in 83rd place we have Fu Man, and if there was ever a level that could be described as the poster child of needed more restraint, this would be it.
Yeah.
This
don't get-
level is.
I am
There's
so
a lot
disappointed
more
by
to
this state.
Like,
This
don't
okay?
get-
Can I just
This
spoil
sucks.
something ahead of time?
Sure.
So I had the longest review of Madmal 2, which was Yggdrasil. This level is my Yggdrasil review. Just putting that out.
yeah, like, take it from someone who did honestly like this level. It is really creative. It has level design that is, in a weird sort of way, technically sound, but A, it is really, really, really bloody hard, and B, it has a second element that, again, super creative, but also just
Why did
too
you add it?
much.
It literally kills the entire level, even harder than it otherwise would have. Again, it's not in the footage, but you go and like play different games. You go to Kirby's Adventure and you fight Computer Virus, and you go to Monty on the Run, and there's instant death obstacles everywhere, and then there's a boss that has 2 phases and a free falling section, and it's so long, it's so overambitious. And then after that, it's not even
that
over.
sounds really. That sounds really cool and all that. It sounds like an amazing level. It doesn't work. It's over. It's too much.
Again, restraint, especially, and again, I say this as one who really liked this level, difficulty restraint was so very painfully lacking here, and that shot the level in the foot. Like, don't, like, as you might have guessed from how we are talking about this level absolutely freaking has a skip. Believe me. And again, I say this as someone who liked the level, it deserves it.
One of these tokens in the level is probably top 3 hardest tokens in the entire game.
One
and
of the
made some
tokens
people very angry.
I couldn't physically get one of these tokens because the actual requirements, my reaction speed just isn't quick enough to handle it. You know, it's ridiculous. And
Yeah.
bear in mind, most of the other challenges I've done throughout the contest, like I think it's the only token outside of the assault hunt grind I couldn't get. That's saying something.
Mm-hmm.
I think, it's like, yeah, this is, like, to sum up, this is really super creative, whole lot of effort put in, but this has been a recurring word, restraint.
If you want to know just how much restraint this needed, I do. Even though I've just said this is my Yggdrasil review, definitely read it and keep reading till the end.
Please, yeah,
You-
Ace's review
You will.
sums up this
you
level
will-
perfectly.
My review for this one's one of my longest reviews. I get long reviews, because it's a
Yeah.
long level.
There's a lot to say, and you
Yeah.
kind of hear the things I'm going to talk about in the review.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't want to do what this level ended up doing, because you will find out in that review, I guess.
It is certainly a topper for tier 8, that's for sure. Oh man.
Yeah.
Appropriate.
It's...
To close off Hell Tier 2, yeah.
I want to like this so much more than I do.
I
But it
want
is
to like this.
It is so hard, and it didn't need to be. It shouldn't have been. That was such an... Anyway. That closes out tier 8. Oh boy, I think this is our longest tier to talk about, because there is
Yeah.
so much.
Hell tier 2, baby!
Luckily, we're
Oh.
out of the thick of it.
The next one
Yeah.
should hopefully be a little less.
Yep.
Mm.
Next year's an interesting one.
See y'all then.
Mm-hmm.
And we're back! Good golly goodness, that was a doozy! Not just because of random technical difficulties.
Yep. 30 minutes for Tier 8, baby. Not really surprised, though.
No, there was much to talk about. But, you know what? After all that, I'm kind of hungry. Are you hungry?
Not really, but I mean, I think a lot of people are going to enjoy what this next tier is.
As it turns out, an event as supermassive as this needs a place to eat. Welcome to the Taste Collective, also known as the food court.
Yep. I think a lot of people wanted a food court tier in Magmal after Mick Wily's in Tier 7 in Magmal 2, and they have got their wish because this tier is full of charm, lots of very funny posters, guest cameo NPCs, it's everything you could ever ask for.
Continuity everywhere!
Yeah!
We're not even showing all of it, there's just so much.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, a fun tier has fun levels.
Mm-hmm.
So,
We're getting into the better stuff.
Yeah, starting off with 82nd place, we have Ninja of the Night. Hey,
It's some
this
banger
is
music.
it has a banger music. This is basically dev kit level that we just sort of ninja themed reskins, and I think this falls into the rather charming category. I quite enjoyed this. I enjoy this level. Cool.
Solid.
As
honestly, yeah. Don't be fooled by my lower score here, because I have a very tight bell curve that I tend to score in. This is a fun time! I like this level. Short, sweet, to the point, lots of good platforming. It's just a treat.
I feel like this level shows the great benefits of having very good music because it gave this level a whole lot of energy that it probably otherwise wouldn't have had.
very true. Very true. Music is very important in Mega Man levels.
Yeah, it's like, do not underestimate the power of a well-applied aesthetic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not much to
Fun.
say otherwise. Just kind
Yeah,
of.
but it's like, it's a good,
Nice.
fun level. Ninja Airman!
Yeah,
Music is
this is really cute. I actually forgot about this.
Music is popping. This is good though, really.
Yeah.
It's in tier 9 and deserves to be. Now, for a level that is a bit more than just dev kit stuff, we have 81st place, Bold and Trash.
This is another very strange one.
Is it ever?
Yeah.
It's kind of puzzly in some
Yeah.
ways, as demonstrated by squashing the Joe for key.
Different types of strings, different types of just weird trash. There's a Altman joke. It is a strange level.
There's a lot of Voltman jokes.
I actually like this level quite a bit, but it's out there and kind of janky. There's a lot of weird,
Oh,
like
yes.
the lyric pit down there. This level had to have some flashing toned down a little bit, like upcoming. You're going to see the Voltman tornado, which
Yeah,
Great.
these guys were originally a lot more animated, and it kind of hurt. Pretty much
Yeah.
all the judges were. Certainly, a lot of us were just kind of like, "Ow." And also, Dustman, but in a Voltman costume.
you're in the wrong tier for that, buddy.
Missed the costume party by a few places. But yeah, no, it's a bit awkward to play, but a bit jank
It's got
sometimes, but
Creative ideas.
yeah, and it's fun enough. Sure.
The next level is once again another one that was hit way hard by the late penalty. And you can tell immediately because, wow, look at those scores. This is one of my favorite levels in the entire contest. 80th
This is
place
really
is Devil
cool.
Factory. I
Just
love
about to
this
say,
level.
I was just about to say the level's name.
Yeah. Look, you have to have the build up.
But yeah, no, this is a really good level. I was so when I saw the name, it's like, oh no, devils, and then it's like, oh, okay, no, this is fine.
Yeah.
This is fine. This is fun.
There's a whole
Very
lot of epic eyeballs.
Very creative application of devils as a concept. The devil, like making devil blocks a gimmick, and also it's really good theming with one-eyed enemies. Turning Yonbane into a chase, because that guy there is invincible.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just a lot of really good ideas. This is basically a top-tier level, and the only reason it's down here is because, you know, it was very late.
Yep. Also, one of my favorite bosses in the whole contest, this Devil Core thing.
Yeah, it's just really good. Like, at worst, there were some spots that I personally found kind of annoying, but like, you'll hear about it in the review.
Yeah. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty here. That's how good that this level is.
But, the next one, and in 79th place, we have Rockbound Facility.
It's Uranus.
Yeah, it's basically a Uranus remix level.
It's okay. It looks nice.
Remix levels. Honestly, it has some interesting applications of shield attacker. For context, I don't like shield attackers very much. So this level uses them in ways where I'm like, huh, this is kind of neat.
Yeah. There's some decent usage. Like, I mean, I feel like in contest, if you're gonna make a rompy level, having some unique assets is at least gonna take you a little far, but, so you've got some decent usage. And also some good T-common fights. Yeah.
But also, it didn't really fix the original issues with Uranus that much at all.
Yeah.
Because, like,
it's still Uranus stage.
Yes, it's still really ridiculously and unnecessarily long.
Yeah, as you might be able to tell from my score, I wasn't a fan.
Which is understandable, to say the least.
Yeah.
Yeah, me. Oh well, moving on. With 78th place, we have Thermal Tundra, and this is a...
This is a rough one.
Okay. Alright. Concept is neat. The core gimmick of this stage is that you're balancing your temperature in order to, like, melt or not melt different parts of the stage. And again,
it's such a unique concept. I really, really, really wanted to like this level so much. I've never seen anything like it.
It's a really, really distinct and interesting concept, and it is iterated on in so many different ways. It's just neat. So many different ways. It becomes too many ways.
Yeah.
It's a mess.
This level is very unpolished. There's just a lot of... It's incredibly rough to play. You can't really tell a lot from the footage, but... This
like
level,
when you start...
it's just so confusing and just... It doesn't flow very well at all.
Yeah, it's like once you start getting to the parts where now you have ice... It's like when you start adding ice and then you have this chase sequence at the end, it's just kind of like... Too much going on. Too much going on.
Boss perfectly fits the stage as well as, again, too much going on, too much craziness, totally unique ideas and stuff, and some really cool designs, and that carried the level, but ultimately this is another stage I gotta skip.
Yeah, because there's just too much.
Yeah.
It is rough to play, especially tokens. Some of the tokens in here are just, wah. Yeah, it's like... creative concepts. We wanted to like this so much more than it did, but it ironically, or perhaps not so ironically, it went too far. Restraint once again.
It's a very recurring theme. Drill that into your brain. Next level though is a cute one. Definitely a contrast.
And a more restrained one.
Yeah.
In fact, we have In 77th place, Girder Man Stage.
It's his stage, get it right.
It's like, honestly, this is... It's a simple stage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Getting
it's...
Monarch bugs for some reason. They're kinda cool.
This feels still very early fan gamey, but sort of the higher end early fan gaming.
Yeah, it's like
how it plays.
interesting enemies, and it's amusingly enough, no like big major platforming gimmicks. It's just enemies. But also, you might have already figured out a bit of the weak point of the stage from the footage. Holy damage, Batman and Robin.
Yeah, everything is really hard in this level.
Like, really, really hard. It's like also Girderman, he shows up, and it's a really creative boss fight.
Pretty chaotic, though.
Oh yeah, I have absolutely gotten skewered on that ceiling more than once. But yeah, simple stage, fitting enemies for the most part, and just really the big thing is that everything does too much damage. It's like when somebody's lunch is more dangerous than a pickaxe to the face, something has gone a little sideways.
Yeah. I quite like this one. It's fun. Yeah. That and up next in 76th place, we've got an underwater adventure. Wow!
It's an underwater stage.
I am gonna be honest, I don't remember very much about this level.
Honestly, the first... It's not super memorable at first, because it is pretty much just underwater stage for the first while. A little...
music.
Yeah. What
Well,
you might
let's-
have noticed is it using a rather infamous fortress boss as a regular enemy. That's pretty nifty.
Yes, Kamigara Maker. And a mini-boss that I just annihilated with Thunder Beam. Leads into one aspect of this level that is odd. It's kind of two different levels stitched together. Because partway through it switches into this submarine with electrocuted water. Which,
Yeah.
you know, honestly, I like this part better. It's a lot
Definitely
more
has more to
interesting. Yeah, it's a lot more interesting. The first part's basically just underwater segment. And also, there's a reason why that mini-boss got annihilated with Thunder Beam. It is a pain in the tail buster only. Oh my gosh.
is never fun. It's also a fun surprise guest in this level. Will we see him?
We might.
Come on, footage.
But-
Come on, you know you want... Yeah.
Yes. DOS Mega Man at
Everyone's
the end.
favorite. For some reason.
Because,
He's pretty funny, though.
it's like, the level has some definitely frustrating parts, but overall, it's not a bad time.
Yeah, it's alright.
And, well, speaking of levels that are alright,
Master transitions here. We're only the best.
75th place, an ice cave in Russia. It is an ice level, and actually, specifically, an ice level without ice physics. This is mentioned in this is like in universe too. It's like you have like special cleats or something according to that sign at the beginning.
Introducing game mechanics by sign, always a good thing.
Everyone loves
It does
that.
interesting stuff with the choke.
Yes.
It does interesting stuff with choke blocks though. That's cool.
Yeah, it's a solid romp.
But
Uses your
also
function,
as
putting things in choke
but also as the creator of Neapolitan Man, you are a coward.
Also, slightly late penalty.
Yep.
Not much else to this one. It's just a solid, fun enough romp.
Yep. An ice level that lies. And then next up is
I have to introduce
No.
this one. I don't.
I refuse.
I don't want to introduce this.
I refuse.
Fine. I'll do it. In 74th place, we have My first Mega Man level. Ooh, XD. Labao. Dab.
Maybe just
Honestly-
hearing it is making me cringe. Cringe into the sun.
Yeah, honestly though, even though the level name is something, this is another just solid romp.
Yeah, no, it's like the level's fine, honestly. It's like it's inoffensive, and besides the name, it's a touch unmemorable, but it's fine. It's fun. It plays well. I think I remember having Dachon Limited actually do stuff,
That's
but it's just like that name. That name.
I think a lot of people are going to be surprised to see a level with that name high up. That's how first impressions work for you. But this is actually a decent time.
Yeah, also, an interesting Gravity Man fight. I was like, the level's fine. That name, though. I cannot get over it.
I need time to recover myself, because I have to say it out loud.
Fair. You want to introduce the next one then, Pyra?
Yeah, sure. Up next in 73rd place, we have yet another ice level for some reason. We've got, 73rd Walk-In Freezer. Which,
Clearly,
you know.
pure evidence that Tier 9 is the coolest.
It's not gonna help me recover!
Well, the giant squid helped?
No.
Honestly,
Not really.
this is a much weirder ice stage than the last one. And also it has a lot of invincible enemies. Like it likes invincible techs and wall blasters and such.
Yeah. It's a very odd level.
Yes, it is. It's a strange one with very strange, inexplicable decisions. I do not understand El Fortuna.
Yeah, very
Blue Crashman
strange.
with 29 health. You love to see him.
Yeah, weird. So, we're coming up against our first judge favourite,
Yeah,
coming
surprised
up
that you got
next.
this low.
but it's an interesting level, and
Yeah.
we'll talk about it in a second, but at 72nd place, we have Wily's Boom of Weapons with Flashman's gold favourite.
Yeah,
So
for
this
those
is
who
his favourite game, yeah.
For those who don't know, brain to do this right now. For those who don't know, there are 3 tiers of favorites this go around, because there are just that many levels.
Yep.
But anyway, Wily Rooms of Weapons. This is a puzzle level. But not like a lot of us have played Rock Force, like comment on things like Portman. Like this isn't like Portman, no. Oh, no. This level goes ham on
This
its...
is full-on hardcore puzzle level with weapon usage.
Oh yeah, it is. It's a real brain bender, let me tell ya.
As you
Just-
might be able to tell from the scores, me and Flashman are very much the outliers on the judge panel, and even then, we both underscored the level based on our favorites, because honestly, I really like this level. Flashman obviously really likes the level. I don't think this was the right place to actually do this sort of thing. I kind of wish Dragon Gogol will go on to just make a full-on fan game and actually have full control over his assets, but because this is a cool idea, it's just this wasn't quite the right place for it. And again, me and Flashman, we like the level. We also still think it needs a skip.
Yeah,
it does.
It's got a skip.
This is gonna be a
Basically-
Marmite level. You're gonna either love it or hate it, and I hate it.
Exactly.
And then there's me, who's a bit more in the middle on it, because it's like I didn't hate it, but also I think it technically took me like literal days to figure out all of it. It's such a brain bender. It's like, whoa. And I agree with Ace. It doesn't really fit the contest that well. But also, if you're a big fan of puzzles, this is a level that you will hopefully enjoy. Like Flashman gave it a gold favorite for a reason.
Mhm.
So I will say the difficulty difference in terms of puzzle between the main level and the tokens is rather wide. So the tokens are very difficult compared to the rest of the puzzles. Just put it out there.
Yes.
And make your own judgments.
And then, at last, ending off Tier 9 in 71st place, we have Beat the Security System.
Quick, man. You like
Yep,
lasers,
honest-
don't you?
Yeah, honestly, I do.
Yeah,
This
this
is-
was okay.
Yeah, it's a cute little dev kit level, and it's really, it honestly is. Like, it didn't get one of my 3, obviously, but this is a personal favorite of mine, certainly as far as dev kit levels go. It's really clever in how it uses lasers. And also
That's
it
a good goal.
benefits... Yeah. And also it benefits a lot from being short
Yes.
and to the point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah,
doesn't get on.
Yeah, it's like, I don't really... It's like, I don't even... It's like, also, like, the one instance of forced damage where I'm actually completely fine with it?
Yeah, Rainy Turtler moment.
Yeah, it's just... Like, this is a fine, fun level. It really is.
Just a bit unpolished. Like these aesthetics.
Yeah.
I mean. High five, Quickman.
Bye, High Freak.
Bye.
A rare case of a Combust clone that isn't completely oof. Yeah, no, it's like, I don't really have much of anything bad to say about this level at all. I like it.
It's in a defensive end in Tier 9.
Yeah. And it's a fun romp and clever. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot.
And with that, we are going to go on another break, and when we're back, we are getting into the double-digit tiers. We are getting up there.
Hooray!
We're back live once again. Can you sense a pattern yet? Oh, you like got crunchy for a second. Wait, let me make sure. Wait, I almost went directly to the screen with spoilers on screen, so I have to
That would have been
go
great.
there.
Would have been great.
I'm gonna. I guess you saw for a second, but sorry, I should have put the duck on screen before. Oops. Someone already got it. Well, to give a little bit of an introduction for what we're going to be showing up next is, of course, Magmul has plenty of extra content outside of the levels. And we haven't quite started working on a lot of it yet, like Tier X, but we can show off a few bonus levels that will be spread out throughout the tiers as a little bit of a palate cleanser, so to speak. So
Yeah.
Some of these tiers need it. So how about we show off a level that some of you may recognize? It's Space Crusade.
Yeah, so a couple of the judge application stages have been somewhat tidied up just a little, just to make them not quite as jank. Those levels were made in 2's engine, so we have to. There's already changes haven't been made, but hey, they're back and slightly changed.
This one is mostly unchanged. I think the only thing new is that you added a room up here.
No, there's actually quite a few different enemies from.
Oh, okay, yeah. This is just a little free tank room. I think Ace just like explains the context for this level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So these are more or less like positioned, just to give a bit of a break between some awkward levels.
So true.
Yeah,
it's Space Crusade. It's a fun level. If you're not familiar with them, this was one of the levels made for the judge application stages. Now, one thing that we will make clear: not every judge application stage is in Magmul 3 because that would be
no. Cop Tarmad can stay dead.
I died. You know, that's a good way. That's a good time to transition to. I was about to be like, you know what level is in Magmul 3? I gotta just find it in the massive debug menu. Magnum Man, which has also been touched up quite a bit with a new color palette and such. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
these
also another
are
good reason why not every level is there, because otherwise X Factory would be in a third Magmul game, and X Factory.
Yeah.
X Factory can it's fine. It can.
It doesn't need to be the third game.
It doesn't need to be in another game. Yeah. Magnum Man, another level made for the judge applications, and this one's just all around fun and polished. There are a few errors. Did you fix the errors in this version? With like the spike collision? I assume you did.
Yes, but now it's Easter.
Yeah, I think these are the only two from the judge applications that we are necessarily reviving, though we might see other levels from other parts of pre-development.
Sadly, the weird Chaos Emerald thing has been replaced with a token.
Yep.
Also, man, these things were from old builds of Magmul. These springs took way too long to fix properly. Alright. Here, I'll even show Magnum Man. Let me put the duck on screen.
Oh yeah, so Magnum Man has been.
Oh yeah. Yeah, University V. Do we want to talk about that one? Or do we just want to leave it sit for now?
Leave it sit for now.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
You'll see. Here's Magnum Man himself. I think he got a new design.
He absolutely got a new design.
Why not?
Yep. A little less Space Marine.
Something happened. What's his weakness? I think he's got the same pattern. Laser Trident's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm sure people will be happy to see this guy back. And there'll be other bonus levels too. There he goes. Hat flying off into the wind. Alright, so there's another preview, and now we're going to be getting into tier 10. We're starting to get into double digits, the good stuff. So, see you guys on the other side again.
And we return! Hopefully y'all have had a chance to get some food. So, without further ado, moving into the double digits with tier 10!
Things are getting a little more wild here.
Indeed. Wild enough, it's a full-on rave!
Yep.
Not quite as flashy yet here, but
Yeah,
there's a lot of interesting stuff hiding
lots of
around
stuff
here.
sync to the music too.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Oh yes.
we're getting higher, so seems we've got another judge favorite coming up.
Indeed we do.
Yep.
Lots of fun stuff awaits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
Love the aesthetic of this tier.
oh
So,
yes.
Starting off with the actual entries, we have 70th place with Unguarded Treasure, which is interesting. This pulls off what Decoy Man tried to do earlier to a much greater extent. Starts off initially kind of weirdly low-key, janky, and then the level hits you with its actual gimmick, which is really damn sweet.
Yeah, there's a lot of very funny things, like the Gearies that are large healths. It's a charming level.
Oh yeah, this level, yeah, a lot of, hey, this item is actually an enemy.
Mm-hmm.
It does a lot of that.
A lot of very fun, like, enemy encounters here. You got a fun mid-boss, and the boss of this level is actually quite good.
Oh yes.
Talking about it a bit earlier, but, you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
continues onwards the Magmore theme of actually having a good devil.
Yes. Now, he is a bit J. Some soft lock issues definitely exist. And for me personally, the level prior to the boss just kind of ended on a very Wait, that was the end of it? No. But still, this is a solid level.
Yeah.
Just maybe not quite as amazing as it might have wanted. Alas, energy element bat died before his time.
Cut out there.
So
He died before his.
before his, I said time,
never heard.
but alas, I was
So sad.
I was too quiet. Microphone moment. So after that, we have in 69th place.
Nice.
Interspatial compression, which, despite what the music might suggest, is not a meme level. In fact, it involves a lot of expansion and some retraction and jump with that arm.
A very
Wait, am I
cool
sure?
gimmick, honestly.
Am I sure it's not a meme level?
Really interesting gimmick. I kind of wish it got pushed a bit further,
Yeah.
but there were
Oh,
some
yeah.
really cool segments. This just needed like a bit more to it, and it probably would have been a lot higher.
It already
This is
has.
cool.
Yeah, this already has a late penalty, but weirdly enough, it almost would have done a little better if it had gone for the 10%, because this needed a bit more time in the oven. Really.
Yeah.
That's my biggest complaint, is it ended ultimately, interspatial compression feels unfinished.
Mm-hmm.
But
Down to
that
the
doesn't,
boss.
it's like, I want to see more. It doesn't
Yeah.
mean that what's here is bad, just not
Yeah.
quite enough.
It's a very
Definitely
cool gimmick. It
so
reminds
much
me of
fun.
Yoshi's Island to some extent.
Yeah. Very cool idea.
Yeah, with that, we're moving on from a nice position up to 68th place with Sulfurific Abyss. I think it's supposed to be
Interesting
Sulfuric
spelling.
Abyss.
Interesting spelling. I really like this stage.
This is an interesting one. It's reminiscent of Thermal Tundra in some ways, but a little more polished.
Yeah, I think that's what tipped over the end. It's got an interesting sort of gimmick. I actually really just like how the stage atmospherically is. I think the mini boss and first phase of the boss are pretty neat. But also, it has had the potential to just flop on its face with its sort of acid gimmick, much like Thermal Tundra did. But because it didn't push it as far as that stage is, I think the stage ended up working a lot better overall.
Yeah.
Now, my stance with this stage is a little interesting, because, full disclosure, the concept of, like, melting acid, that sort of thing, gives me the heebie-jeebies. Like, actually, quite badly. It freaks me out, something fierce. So it's like, I was expecting this level to basically terrify me, be like my personal nightmare fuel moment, but no, it was fine that way. If anything, I kind of was almost a little underwhelmed by the time I was done with it. And also, the boss,
Yeah.
the second phase here is...
A bit of
Some
It can
folks,
get messy.
some folks may like it. I am not one of those. Neither
Yeah.
is Ace.
no.
Hmm.
Shame, really, could actually really enjoy the rest of the stage.
Yeah.
Mm,
Pretty interesting all around. It's a
Yeah.
good time.
Going up
indeed.
next, we have 67th place, a level that's woefully missing music from Ace Attorney. We have Judgment Man.
Yeah.
Another
It's like
fun
this
one.
needed Ace Attorney music. Like,
It's even
it
got
needed-
Ace Attorney cameos. Why does it not have Ace Attorney music?
This is Darkwing Duck music. Get out of here.
Why?
okay, but honestly though, the level itself, this was good.
This,
That's a lot
yeah.
of fun usage of Blade Man platforms. Like, once
I
again,
get-
Yeah,
Annoying
and also
gimmick.
just this is a much better application of Blade Man Seesaws, and it fits too because like the scales of justice, yo.
this is a
It's
very well
thematically
themed level.
fitting.
If I had one more real positive thing, it also improves on something else from Mega Man 10 by a wide margin. And that's the boss.
Oh yeah.
This is one of the better dev kit reworks. Because Judgment Man
Yeah.
is based on Commando Man, and let's just say, I don't like Commando Man at all, but Judgment Man I think is a really fun fight.
Yeah, agreed. It's like, really, the big things, again, kind of a theme, is that wish this level did a little more. Ace Attorney music. And also, well, you saw that one bit with the police officer guy who just kept firing. Sometimes the one super custom enemy can get a bit spammy. And then there's also some reskins that I wish we saw more of. The Berserker in this level is great, and he does not show up nearly often enough. Justice for Berserker, dang it!
Just kind of not that polished. But it's a good time. I enjoy it.
And speaking of good times, we have 66th place, and carrying the Bronze Star favorite of Patchy, we have hit the jackpot, which is only down here because of the fact that it's the full 25% late penalty.
Yep. This
Otherwise,
is a top 20 contender right here.
Abso-freaking-lutely. Like, this is brilliant.
There's a lot of very cute ideas here, like the auto scroll of the slot machine.
Yeah, it's like
a, what is it called? Like the part where you like choose the path and you go down, and it's like a pinball machine. Except I'm totally failing.
Pachinko. Pachinko moment.
It's Mega Man Pachinko.
Pachinko was right.
Yeah, and then and of course, yeah, and like fun fact, the slot machines, if you do them right, they give you stuff. Like, this is a really creative and interesting level, and a boss shows up at the end. It's like, really, if there's one thing that did bother me, is that the first impression was weak. Because it's just like, hey, this is just Mr. X City, and then it turns into this so much prettier looking casino, and I'm like, what the? Where did this come from?
Yeah, subverting expectations initially, but yeah, I think it, again, worked quite well here.
But yeah, it's like, this is a fun level overall, and I completely understand why this got Patchy's bronze. It deserves it. It is a good level.
Yeah.
This is just well done, Kara. Well done.
Going to a bit of a 180 here now with another not late level, that is. But this is just solid romp. In 65th place, we've got Mine Exploration, lowercase.
This, it's a cave level. Which, you know, not...
Well, this one does a bit more than exists.
Yes, it some points for... Is that Talsite custom? I don't recognize it.
It's from Endless.
That explains why I don't recognize it. But yeah, no, it does a lot of interesting stuff with Uranus logs and Drillman rocks and drills, gun drill.
It's certainly a mine level.
Yeah, and it's a fun time. Also, it has restraint with a split path. It's actually kind of hard to notice. It took me forever to find out there was a split path in here, but it has a split path, but one element, and I think is it no tokens? Or are the tokens not in the split?
It's no tokens, I think, yeah.
I don't fully remember. It's not a super memorable level, which is definitely to its detriment, but it's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun, and it uses its assets well. I certainly can't complain, that's for sure.
Yeah, it feels like a Mega Man level you'd find on the NES. Pretty much what we're asking for.
It's good.
Yeah.
And up next, in 64th place, treading the Wily sewer system.
Hey, Mega Man 4. There we are.
I was just gonna say, this looks familiar. Although, the Shadow Man platforms are new.
Another remix level, but this is a fairly decent one, as you can tell by the fact it's beer.
It's Mega Man 4 Wily 1, but a bit more creative. Dude, what if Be Bitter was allowed to be an actual threat?
Yeah. It's a lot of interesting platforming in this level. I'm glad that, a level this quaint still turns out so good and, gets this high. I enjoy this one.
Yeah, it's hey, I actually took a hit from Be Bitter. It's that doesn't happen. It's that doesn't happen very often.
It's a well thought out level, just not, the pinnacle of creativity.
Oh, no, but it's fun. Weirdly enough, this is a weird case as well, where I think the level would have benefited from having tokens. There's a
Oh, yeah.
few
Yeah, there's no tokens in
challenges.
some of them.
There's a few interesting challenges that just lead to E-tanks, and it's like, y'all have been seeing the vending machines in the tiers. If it hasn't
Yeah.
already been mentioned by now, you can get tanks out of those, and it's just kind of like,
Tanks are nothing in Magmal. Most people carry
Yeah.
around 9 at all times.
so it's just
Yep.
kind of like, that's, a bit of a, I guess a bit of a waste in some cases?
Yeah,
Kind
not
of a
worth
shame.
it.
Yeah, I also quite
Yeah.
like the Sparkman fight as well. I think it works actually pretty well,
Yes.
much better than it has any right to.
Indeed. Like, it's a good level.
Yeah.
Not
That-
super creative, but that's fine. Seems to be a bit of a running theme with Tier 10 thus far.
It's not gonna stay for long, because... Next up, we've
Yeah.
got an interesting one. In 63rd place, we've got Weapon Data Center.
Fun fact, this is the level with the least amount of judge dissent. Look
Yup.
at those scores!
Satisfying.
We're all just... It's just like, we all just agreed so readily on this one. And as far as the level itself, it's good concept. You're slowly building up your weapon set as you go through the level. And with all sorts of different challenges. And split paths, too. It's like what weapon set you have depends on the paths you take. And again, it uses this without requiring you to play each path in order to get all the collectibles. Just appreciate it.
Yeah, you even got mini Robomasters here to fight.
Yeah, it's like,
Very
if there's
themed
one... Yeah, if there's one issue, is that the level design itself is a little lackluster. But the boss, though,
Boss is fun.
Hodenki here is definitely one of the better shield bosses. The shield bosses have been somewhat endemic this game, but Hodenki's good. He's a
got
fun
some
yeah.
good attacks.
Yeah, I quite like it actually.
Yeah.
I'm not a particular fan of the next level, but we've got to get there anyway. In 62nd place, we have Rockman. I mean, the actual Rockman.
No messing around, this is the real one.
Hey,
What?
yeah, I'm gonna let you two go.
I
See,
like
this
this
is my score.
level. Yeah, I like the level. It has a lot of assets in it that I see very rarely, like Wanderbell being allowed to actually do something competent.
Yep.
That I assure you, that is in fact a rarity. And
What, you mean the one hit point enemy that very slowly moves across back and forth on a platform doesn't
Yes.
get to be a threat very often?
I know,
Shocker.
right? I know, right? But it's like clever little platforming challenges like that. Maybe not so much this.
Yeah, there's a lot of jank in this level, too.
Yeah, the level gets a bit jank, but the problem with this level, where I do understand very well why Ace doesn't like this so much, the boss. Oh gosh,
I mean, you can see those invincibility sparkles.
It's like, this is the opposite in many ways of earlier level, the King's Lair, where Royal Man was so much more interesting than his level, where the actual Rockman is... You wanna, Ace?
Just not a good concept, basically. All the weapons in one Robot Master doesn't quite
Never been
work.
done before.
Also, complete RNG and a lot of invincibility time. It does not work. I also just didn't vibe with the. I just didn't like the level in general, as my score would suggest. It's not just the boss for me, but the boss is a particular low point. At least, I think most of us agree with that.
Oh yeah, and also a ridiculously long cutscene that we couldn't skip.
You guys can skip. We didn't get the option to skip it. We had to watch it every single bleeding time we died. And we died a lot because his boss is ridiculous.
He also softlocked me.
Yeah,
Nice.
not a very
Well, I
great
guess-
boss.
Like I said, it's like, I like the level, I do not like the boss.
Mhm.
So, moving on to a higher note, in 61st place, we have Wreckman.
Yep. This is another
This-
very odd one. 2-element.
It's an interesting level. It's fascinating. It's one way I would describe it. One of the most unusual types of dual elements where once you've powered that machine on, which element you go to depends not so much on where you go, but how you play the level. And it's really neat.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
It's really fascinating concept of a split path. You basically go through the same segments, but they are completely different mechanically because the assets are either on or off, and it changes quite wildly.
Oh,
Personally-
yes.
Personally speaking, I think one half is way stronger than the other half. That's how I think. They do both end up in two different boss fights, and I think they do pretty good boss fights.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The bosses are the highlight of this level for me. They're pretty fun.
Yeah, it's like, and I agree with, and I second Ace's sentiment. One path is a lot more interesting than the other. The other one kind of drags it down a bit. But then when you get to this part, which looks amazing, both paths are just generally solid when you get here.
Yeah.
And again, the bosses are great. Both.
One thing that does drag this level down is that it decided to throw in a boss rush. And I don't know why it threw in a boss rush.
It's
I-
there's a lot of random excessive things in this level. I don't really know why.
Oh,
I
it's
didn't-
just
I
a
didn't-
waste of time, to be honest.
I didn't care because it's like, this is just for bolts.
You get nothing if you want to do a boss rush of like every dev kit boss, but you don't get anything. from it.
Every dev kit boss but weaker. So it's just kind of like, this exists. I don't even think my review mentions it, but then it's...
I
that's
was not a fan.
fair enough.
I did not like that at all.
But no, this is a fine level. A very creative one. It's a shame that one of the paths is noticeably less interesting than the other, but can't win them all.
Mm.
Moving on, in 60th place, we have Super Heavy Samurai Big Benkei.
Another
Great
wonderful
level
music
name.
track. And another great music track.
Mm.
Yeah, Mega Mario
how-
music.
This contest, one thing that Magpul 3 has consistently done is Blade Man platforms so much better than what Blade Man actually did with them.
Yeah.
No, this is one of those levels. Like when I first played it, it grew on me, to be sure.
Oh yeah.
It's a bit lacking in polish,
Yeah.
for
that's a
sure.
big
But
weakness of
it
this level.
is, but that lack of polish is, and a little limited in WoW factor. But otherwise, I wouldn't just say this is fine. This is fun.
Yeah.
And does some really interesting stuff. And I think there was a glitched platform back there. That's not the level's
Oops.
fault.
Oops.
That's not the level. Blade
Shout out to
Man,
the awesome
Blade Man
level.
seesaws. Let's just say there's a reason why they were in jail back in Tier 4, and I'll leave it at that.
Oh, we're gonna get to the worst of it eventually.
Yeah, but yeah, no, this is a fun, short, sweet, to the point. I like this level.
Yeah, it's so cute.
It's like, it doesn't go the extra mile that one might want to win, but it is near the top of Tier 10 for a very good reason. And speaking of the top of Tier 10...
Yep, in 59th
I
place
have
we've
won
got
it. Yeah.
All Around, I don't know how to pronounce it. All Around Woman.
Either.
Woman?
I'll
That's my guess.
It's Plant Woman. There we go. Whatever.
Yeah. Yay!
I'm glad it wasn't just me.
Honestly, a lot of what I just said about the level before applies to this level as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, kind of
Yeah.
fitting duo.
It's a bit it's lacking in polish and wow factor, but what it is just a
It's
fun,
very cute.
cute time.
It's just
It's
a
like that
Mega level.
Who would have guessed? Honestly, that mini boss, that mini boss really kicked my teeth into the
Yeah.
boring. It's like,
The The bosses in this level are kind of weird and like they're very simple, but like shockingly effective for what they are. They're kind of a highlight in a way.
It also uses the flying beetles really well, and also showing off how, and also one of the more interesting spike drop designs I have seen in a while.
Yeah.
And yeah, like here's the lady herself. She's completely immobile. This somehow works. Like how? I don't know how you pulled that off, but you pulled that off, and that's amazing.
Yeah.
Like I said, surprisingly effective.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like this level grew on me, and I'm glad it's where it is because it's a fun level. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it surprisingly. And also, just as an aside, those jumping mets are a lot more effective at being a threat than you might realize.
With that closes out tier 10. We're getting into the really good stuff soon.
That we are.
I know we're doing a bit of like some sort of like critique, but also just generally they're this high, and we still, most of us still pretty much enjoy all these stages. At least we are into the good stuff. It's like going forward, it's going to be more stuff that gets knocked down by like 1 or 2 judges rather than more of us. So yeah, it's quite a lot.
Ain't that the truth? So we'll be taking another break. See y'all for tier 11. Till then. Alrighty, we're back. You just entered into the double digits with the loud Rave concert. So, for tier 11, why don't we go someplace a little quieter? Actually, make that a lot quieter. Welcome to the Grand Library.
Yeah. The
It's
one
up.
repeat tier from 48 Hour, but hey, it's fine. This has definitely got a different feel, and we've even got some fun callbacks. Seems we've had the same head librarian here.
And floating magical books.
Yeah. This
Well,
is
would it be a
definitely more
library
mystical
in a video game? Well, would it be a library in a video game if it didn't have magical floating books? I don't think it would be.
True.
Indeed. And oh my goodness, so many different genres. It's a wide variety. And indeed, there's a wide variety in tier 11 to go over. So,
Yeah, we start off with probably the level with like my favorite aesthetics in the entire contest. Put it out there. With 58th place, we have Fight Kikuman for Everlasting Source. Look at this level. It looks amazing. It sounds amazing. This song got stuck in my head for way too long.
it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Definitely excellent aesthetics.
Yeah.
It's very funny.
Now, I'm, as you can see, very much the dissenting opinion. The level design is not the worst ever, but it is very awkward to play, I found.
This is the other Rush Bike focus level, and I mean, we already kind of went over the inherent flaws of that.
Now, this is much better at that, but then it gets away from that, and it's like, it's kind of a little bit of a mess.
Yeah.
But
This kinda crashes.
also, just really, really loathe the boss fight.
Yeah, but that's the sort of thing that's gonna sort of leave a really bad taste in my mouth, because I actually like most of the level.
But then it's just
this.
it's like, look at this.
Oh,
This is
you see the footage. You see
Yeah,
the
it's
footage
a
there.
huge mess, especially if you're trying to do a buster only. It will take so long.
Gosh, I went through so many E-tanks from trying to fight that thing. Just,
Yeah.
Yeah, just a
like
bit much.
this. Yeah. There will be ways to. Thankfully, the rest of y'all will not have as hard a time with that boss as we will, because you
Wink.
get upgrades. Use them.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
But anyway,
Yeah,
After-
I really like that level. So.
yeah.
Yeah.
The aesthetic is very striking. It's like I'm not a fan of this level, but neither am I going to kick up a random fit of it being where it is, because it just needled at me, really.
Mhm.
So, after this completely wild aesthetic, we go to something a bit more normal. Actually, a lot more normal. Except for the name. Platform Hijinks in 57th place.
What are you talking about? It's perfect spelling of platform.
Platform hijinks.
Perfect
Admittedly-
spelling.
Admittedly,
It's the British spelling.
admittedly,
True.
platform. Sure. Platform is a lot more fun to say anyway. Honestly, though, good fun with the name aside, this is fine.
Yeah, this is
Yep.
a solid one. It's another
It is-
very effectively designed romp.
Yeah, it is a perfectly fine platforming-based level. Is it super creative, super memorable? No.
Does
But-
it need to be? It's like
Also, no, really.
Yeah.
It's a
it's
fun and effective level, well designed. It's in tier 11 for a reason.
Yeah.
It's just plain good. I like it.
Mhm. We've got another hard 180 because the next level is one that's impressive but plagued with a few issues. Next up is 56th place, Evil Energy Facility. Oh boy.
Oh man. I wanted to like this level so much more than I ended up doing. Like, they've got like the voodoo doll there, which is really...
This gimmick is
really,
awesome. I love it.
It is an awesome, excellent concept. And you've got the hex enemies here that are cursing you with different physics. It's like, it is a lot of really cool ideas. But then, macaroni and cheese! It is hard!
Yeah, difficulty's pushed a bit hard. I realize I really enjoyed this level, but the difficulty is just a bit much. In fact, pushed just a bit so far. In fact, this is going to be the last full skip of the game.
Yep,
So.
this level has a skip on it because it is really rough. Like, even the boss, Hexman here, is a rough fight, but it is a creative one. And if you can gel with the design, it's fun.
Yeah.
But also, it's hard.
Yeah.
I don't expect everyone to take the skip here, because it's a very playable level, at least in my opinion. But it's hard.
It doesn't pull its punches. Those mechs
Yeah.
are so annoying.
No,
They're so more effective than I had any right to
zero
be.
punches are pulled.
Yeah,
Once
I would
again-
say the one thing I really do not like on the level is those on nets.
Once
Oh, well.
again, this is a level that would have benefit from a bit more restraint.
Oh well.
So,
So-
now for... Moving on.
We have 55th place with Wily's Haunted Castle. With some music from Baby Felix on the Game Boy.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
what that's
Pretty
from.
great music.
Honestly, the music is bopping. It's
Yeah,
like-
this artist always did work some really mediocre games, but it was always amazing. I really like this level.
This level is actually really good. I'm kind of surprised it's this low.
Yeah. Honestly, like, it's another case where it doesn't quite have some of the wow factor, and it can get rather janky with how it functions. And I also remember the difficulty curve being a bit weird. Like, you'll notice quite a few less spikes in this section, whereas when the level starts out, it can actually be fairly easy to get yourself killed. But it's like the difficult, and the boss is also a bit
Yeah,
Long.
very rough.
very long, and can soft lock.
Awesome.
Like, that has happened. But otherwise, it's a fun romp, and I appreciate, considering it's a ghost themed level, it actually ends up feeling really silly, which I like.
Music helps. It's also
Yeah.
a good example of just, it has a custom gimmick, but it's a super simple one. It just puts the Mega Man 6 flippy platforms on rails. And that's just cool.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
It's
hope
a-
people
oh, yeah.
do more gimmicks like that if they don't have, like, programming experience.
Oh yeah, just
Because that
little
actually
small-
is really easy to do in the Mega Man 10.
Oh yeah, little small adjustments like that, it really works.
Get creative. There's a lot in the dev kit.
Oh, is there ever. Alright, and next up we have our last level with a 25% light penalty. In 54th place, Wet.
Wet,
Wet.
wet.
The name is a lie because there's not actually any water.
Yeah.
But honestly, just full disclosure, this level, if it did not have the 25% light penalty, would genuinely be in the top 10.
Yeah.
That
this
is the
a good
kind of
one.
quality we're dealing with here. If there's one
Yeah.
thing that, if there's one thing that this entrance seems to be good at, it is making ridiculously good levels hampered by light penalty. Because that also happened in 48
This happened in
hour.
48 hour! Help!
But yeah, like, if the only real part of the level that ended up being like a design issue for me personally is some of the big fishes, go figure, were a bit annoying. But otherwise, this is great. Again, it's genuinely a top tier level.
Well done.
It's got a lot of very clever gimmicks.
It's like
Also, I love the
yeah.
fight. I love the boss fight.
Yes.
It's very silly.
It's like the name really doesn't sell how good this level actually is.
It's a very tongue-in-cheek level.
Oh yeah, it's really, really fun, really well designed. I like it. I like it a lot. It may not have gotten one of my favorites, but I like it.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, we move on to 53rd place, Cloud 9. Hey, look, it's another remix level. Airman this time.
Again, we're getting a...
contest.
This one's so much better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
because
much
for
better.
one, really graphically interesting, and for second, new gimmicks.
Oh yeah.
Like you saw me fall through that imp there. That's not a glitch. That's very intentional.
Yeah.
It's like,
This one's a fun one.
yeah, it's like some interesting devilry. Personally, I found the level design was just myself. So it's like I'm not a huge fan, but I definitely understand why people would like it in turn. It's beautiful for an airman level.
Yeah, it's got a
Has
really
a lot
nice
of new-
background.
Yeah, and has a lot of new twists, and it actually has a custom boss. Though
Yeah, it's this guy.
he is a bit spammy.
Got an interesting
Enough.
arena, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, although you can't just kind of shoot him from there. I don't even bother using the second platform.
It provides symmetry. It looks nice.
Mm.
Yeah, acceptable. Yeah, no, as far as remix levels go, this is absolutely one of the best ones.
Mhm.
It's really good looking, fun, funky, and it has its own identity, which helps.
That's really the key to remix levels. They need to feel like maybe a remix, but they need their own identity. They can't just be the stage 2.
Mhm.
Indeed.
Well,
Next up,
Moving-
we have a different kind of remix.
Speaking of levels with a distinct identity,
Yeah. In 52nd place, we have Abandoned Mine. And hi, Gray.
that's not actually like a costume that I'm wearing. You are gray for this level, which means you have dashing and wall jumping.
that's the gimmick.
Yep,
Yeah.
and the ability to shoot galleons off the ceiling, which is honestly that's pretty cool. I like that. For
Pretty
me,
straightforward, though.
yeah, for me personally, it's interesting. I can definitely grasp why people would like it, but honestly, once the novelty of playing Gray wore off, I just found this place really boring. Just to be blunt, it's not badly designed or anything, but like, it's kind of just
The
Take
theming
away-
doesn't help.
it's like take away Gray and the level's just kind of nothing.
The bosses are fine.
Yeah, the bosses are fun. That
Yeah, the
really helps the
bosses-
level.
Yeah, the bosses do elevate it quite a bit, and I do like the idea of unclimbable segments.
Yeah, and it helps that the level design is genuinely good. Like I said, it's not bad, just I found it a little boring. So,
What happens?
Yeah. It
Fun
didn't
score
pick the best
exists for a
CXA
reason.
level to base it off of.
yeah, Fun Score exists for a reason. Specifically for those sorts of personal opinions.
Hey, Atlas. What's up?
Not much, I guess.
Well, you're not Atlas.
Too late. So,
Moving on swiftly, we got 51st place with Magnetic Panic. All remix levels.
Man, this level. It has magma beams. It has count bombs. It has jewel pendulums. This should not as work as well as it does.
Yeah,
And
kind of
yet-
impressed.
Yeah.
It does. It's like, what? Ow! What sort of witchcraft?
Yeah, this was on a nice edge of being just sort of dumped into the lower tiers.
I comment comments on Witchcraft and then thinks about it afterwards. Oh wait, the costume. Lol.
This is a very competent ROM. It has a lot of good usage of its gimmicks.
Oh yeah, it's like, it makes me super anxious because, you know, magma beams. But also, yeah, it's really fun. It's like this has no business working as well as it does, and yet it does. So, props for that.
It's got knocked down a bit by having a small late penalty.
Yep. And then, once more, just not quite the winning wow factor.
True.
And then the next one is another level that gets knocked down by one particular element. In 50th place, Cursed Darkness.
I'm gonna speak here. I hate darkness gimmicks. This level, I actually really enjoyed it.
Honestly, same.
Yep.
For the most part, it's like this is a really, really good darkness level. For like the first 75% of it is amazing. It handles darkness so well, and it has so many interesting. It's really good at noting, you know, where is safe to stand and where isn't.
It's
the timer.
Well. That's what helps it.
Oh, very timer, and it's like all little things like using health to showcase where you can stand if you actually need it to be dark. It's just really brilliantly put together for the first 75%.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, while the boss, as seen here, is a really excellent Pharaoh Man fight, the bit before him is... Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Not great.
The final stretch bungles the fair design that was presented previously. Basically by having up and downs that are not marked. And can absolutely punk you out of a deathless run. Which is important, because some of the tokens in here require you to do a deathless run.
I don't understand why this was a thing. We're not going to force players to do that. This gets a token skip.
Yeah.
The second of the token skips.
F that token skip. We are not forcing you to do that. The other tokens in the level are fine, just that the deathless token was like,
Kind of shoots.
holy.
Yeah.
It did. It killed so much of my goodwill. Because I was like, you were doing so well, and I was just like, ah.
Yeah.
At least
It's
the
the
boss
sort of
fight.
thing where when you have to start replaying the level over and over again, this is one reason why you don't want to do this sort of thing. You start noticing problems on repeat visits that you might not have noticed before. So maybe don't do that. You might notice my score is a lot lower than yours. So there you go. Oh dear.
At least the boss is good.
Yeah. He's pretty fun.
So, and then after next up,
Yeah, in 49th place, we've got yet another remix level, Robo Garden.
Wow.
Which is two remix levels, I guess, because it's both Plant Man and Hornet Man, kind of, and there's Solo Zeros. I don't know. It's good, though.
a lot
This
of
level is
Solo
another great
Zeros,
fun
which a lot of twists on Solo Zeros because the Solo Zeros themselves are twisted.
Yep.
And you saw the one pointing up, right? Like there, right there, pointing up.
Twisted psychopath.
Yeah, it's like it's a simple level, fun, has a subtle wow factor which elevates it a lot, and also like Sergei's Hanabiran here is a lot less annoying.
Yeah.
And also it even has a fun twist on an old boss fight at the end. Like it's not nearly as crazy as the level just before it, but it's a fun romp.
Yeah, it's competently designed. It's a good time. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
You gotta see the boss.
and also
There he
just-
is!
And also, just personally, Pot of Plant Man is silly and I love him.
Yes.
He's very funny.
And also somehow actually quite a bit harder than the actual Plant Man.
It turns out when you do any changes to the Black Man fight, he goes from being a joke to being a threat.
It's like,
in
surprise!
an arena, he's a threat. Gets a double jump, it's a threat. I don't know what he's about, Black Man. Anyway, moving sharply on to an interesting, another genuinely charming level with 48th place. We have Crestman. That's Crest as in the toothpaste, not as in like knights and stuff.
Yep.
This
Once
is
also musical. Fucking hell.
Yeah, it is a really, really charming level. Like, everything in here is some variety of a dev kit gimmick. But also, it's just so well themed. I love it.
Yeah.
Again, not one of my favorites. I only have 3 to award after all, but it is so... I love the theming. Big
It's a
issue.
This
Yeah.
gimmick is actually not death kit, the wall jump walls. But...
Oh, I thought it was just like sand.
Oh wait, is it sand? Oh wait, it is. I'm wrong.
It reminds me of sand.
This level has like
Speaking of-
toothpaste quick themes, right?
Yeah, speaking of like clever gimmicks, it's just like, oh, that's actually dev kit. Again, you can do so much with a dev kit, you could just do something really wacky, like just do a bit of a re-theme. Wonderfully charming level, this is.
Yeah, its big issues is just a little bit of a lack of polish.
Yeah.
Again,
But I mean,
fan
hey.
games, it's got that, again, very early fan game feel to... But hey,
Yeah.
this contest has a lot of people doing their first Mega Man level, so
And
that's to be
this-
expected.
And again, it's great. And as an aside on the polish, some people who may have seen the original will note that the background is changed. Yeah, we had to tone that down.
Oh,
That was
yeah.
hurting. That was hurting judges. But it's like
Please
that.
be careful.
It's like. But seriously though, polish is the weakness here. Outside of that, love it.
It's very
Well
cute
done.
level.
And now, ending off Tier 11, we have in 47th place, Flamboyant Castle.
This is a pretty level.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This
this
is...
Honestly, I struggled to figure out how I felt about this level. It's
It's a very odd
Got it.
one.
it's got a lot of jank to it. Like the little log guys we saw at the beginning, those control really weirdly. But also, you know, it is really, really creative too.
Definitely
And-
stands out.
Oh yeah. And the level design, it's definitely competent.
Yeah,
Interesting
even if-
enemies.
Yeah, even if like the odd gimmick is a bit weirdly like janky, the level actually seems to be not complement that. So I didn't feel a big an issue as like Nick did with that. I also really do like this shifting platform thing. It looks so pretty.
It does look
Yeah.
cool.
And also, it actually has like a climax without having a boss, which is interesting.
Yep,
Yeah.
I always appreciate when levels try that. I may be the
Oh,
boss
yeah.
guy, but you know, I do appreciate like non-boss climaxes as well.
Yeah, I appreciate
Yeah.
it too,
Indeed.
just because it shows you don't need crazy programming skills to make a really
Yeah.
good level.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
like it's janky and again, probably needed a bit more polish. But what's there is fun, and even as one of the lower scores here, I completely understand and agree with it ending off Tier 11. It's a
Yeah.
good note.
And that's it for Tier 11. Next up, we're getting into the really good stuff. This upcoming tier is when I would say that pretty much every single level is very good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, a lot of fun stuff coming up.
Mhm.
Look forward to it, y'all.
just me alive this time. This one doesn't have a little warning at the start, but the next tier is also one where we have to play the raw footage because of the heat wave meant Ace could not render every single tier in time. So next tier is just the raw footage, so no fancy transitions. Just let you know.
And we are back! Moving right along from Tier 11 to Tier 12. One thing that's been kind of a question, at least for me, is all these simulations, all of this content, where's all this energy coming from?
Here, apparently.
The Power Factory and Tier 12.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, whoever's in charge here has his own personal power plant.
Yep.
Wow.
And look, another favorite. They're starting to appear a little more frequently.
Oh yeah, expect to see a few more favorites showing up at this point.
Mm-hmm.
After all, there's still a lot to award.
Yep. We're getting into the good stuff now. At this point, I would say the level quality is pretty close to like Magmal Tier 2 or 8 or 9, and we're just entering the top 50. So there's a lot of good stuff coming up.
Yeah.
Ain't that the truth? So, Ace, lead us off.
Well, we have 46th place with Sludgeman.
Mm-hmm.
Who certainly has a very interesting aesthetic. Hey, it's me.
Blooper! Okay, we're fine.
This is a weirdly robbly little bog level. Really.
Yeah. Has a lot of
it's
charming custom assets, though.
Oh yeah, it's a long one, that's for sure.
True. You did not feel like dealing with that Yuku block puzzle.
Magnet beam denial. But yeah, and then also, yeah, a lot of custom enemies, including mosquitoes. Mosquitoes that will suck your blood. Which, honestly, I just enjoy because I take a great visceral enjoyment out of slaughtering them all. And then also this,
on.
and then also a lot of sludge and mid-boss.
Yes,
A catfish.
This guy's cute. I like his sprite.
Yeah.
Like, the big issue with this level is length, and one of the tokens is really, really rough. Not quite rough enough to warrant a full token skip, but
You may be
Let's
at
just-
it in a little while. Yeah.
and let's just say there's a reason why we're not going to demand every single token to get all the upgrades. Not all of them, though. Maybe there'll be something. Who knows?
Yeah. I'd also say the boss is a bit messy on the messy side as well. But I think the
Yeah.
level.
Yeah, you all saw how much he was shooting at us.
Yeah.
It's competent. I like it.
So, moving right along, the last level with a 10% late penalty, we have Undead Fortress. And also, Flashman's Silver Star favorite.
It got very close to being one of mine.
We have talked on about remix levels, and how they are a risk, and that in order for them to really do well, they need to have their own identity. And, well, this one definitely has its own identity. It is something new, while still being a bit of a blend for of the familiar.
Yeah. I'm liking this to like the Skull Sands level earlier, where there's a lot of reused layouts, but you haven't played these layouts before because they are wildly different. Oh,
Indeed.
so- great level. Great level.
Yeah. I did personally find that it relied a little too much on aesthetic. So if the aesthetic doesn't click for you, then it can falter. But this part don't falter though.
Zombie Devil. Yeah, this fight's pretty cool. A bit reminiscent of some fights in the X series.
It's like, I don't know what it is with Magmal, but pretty much all of the custom devils that I've ever seen have been just amazing. And Zombie Devil is no different. Tough boss, but a great boss.
Yeah.
Just-
One of my favorites in the contest.
Oh yeah, it's definitely the best of the remix levels, for sure.
Yeah.
I might like Skull Sands more, but this deserves its placement for sure.
We're moving on from the dreary to a bit quirky, because next up in 44th is Geek Man. This is a very strange one. But I like it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of, like, very solid platforming challenges, a lot of climbing challenges, so it is, I think, a fairly difficult level, but fair, because it's always based on your movement. So you've only got yourself to blame.
Yeah. It is one of the trickier levels for sure, but it is also a very fair one, too. Probably the biggest
effective gimmick.
Oh yeah. Probably the biggest weakness of Geek Man, which is, if you ask me, fairly apparent in the footage, it's just, it looks boring.
Yeah, it's just another generic fortress aesthetic.
Yeah, this looks like a Wily stage. But then also, the end boss is certainly something. He's a really long fight. Like, one of the longer bosses in the contest, but also, when you do come up against Geek Man himself, he's a fair and fun challenge. Just long.
Yeah. It helps that a lot of the things before him are pretty simple, which I would describe the level as to its benefit. It's another level with a very simple, clever dev kit gimmick that I think carries it far.
If it pushed the visual aesthetic a little more, would have gone a long way, I'd say. And then, for a level that does push its visual aesthetic a little more than traditional, in 43rd place, somewhere underground.
We got our order mixed up a bit there. Oh well.
Oh well.
This is another cave level, but it's
also a really pretty one, and it plays really well.
Yep.
It's another competent romp.
Oh
It
yeah.
really just only falters in the creativity, which I mean,
Pretty much.
you can look at the score bars, you can sort of glean that.
It's a fun, very well designed level, and honestly, it's still a bit more creative than average, even if blocks and conveyors, we've seen this all before.
Yeah.
But then also again, it plays well. Sadly, we didn't get the most striking visual part in the footage, but also Wave Bike.
Yeah.
And
Pretty interesting boss too.
oh yeah, it's It's like, I think this is the only. It's more or less Brain Crusher on a Wave Bike in some ways, but also this is I think it's the only Wily machine in the contest. At least,
Probably
in the
right.
contest itself.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, there was a Dr. Light capsule, but other than that, yeah.
I wouldn't count that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's Dr. Light.
True, but then
Completely
otherwise, the only other thing I would say against the level is that it's a bit long. But otherwise, as cave levels go, this is amazing. Actually, I wouldn't even say as cave levels go, because this is pretty freaking good. It's in tier 12 for a reason. So, moving right along.
Yeah, in 42nd place, we've got another real banger of a level name. It's Nowhere Yet Everywhere When the World May Loop.
I do not understand why these names are so long. They do not need to be this long. That is unnecessary. I will henceforth just refer to it as Nowhere Yet Everywhere. So yeah, this level, it's a real mind bender. Really.
Lots of maze warp here.
Oh, so much maze warp. It's
The map will not
super
save you here.
Oh yeah, it's super satisfying to pull off once you get it, but until you get it, it's like, wow, this is... it's a bit wild.
Yeah, not much else to say. It's just a all-around, just competent, interesting level.
Yeah, it again lacks the wow factor that would have been necessary to score a win, but it's competently designed and it is fun, and that's what's important.
It is a good Mega Man level.
Wow.
Indeed it is.
Shocking. Moving right along, we got 41st place with 41st place with the Guitar Man with a whopping 69 points dead. Nice.
Nice.
It would have been almost funnier if that was the previous level, just because of the chuck magnets. But yeah, Guitar Man. This level is very fine to play. Again, it's like
Very
it plays
interesting.
really well. Oh yeah. It's like, for me, I've always had a harder time placing how I feel about this level, but that's mostly just a case of the theming kind of leaves me scratching my head a bit. Because, like, what do the enemies here have to do with guitars?
Yeah, it's basically only like the guitar chord, like tuner gimmick.
Still, this is also the type of thing you would still see in a main game, so
Oh,
Sure.
yeah.
I'm fine with it. It's an
Yeah,
interesting gimmick. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It plays really well. The gimmicks are nice. And the boss, like, I'm glad he shows up. Though he can be a slight bit of a pushover. I mean, you just saw he dropped health.
Yeah, be careful with that in future.
Yeah, Guitar Man himself is not exactly a threat. But no, fine level. It's like, if the worst thing I could say is that the theming just kind of is like, question mark? It's like, that's pretty faint criticism.
Yeah. I like this one a lot. It's very kind of puzzle platformy. Its gimmicks sort of make
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, it's you can this in just any fan.
Oh,
game,
yeah.
isn't it?
It's a trixier one. Alright, moving all right along, in 40th place, we have Explosives Factory.
Is that you, Combustman?
That this one got as high as it did is slightly mystifying, because it's count bombs, it's conveyor belts. What?
Haven't we
Oh
seen
my.
this before? Except this one was actually pretty good.
Yeah! It's like, the gimmick selection it gives us is not the most creative, but it uses them really, really well. And it carries itself with quite a bit of charm. Honestly, this was a level that I really enjoyed it quite a bit.
It's sort of fun against all odds, because this is not an exciting concept for a level, but I actually enjoy myself quite a bit in this one.
Oh yeah.
It turns out all you gotta do is make a good Mega Man level for the mouth.
Wow.
Turns out. And then also, the signs in this level, it's like, comedy's not completely dead, but they're a bit of a mixed bag. They were probably the weakest point, but
Yeah.
also not, because they worked with me. Oh, and also upgraded
Right.
Bomb Man.
Yeah, he's decent.
Yeah. So,
Next up,
Move.
oh man, we've got the next level is one of my personal favorites. If I had to say, it would probably get my silver favorite. In 39th place is Western Railway. This is a really creative and wacky level.
oh man, and also it has boss fights. A lot of boss fights. Not
That's
like
big.
Fun Bags level of, oh my gosh, why? But,
No, these are actually good boss fights.
yeah, I know. Yeah, this is a really, really creative level. Now, that said, it is held back, because, like, it has the wow factor that we've talked about, but it's held back by a not insignificant amount of jank in places.
Yeah.
There were a lot of sections that I personally, at least, just found annoying. And I can also speak for fellow judge on the panel to know that it can really needle at you the wrong way. Which
Yeah,
is
you have to
why
sort of have
they're-
a right mindset for this level.
yeah, and if you don't, it could be a pretty rough time, to say the least. But beyond the jank, creative, and fun enough, solid level overall. Not
I
bad.
really love this one.
And now moving into another level that's certainly not bad. Maybe not quite as wild. We have Secluded Terminal. Continuing previous trends, this one's vulnerability is a lack of wow factor.
Yeah,
But
other than that, lots of solid platforming challenges.
oh yeah, this level is designed really well and very creatively. There are a lot of really good spots in here. Like, this is cool.
Yeah. Great
And it's like,
usage
there's some
of a lot of the gimmicks in the dev kit.
Oh yeah, it executes its gimmick so wonderfully. I love that. Like, it may not wow me that way, but its design is great.
Mhm.
That's the other issue, is that its aesthetic is maybe a little boring, but
Classic fortress trick.
oh
Oh,
well.
It's always
Oh well. Yeah. I'd
It's
say there's like one section which is like a bit hairy on checkpoint placement, but yeah, you see my score. I really like it.
Oh yeah. No, this is a good level. Absolutely.
You even got some underused friends here, like Tam.
Oh, there's a lot of... Oh yeah, this level is a lot of underused stuff, really.
Yeah, that's always a positive because they feel new, because you don't get to see it very often.
Indeed.
Well, we've 37. Moving on with 37th place. We have something stealing assets from one of my fan games. It was rated R. It pirated my stuff. Yeah. Only joking. Only joking. They got permission in like a secret way, but yeah, you know. Anyway, that's cemented there.
But yeah, biggest weakness of the level, visual aesthetic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
The
does not look
visual
great.
aesthetic here is not great. Like, the water tiles are not animating. It's like
Hell.
right there. That's the...
yeah, it is kind of a jank level. Jank looking level. It does look kind of not great. It looks like Mega Man 2 era, I'd say, but like it's just a bit weaker. So the aesthetic's not great.
Yeah.
But it is a creative level.
And it is honestly really fun. Actually, really tough, too. It's one of the harder levels for sure, but not like unfairly hard or anything like that. It's good. Honestly, I had a lot more fun in here than I expected from first impressions.
Yeah, first impressions ain't great, but yeah,
It is
Cool boss,
so
too.
much more clever than it looks. Even this guy, it's like, I won't go into too much detail now because it's like my review, but there's a very sneaky telegraph built into that boss fight that I just, whether it was intentional or not, it's there and I like it. A lot of good stuff.
good level.
Next up, this level not very visually polished. We're about to do a completely huge 180 because next up in 36th place is Metal Man's Metal Factory, which looks absolutely great.
Also,
Oh yeah.
Also, I completely misread the title when I first looked at it, and I thought, oh no, Metal Man's back.
And then, surprise! You missed an L. It turns out it's Mets. A lot of
Yeah.
Mets.
Very
And
pretty
also,
level.
like, yeah, I think this is Mighty Gumball Burst graphics. It reminds me of that. Anyway.
Yes.
But yeah,
I think you're right.
beautiful level, and for the most part, plays really well. Big issue, conveyor belts and crates. Again.
Dev
I've
Kit
not done...
does not love these custom assets in terms of the the collision engine.
Yeah, that is another thing. There is some jank on the super speed conveyors. And then also, the boss was not amazing. Like, I'm glad
Yeah.
Metal Man's here, but also, he has 2 phases, and oh, by golly, he did not need that second one.
Yeah,
Didn't
the
need
second
that.
phase, again, restraint. Second phase kind of sinks this fight. I don't like this boss very much, just thanks to that. You could just see right there.
Dang.
Bit of a mess.
It's just like, woohoo, all over the place. And also really hard to hurt, too, because his pickaxe blocks shots. Like, yeah. Bit of a mess. But the level, it's like, yeah, maybe the assets used are not the most creative, but it plays really well. That's
Very polished.
and that's what's important. The reason why it's near the top of tier 12. But as for the top of tier 12, we have something a fair bit more creative. In 35th place, Gravity Wumbo.
Well, there's the gimmick.
Yep. VVVVV moment.
Yeah, this level's cute. Like,
This is a bit of
I
a
don't even
rude
like
teaser of a level.
PvP that much, but yeah. I don't know.
A bit
This
of a
works for
divisive
me.
one, surprisingly.
Yeah, quite divisive.
Yeah, I'm a dissenting opinion on this one, and that is owed to a playstyle aspect that ended up really sinking this level's gameplay for me. You might not think at first that mapping the flip to the jump button goes that awkwardly. But when you're someone like me, whose preferred method of sliding is down and jump,
Yeah.
oh,
not
this level
Implemented
can,
perfectly.
it's like this level can become a real pain in the tail to play.
Yeah.
Like, that's really a lot of it. And also, I'm personally really not wowed by the aesthetic, but the main thing is just...
No.
It was rough to play for me.
You gotta kind of rewire your brain to figure out some of the platforming in this level.
Yeah, it's like, and like, jump isn't that bad, but it's like the slide too is messed up a little, and it's just like, didn't go that well for me, no. But I do understand why people like it, even if I personally don't.
Yeah.
And it's
Got a lot
certainly
going for it.
quite a note to end tier 12 on.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm gonna note that this is also like a pretty good like Gravity Man vibe. That's like too.
Oh yeah. Gravity Man keeps showing up. Why do you think we made him the toy shop owner?
He's everywhere.
Yeah, aesthetically not great, but again, depending on playstyle, you probably really will like it. Also, I think you might have been helped by the fact I was still relearning Mega Man at this point, post surgery. So
Sure,
Maybe
you
that
have
helps.
super strong muscle memory to be messed with.
So with that, we've concluded tier 12. Getting to the end of it now.
Yep.
Just
We're
3
fast
tiers
approaching.
remain.
We're fast approaching the top 25. See ya after break.
Yeah.
Ignore that. That video doesn't have a fade out. And we're back. Once again, live, another live preview. Look, Zero Ranger. I'll play Zero Ranger in a second, okay? Yeah? Your mic is crunchy right now, Mick.
Rude.
Okay, there we go. Discord noise suppression was like destroying you. So,
Rude.
we showed off a tier boss hours ago, way earlier into the stream. How about we show off a more elaborate one? Bit of a pop in there, but here we go. This is we're gonna show off another one. Not quite tier 12, instead tier 11, but this one is quite a bit more elaborate than Muscle Juggler. We've got a wacky cutscene to view for the whole world and to see and love.
Wizard man time.
Yeah. So, yeah. I made this last night at the last second. This cutscene. Because we haven't written one yet. But here's a real fight against Wizard Man. 2 health bars this time. His first phase, pretty reminiscent of what you might remember in Super Fighting Robot. Oh, and I did forget to mention, this does mean that there are repeats for tier bosses. Not all of them are new. But Wizard Man has a few new tricks up his sleeve, such as the lightning attack, and you've got a bit of a bullet counter mechanic here. Some of his attacks have gotten upgraded, and I got caught by a magic missile. This boss is pretty hard. It had to be nerfed a couple times, mostly because I made it. But it's time for the second phase, which may seem familiar to some of you who have played a certain game that is not a classic game. Shoutouts to Star Wars 2. You gotta deal with, this is a pretty tough phase. You have to deal with the magic crystals, hitting Wizard Man in his sine wave, and dealing with the enemies. But Wizard Man's got one more trick up his sleeve. A desperation move. A last ditch dodge all the stars, and I got there you go.
You would think that. Also, you would think someone would do well against their own boss.
Hey, I didn't lose that much health. He's hard.
No, someone was like, "This is pretty hard. Doesn't find anyway," and I'm just like, "You made this boss." That happens.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think Ace said this in the update video. Not every tier boss is done yet, so that plus we want to save some as surprises for later is why we haven't shown off every single one in this results stream. We have like what, 9 done? And I hope you've enjoyed these little nice previews of the tier bosses.
Yeah, we may show some.
A bit short.
Yeah, you won't see any more in the stream, but who knows? Maybe we'll show a few more between now and the release of the game.
Yeah, we've got a lot of fun stuff in the works. And for now, it's time to get to tier 13. See you on the other side again.
And we are back! Getting close to the end! Moving right
Exciting.
along, let's jump right into Tier 13 for a different value of entertainment.
This is a flashy one.
Welcome to Cinema Palace, the movie theater tier.
Lots of very fun posters, little cardboard cutouts. We've even got a snack bar over here. I love this tier. It's so visually interesting. I love it. It's great.
Oh yes, it is excellent.
Mm-hmm.
And befitting a, frankly, excellent tier, we're gonna have some great levels to go over.
Mm-hmm.
So, without further ado,
Yeah, we've got 34th place. I can't read apparently. Pumpkin Patches, which I love this level aesthetically. I think it's really, even though it's like mostly stock Mega Man assets, I think it's well put together with just enough edits to sort of really sell a new feeling.
Yeah.
fun fact, this is the last level with any sort of late penalty.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
And while the late penalty definitely does still... y'all have been keeping track of the average scores. This level is probably close to the next tier in quality, because it's really good. Its concepts are creative, has some of the most entertaining Joes in the entire contest. And just lots of lovely little creative touches, like the enemies with exclamation marks when they see you.
Yeah. It's a
It's
very
just
charming level. It has a lot of
great.
personality.
Yeah. Now, this does have one particular issue. Namely, once more, it needed a little bit of restraint. Not this guy. Not Lantern
This
Man.
guy's cool. This
Lantern
guy's so
Man
cool.
has 3 health bars, a shield, and he makes it work
Yeah.
beautifully. Like, props for a genuinely amazing boss fight.
Yeah,
Yes,
definitely
me.
one of my favorites.
But also, the last token in this level is,
Very unnecessary.
Yeah, that's a
Too
good way
much.
to put it.
yes,
Uh,
too
It would
much.
definitely be better without it.
Too
Yeah.
much. Without it, it's like, honestly, I wouldn't be that surprised if that section just was not a thing. It would not surprise me if this level got much higher, especially since it's such a small late penalty. Maybe if that, maybe I might have avoided the late penalty altogether. I don't know. I don't know that much about how the entries went specifically, but really
Yeah.
good level.
Yeah, just need a much more restraint.
Yeah. It seems to have been very much a running theme. But, the next level, though, this one really shows you what you can do with dev kit assets.
Yeah.
33rd place, pick your poison.
Oh, I love this level.
What a
Oh, yeah. This is an excellent level. It's like, yeah, aesthetically, not super strong. Because it is
Or
just kind of like,
even.
yeah, it's a lot of stock assets that is just kind of like, it functions, but it's not amazing. But, wow. It's like the whole concept of basically choosing your jump height / speed, and how that mixes with the level design here is... It is an excellent concept. It twists this level beautifully.
Mhm. One of the best usages of dev kit assets in the whole contest. This level is a great example of you do not need programming skill to make a really fun and memorable level.
It also applies to the
Indeed.
boss fights as well, by the way.
Yeah.
They're just dead bosses, but they work.
Mhm.
These
Yeah,
changes.
Now, there were some cases, at least personally, where I found if you picked the wrong poison against one of the bosses, you ended up being really horribly screwed.
Yeah.
But also,
Hamper
never-
did win them all.
yeah, but also you're never locked into your poisons, so to speak. You can pick. It's like the checkpoints are set in such a way that if this one's not working out, you could try the other one, and that is excellent.
Yes,
Just
that
really,
helped so much.
just really, really well done in design. Again,
Very clever
maybe-
level. Very clever level.
just maybe it wanted a bit more wow factor.
Next up, we've also got another level with very effective dev kit assets used in a different way. And 32nd, we've got Alpine Weather Institute. This is another very interesting level. I mean, here's the gimmick. You can switch the weather between just clear outside, rain, and snow, and there's a whole lot of different little interactions that change the gameplay up. It's a very puzzly level.
Yeah.
Reminds
And even
me a
though it
lot-
looks like it should be all custom assets, it's not. It's like pretty much all dev kit. There's like only a couple of things.
They're custom,
yeah.
but they're simple.
Oh yeah,
Definitely
It's like pretty
doable
much-
if you don't have any programming knowledge.
reminds me a little of Cloudman, but it plays so very differently.
Mm-hmm.
The main thing with this level is some jank
Yeah.
exists. It's like there are some assets here that really ended up not working as well as wanted, particularly when it comes to the tokens. In fact, the tokens are enough of a thing. The tokens here are enough of a thing that there's actually a token skip on this level.
This is the
because-
last one, I believe.
Yeah, the last token is really rough.
It can break
Level
pretty
level
easily.
itself though is fine. Probably the
Just
only other
lacking in
thing I would
polish.
say is and I suppose at least for me personally, the boss was a little boring, but he's not in the footage for actually for a completely different reason. But there are other things that need to be fixed here. Just dev kit issues that we need to resolve.
Yeah. Oh well, there's so much stuff to do as well. Okay, well, moving
Work in progress.
well, moving swiftly onwards, we've got 31st place with Crosshair Aware, which hey,
It's Jetman. A bit.
This level, I will admit, did not leave a strong first impression on me at all, because between the Jetman music, visuals that remind me of Jetman, and then a gimmick that reminds me a lot of SFR Wily 2, I wasn't, immediately sold on it, that's for sure. But, man, is the level design excellent.
That kind of carries it. It's just there's a janky soft border, but
Yeah, ow.
it's a fun level. It's a solid romp. Not much to it. Level name doesn't imply it, but there's also a custom Robomaster with a neat boss fight.
Oh, yeah. And also, I like how the level manages to introduce new concepts, but also, and have a solid difficulty curve with them, but also still keep its difficulty rising. Really solid level design. Just a bit of jank, and that first impression hurts, at least with me.
well, it's still up here. It's still a good level. As it just says, all you gotta do is make a good level, Lamau. It's funny how that works. It really is.
Really?
Ain't-
Oh, God.
Ain't it just? And moving right along, in 30th place, we have Underground Runaround.
This is a completely different flavor of level from Crosshair, where this is Jank City, but it's cool.
Oh yeah. This is another CFTF cave level, but I'm actually really okay with it this time. It's
Yeah,
like,
it works.
this is a fun level with a lot of interesting and creative concepts, and with largely dev kit assets too, which is, and only minor modifications in spots. It's great. Just so much going on here. Actually, too much.
Yeah, it's pretty long.
That's
Yeah.
really that's the big weak point with this level is, it's
Needed a bit
not,
of trimming in place.
yeah, it's not like it keeps itself engaging throughout, which is so very important. Like, none of what's here feels like a waste, but again, restraint.
Yeah.
It's needed to stop somewhere.
It's a good time though. I enjoy this one quite a lot.
Oh yeah,
It's got a lot going on, but in a good way.
Oh yeah, and it's like, and considering again how long it is,
This section's
it's
awesome.
like, it's like, oh yeah, it's like, it still works, and I don't really begrudge it super hard for its length. Not like some other levels that we've previously seen.
Oh yeah.
Next up, we've got 29th place, getting into the top 30 here. Glitz Woman, another casino level. This is a running theme in this contest.
Weird.
Just a bit, yes.
How did so many people come up with the same concept? I have no idea.
Well, I mean with like over 170 levels.
It's bound to happen.
But yeah. Level design, fine enough. It's a bit rough. And both in the sense of it feeling like it needs a bit more polish, and also it can be really hard. I have found more often than not I've needed an E-tank somewhere in here.
Yeah.
But also, it's creative, fun, at least for me, and also, it uses a darkness gimmick and manages to be, like, not a total pain. Which is impressive because darkness gimmicks tend to be a total pain.
Another shield boss, by the way.
Yeah. Those are a bit of an annoying recurrence. Although, Glitz Woman herself, personally, I find her more interesting than most of them.
Yeah, she's not completely
she's
reliant on the shield.
Yeah, that's it. She's a hard fight, but she's not hard because she's got a shield and like you can't hit her or anything. I quite like this level. It's like so very, very charming. Yeah, like very charming, and most of it just gels with me.
Yeah. Again, bit rough, so if it doesn't gel, it can be a time. But, well, as you can see, it gelled with a lot of us.
Moving on with another charming level, with a notable issue somewhere. That's this tier, I think. 28th place with Boost Man. Honestly, the gimmick here is wonderful. I really love the speed gimmick. There it is.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
Oh, this gimmick is wonderful.
Yes. Love this gimmick. I love the boost pads. I love the fast. It's like, love it. Love the gimmick here. It's like,
This is another level that really comes together. It just has a lot of fun platforming.
Oh, yeah.
The actual level, wonderful level. Really wonderful level.
Yes, it plays so wonderfully. So, where does it falter? Well, on a personal level with me, blue and green are not the best colors to try and separate boost pads and bounce pads. So, I hope you don't have too many color blindness issues, because otherwise that'll be a really hard thing to read. But also, more importantly, the boss.
Yeah, that kind of ends the level on a whimper. They don't do much.
Yeah.
Like, Boost Man is here. Like, that's good. But he himself, he does not at all compare to his level. Like, what you saw in that little snippet of footage is everything with this boss. And really, that is such a crying shame. If Boost Man was as fascinating as his level, like, if Boost Man was up to par with the rest of this, mark my words, I wouldn't be surprised if this ended up in the top 10. It plays so wonderfully. Just,
Just
No,
bump it,
and your
which is
levels
a real
for
shame.
anticlimax. You know?
yeah, that anticlimax killed the chance of getting a judge favorite, because, well, as you can tell, both Ace and I really enjoy this level.
Yeah. I like it too. I like it quite a lot.
Yeah.
Speaking of favorites,
Good
moving on
segue.
to 27th place, and the bronze favorite of our resident furry, Ace, Spectrum Science.
Oh yeah, this is really. There's a lot of levels fighting for that bronze favorite, and ultimately this did a particular thing that won me over that little hurdle. But it is such a creative and enjoyable level with some real replayability. And it's also good bosses as well. That also helps. Beautiful level as well.
It's a lot of dev kit gimmicks mixed with new concepts that it's just a lovely spin. I love it for that. A lovely spin made by Spin
I
Attacks.
get it!
I'm sorry, that one was unintentional.
That's why I didn't wince.
Also, as a neat little factor, this level has 2 energy elements in it. And I would say it is the one level that is both good in its design and doesn't hideously bungle it. The second element actually kinda works.
Honestly,
Yeah,
the
hurts
second
it.
element improves the level, in my opinion, because the boss in it, you don't see it in the footage, but I think it's a lot more fun than the prison woman
I
itself.
completely
Honestly-
agree. Yeah.
Honestly, yeah, that's
And-
the general judge opinion as well. It's
Yeah,
like,
that's what clinched the bronze favorite is. Second element actually improved what level.
it actually pulled off the second element, which is notoriously difficult to do. So, just props for that. Nobody else is going to be able to do that again.
Yep. Congrats, Spectrum Science. You are second energy element's swan song.
Yep, because that's getting killed from Magma 4. Sorry, not sorry.
I'm not sorry at all.
Well, of course. I don't think any of us 3 are. So,
Moving on, we've got 26th place, Stalks, Shoots, and Leaves. This is another fun one. Kinda reminds me of Super Heavy Samurai Ben K. In a
Yes.
way.
so I hope you like Bamboo and Leaves, because that's a lot of this level. And it's fun.
It's a very high energy level. I think that's what
it is.
helps it out a lot.
Oh yeah, simple.
Great music.
Yeah, it is simple and yet very creative in its applications. For me personally, I did find that sometimes the amount of bamboo and leaves did get a little excessive. Like, the part that we just saw was not that bad, but there are other parts of the level where I'm just like, oh my word, let up with the attacks for like 2 seconds, please!
Yeah, I can get a bit jank at times.
I
I like it. I love this falling leaf gimmick. And also,
Oh yeah.
very interesting boss.
Oh yeah, boss is fun.
Got a
I
really
love
Very
Superman
hard,
vibe going
but
on.
these are fun.
Oh yeah. Love Bamboo Yamada Man here. Yamada Man's another one where his custom bosses tend to be pretty good. Shout out to episode 0!
Hmm.
Yay, clapping
Anyway.
happy.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on with 25th place, we have Dorkman.
Dorkman?
Dorkman.
Dorks?
Dorkman.
I don't know, this level doesn't have nearly enough dorks for my taste.
Hmm.
True. These were raw breakers.
Honestly, this
Door
is a,
puzzle level.
yeah, it's an odd level. A lot of Astro Walls. And it works!
Yeah, this is an odd level, but that works to its benefit. It's very quirky and memorable, and has a lot of... It's another puzzle platformy kind of level.
Also,
with a
pretty, also I'm
decently fun
pretty sure,
gimmick.
yeah, and I'm pretty sure this is all Dev Kit assets. So, you know.
Yeah, I forgot about that, yeah.
Mm.
I think the horizontal doors are custom, I think. I might be wrong.
No, I think they showed up in other levels.
Do
Maybe.
they?
I don't... Maybe. I don't fully remember either. There
The
are
fact
a lot
that
of
we can't
levels.
tell is probably a good thing.
Indeed. And also, it has one of the few cases of a joke boss that actually kind of landed. Comedy's not totally dead, folks!
Just mostly dead.
Yep. Oh no, Princess Bride moment. That said, I do
Quiet.
think
There it is.
There he is. But that said, I do think this is a little long.
Yeah.
Once again, restraint.
We are getting high enough though that oh no, restraint is just okay. This level was slightly too long.
Yeah, the more restraint was shown here than there have been with other levels.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Cough, cough. So, moving right along, in 24th place, definitively in the top 25 now, with Luminous Tower Ascent. Okay, the music. Okay, the music here is a bop, though. I love this song.
Great. This is another one of my favorites. It's probably like the best romp in the contest. Almost all Death Kit
yes.
assets.
Yep.
It's just very fun.
Yeah, I absolutely love it for that reason. Again, you see, we're getting to the point where one issue is the sort of the thing knocking things out of top spaces because everything's so close together right now. And for me, it's kind of the theming is just very generic. It's fine, but it doesn't, again, wow factor. That said, I do like both bosses quite a lot.
Oh,
Bosses are
yes.
great.
Yeah.
Repeat
Bosses are
stats.
lovely. And I will also add, I personally found there were a lot of times the level just kind of annoyed me, where I just like, stop
It's
hitting
very
me for
cramped.
20 seconds. Yes.
But if you
But
can tolerate
also-
that, then this is a great time.
And yeah, and it's like, honestly, again, it's like, yeah, it's a little cramped, but that is not that big of an issue. It's near the top of tier 13 for a darn good reason.
I really like this one.
Yeah.
Speaking of the top of tier 13,
Yep, in 23rd place we have Dark Castle. Another reference level, this time to Kirby's Dream Land 2.
yeah,
This is a
I've
very
actually.
interesting one.
Oh yeah, this is a interesting one. There are some rough patches in the level design, and also, oh my word, it is. As you might expect from Kirby, it's really easy.
Yes, that'd be my main issue with it. But yeah, I haven't actually played this Kirby game, so what these particular reference came like completely over my head. But you know, I've got the solid.
Also,
Very solid
fun-
level.
also fun time, and this is amazing.
I love
Oh, yeah.
Devil Woods.
Oh,
I know
A lot
yeah.
of personality.
And it's like it has. It's like this is a
It's a
very
trend.
yeah. It's a creative, fun level. If the worst thing that we could say about it is that it's a bit on the easy side. Oh, and also the capsule here has capsule problems.
Yeah, 2 health bars, not really a good reason for it.
2 health bars and out of reach a lot. But then also, last time I fought this guy, I used his weakness on him, and he has a fun weakness. I won't tell you yet, just because if I did tell you, well, I'd be saying a little too much.
I wonder what you're referring to. Wink.
No
One
idea.
wonders. No idea whatsoever, and probably has absolutely nothing to do with an element that we haven't revealed yet.
Wink. Good close to tier 13 though, a very charming, cute level with effective custom assets.
And when the worst thing I can say about it is that it's easy,
That's not a big issue at all.
that's really not that big a deal.
Probably most people would say it's not an issue.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we've probably played entirely too much Mega Man for years.
What do you mean playing the same games for 10 years isn't gonna make you want it to be harder?
Although I like this little part where I'm just standing there, hands in pockets, going through the wind. That's a cool bit. I'm glad the footage got that. Alrighty, with that, tier 13 is done. Oh my word, are we? We're just on the cusp of the top 20.
We're almost done.
Oh,
Stuff's getting really good.
checking in our seats with anticipation here, just like a perfectly good movie.
Alright, see you after the break.
Close to the end here, folks. We're back and moving on to Tier 14.
Some iron.
Yep.
Indeed. Man, this has been a lot of work. So why not go to the gym to relax? Oh, top class gym, no less.
Mm-hmm.
Tier 14, the world-class gym. This might seem a little strange, but I'll, one, remind you of Kickboxing Club. Giant
Yep.
Spearman moments.
Giant Spearman's back.
But then
Everyone's favorite
also,
recurring character.
Don't speak of Fight Club.
it makes some sense in the end. And moving ladders, you can climb on those.
Yeah, lots of gimmicks going around on the tiers. We even got over here, give me a sec. Even got climbable walls. Lots of fun stuff going on in this
yes. Oh, yes.
tier. And a fun tier
got-
has very fun levels coming up.
Quite
let's
right.
Yes, let's get the fun rolling, shall we? With a really generically named level, but a good one nonetheless. 22nd place, Dangan Factory. Also, amazing aesthetics.
Yeah.
Yes. Like, literally only one aesthetic issue, which is, like, comes up right at the end. But otherwise, just wow.
Very
Nice.
pretty level. Any
This
of you
is, like-
remember Kamuso Temple from Magmal 2? Yep. This is basically the equivalent of that. It's almost as if the same person made it. With some help.
Indeed. It is a tough and spiky level. Dedicated and dev kit assets from head to toe. But also it plays well and it's really quite fun. I personally felt that the difficulty curve was a little obtuse.
Yeah.
A consequence of relying a lot on instant death. And then also the one area where the level falters is that it ends on a bit of a it ends with a whimper. It
It's just
really
Dangan
does.
Man. Yeah. Which is fun.
Yeah, it's like the levels
Yeah.
just kind of ends suddenly with a aesthetic bit and then a Dangan Man fight, and it's just kind of like you were building up to something much more than what we got, and it was just kind of a letdown.
Yeah. That
But-
so much didn't bother me that much, as much as my low score would suggest. It's my issues more laid along the lines of a lot of the innocent death. I don't think that was as well executed as Komodo Temple, but also, you know, everyone else seemed
Honestly,
really
yeah.
proud of it. Yeah.
Honestly, I'm kind of in a similar boat, just higher score.
Yeah, with
Yeah.
the two people in call here, the two dissenting opinions.
Go figure.
Yeah.
But also, I completely understand why this level is in the second from top tier.
Mm-hmm.
It is a really quite a good level. And speaking of good levels, in 21st place, Ruins of a Forbidden Kingdom.
This is another level with a very memorable aesthetic. It's a bit of
Oh,
a
yeah.
crossover level. With what? I don't know specifically, but
I
don't really see
think
Ruins
I know
levels
what
very
it was,
often.
but I also can't remember off the top of my head. So
Yeah. It's spooky castle level. That's what most of us judges know it as. And it plays really smoothly. And also, I had a really hard time writing a review for this one. Fun fact.
yeah, this is another level with high polish, effective use of dev kit assets. This one does have custom boss. Is plural. eyeball.
Indeed.
It's a good time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If there was one thing I would say against it is the main level is a little too gray.
Yeah.
And it's like particularly the destructible blocks being the same gray as the rest of the level. It's kind of like I could have used maybe a bit more contrast. But like if that is the biggest issue, then you know
Yeah. It's
that
a bit on
is
the safe side too, but you know, it's still a good time.
yeah. And it's like and it was and I mean the safe worked out. It got into tier 14.
True. I suppose.
Just shy of the top 20.
Yep. With that, we have entered the top 20, and starting it off in 20th place is Cable Woman. This is a level with a very self-explanatory name. I think Ace says in the review, "Yup, this is what I expected from a Mega Man level called Cable Woman," and I think that's how that basically describes this level.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
It's like, I really liked this stage, like, quite a lot. It's a very safe level in its concepts, and also it's a very easy one.
Yeah.
But it's fun, and as a just kind of a personal aside, I liked how a lot of this level is actually themed around cables, and it's not just electricity. It's like there was a lot more care put into the theming than what I have seen in the past, and for me, that elevated the level.
It's got a good
Also,
boss too. Another one of
yeah.
my favorite
Yes.
Robot Master designs in this contest.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Cable
yeah.
Woman is a great fight.
Footage will get
Tough
to her
one.
eventually.
Yeah, easily the toughest part of the level, by far, but, you know, you kind of expect
it hard.
Also, you
Fishing
kind of
is-
expect that from Electric Robot Masters, except Sparkman.
Fun fight.
Yeah, she's
Great design.
invincible up there, but she takes more damage when she's vulnerable to compensate. Good
Almost as if it's
balancing!
balanced, yeah.
I know, right?
Competency in tier 14, who would have thought it?
I know.
Well, moving on with another female robot master, we have the Spooktastic Banshee Woman. Again, absolutely stellar aesthetics here. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah!
I really like this level. I really like this level.
Oh, yeah!
It's got a very
Banshee
memorable
Woman is
aesthetic.
a beauty! Memorable aesthetic. It plays really nicely, too. At least, it's a lot harder than the previous level.
Yeah.
The Mets alone can be pretty tricky, and also it has some serious jankin' spots. Like destructible blocks behave a little weirdly, and the boss has an alarming tendency to break, in my experience. But also the boss fight, Banshee Woman, I really enjoyed her showing up. Honestly,
Yeah.
probably, it's like, maybe not the greatest fight ever, but a really good example of how to do a flying boss well. And also, just personal aside, I know what banshees are, the actual mythical beings, and she remembers so much of how the actual myth works. It was just personally really
Props for that.
like this. This nearly got my bronze favorite.
This level
It
gets points
came.
to me because it has swinging ball and chains, and everyone knows I love that gimmick.
It's like this got a lot of points with me.
Yep.
And I will also comment, I will also remind, this level is older than, this video would suggest. This was all taking a really long time to come out.
Yep.
Moving right along with the, another female robot master. We have 3 of them in a row. I swear this was
The
unintentional.
trio. Yahoo!
In 18th place, Propeller Woman in the City of Clouds. Behold, Wind Stage.
It's another
This
very
is pretty
solid
much-
level.
This is exactly what I would have expected out of a level named Propeller Woman City in the Clouds.
Yeah. It is also a really hard level. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's this one
Definitely.
jump that's gonna get a lot of people killed, I think.
oh,
You played the
yes.
level, you know the one.
Oh, yes. But also, it's fun, clever, restrained, and it has a good boss at the end.
Propeller Woman's design is so cute. I love Propeller
Yes.
Woman.
Yeah.
Lots of
And it's
also
just-
just cool custom enemies too, with little guys that launch the propellers.
Oh, yeah.
Fast
There's
auto-scroll
a lot
in here.
a lot of really good stuff in here. Again, biggest issue is just kind of lacking a little wow factor. But again, it's in the top 20. That is
There she
hardly...
is.
Yeah, it's in the top 20. That's hardly that big an issue.
Yep.
Overall, great level.
Next up, we're breaking the streak finally. 17th place is Malware Man. This is
After
another
this-
very interesting one. Compared to the past
this-
few levels, it's pretty vanilla.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's like pretty much all of this level is just mildly adjusted dev kit assets. And it is a really, really good level. It's like the most customized thing are these very simple pop-ups, and it's just lovely. There's a lot of charm to this place, and it uses its dev kit assets really well. For them, super fun level.
It was a lot of personality too. The one interesting thing about this level, there is no boss. Leave.
Yeah.
I know you may be surprised by that given my score, but yeah, there's no boss.
Yeah.
I forget the justification in the level for it.
It's just like I wasn't ready to fight you, and I'm just like, wench. There are like what? It's like, wench. There are so many different bosses in the dev kit. You could have easily done what you did with the cursor and the mid boss, and then just had a dev kit boss. Like that could have worked.
Yeah.
Legitimately, this level probably lost like close to 10 points with me just because it had no boss. I'm the one who complains about the no boss this time. I have taken your crown, Ace.
The fact that it's this high speaks to the quality of its level design.
Oh yeah, and honestly, if it did remember to have a boss, I would not be surprised myself if this level managed to score in the top 10. Yeah. It came really close, let's be honest.
Oh yeah. Well, moving on from a level without a boss to... Actually, this is a terrible segue. Let's just go to the next level. 16th place, Pipe.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love the music to this level.
This is a great tune.
Yep.
Oh.
Honestly,
is not real.
Yeah, it's like... yeah, that's why I stayed there. The biggest issue with this level is, like, you look at this room, visually it looks pretty boring.
Yeah.
Right, I'm just gonna put it out there, that's the big weakness of the level, is the visual aesthetic is... Especially since sometimes it's a little hard to tell whether the wheels are on or off.
Yeah, that'd be my biggest problem. It's just you can't really tell if wheels are, like, the gimmick is on or off if they're off screen.
Yeah.
The level design is always really bloody good.
Yeah, lots of effective dev kit asset use here. A bit of a running theme.
And really good asset use as well, but that's also really simple. It is a really good, fun, kind of puzzly level. I like it a lot. Also, Pipe Man shows up.
Yep.
His fight feels slightly jank because I've never really figured out exactly the nature of how his stomp attack works. Sometimes
the projectiles, the water things, like telegraph where they're gonna appear.
Except when
now we know.
Except when they don't.
Yeah, it's a bit. It's a little bit jank there, but again, small things. Really, this is otherwise a really great level.
Yep.
Glad it's here. So, moving right along, we are in the top 15 now.
Oh,
15th place, Trailblazer. Oh man, this level took risks, but man, did it make those risks work.
Oh yeah.
It's a very striking aesthetic for a level.
It's a puzzle level. And
we've seen how divisive those could be so far. But yeah.
It's like you can see from the scores, the vast majority of us loved this place. It teases the brain just right, without going completely overboard either.
Yeah.
It's like,
even though it's puzzly, the platforming still feels effective.
And I
think that's what makes it work.
And it knows to break it up with platforming too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which certainly helps. It's a hard level, don't get me wrong. And it is, unfortunately, saddled with a slightly messy aesthetic, and the first boss here is, honestly, really lame.
Yeah.
It's
Got a cool arena, but... yeah.
Especially when we get to, like, this part. It's like, this is just... But then, Cosmos is really good.
Yeah, this fight's cool.
Yeah,
Definitely
this is
not
one of
Bowser
my
version.
favorites.
Also, fun fact, like, I think he's the only boss that is, like, basically a Robot Master version of a Nat-Navi. I'm really
Yeah, in this
surprised that
process,
didn't
yeah.
happen. I'm really surprised that didn't happen more often. Like, did people not know that I'm involved in a Battle Network fan game? People not...
Famous Mick
God.
appeal. 3 points. You heard it here first, folks.
But also, it's a really good level, so...
Yeah, this again came very, very close to getting that bronze favorite off me.
Oh, yeah. And also, you know, top 15 out of, like, 170 plus levels. That is an achievement on its own.
Mm-hmm.
Continuing up the list, now...
In 14th place, we've got another very cute theme for a level. It's Checkmate. It's a chess-themed level with a lot of fun chess-themed enemies. You got your pawns,
Yeah.
your rooks, your knights. Lots of
Bishops.
charm in this level. Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh yeah, aesthetics are just top-notch. And also, I like how the pawns move slightly further the first time.
I'd say the enemies are kind of the
I never
strong
noticed
point
that.
of this
That's
level.
awesome.
Yeah, the
enemies are the strong point.
Yeah.
Are they ever? Just, yeah. And aesthetically, it is super, super good. Big thing that really kind of hurts it, it's conveyor belts and Yoku blocks.
Yeah, the gimmicks, the enemies are great, the gimmicks, not so much.
It's like, yeah, they execute it well, and it's a hard level, but it's also just like, you know, it's like we've seen these before,
Yeah.
but
a bit
it's still
overdone.
it executed these about as well as most could ask for. So, you know, not gonna complain that much.
Yep. Cool boss, too. He's got some fun attacks that sort of carry the chess theme.
Oh yeah. I personally am not that big a fan of the boss, but it's like I feel like you need a little more polish.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, but I love his little buster attack.
Oh yeah, no.
Here it is. Well, this isn't the variant I was thinking of, but yeah, fun boss. Cool level.
Indeed.
Just
And then-
could have used a little more creativity in regards to the platforming.
And then moving on to is it unlucky number 13? Well, not necessarily. 13th place and my gold star favorite, Mafia Man's Gambling Palace. Which is also an oof moment for me because I just got jupied.
Yeah! Sheriff Man moment.
Womp, womp, womp. But honestly,
Level
this...
very striking aesthetic.
Oh yeah, and this level just... It tickled my video game kleptomaniac. Because it has a lot of really interesting stuff. Like the poker chips that you collect, that you can then use to bribe the guards. A stealth segment where if you get caught, enemies everywhere. It's like,
Yeah.
and also it combines stealth with pneumatals, which like actually works really well. An interesting mid-boss actually uses the enemies in his fight.
Yeah.
And
a really great level.
and also just a great boss fight.
Yeah, Mafia
So-
Man himself is very fun. One of my favorite Rock Masters in the contest.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
There he
why did it miss tier 15? Well, I can also definitely say why that happened. One, getting caught sucks royally. The level in its action segments instead of the stealth segments just doesn't land. It gets super messy. And
You might
also
as well
the
restart.
Oh yeah, it's like you are better off just dying if you get caught, really. Especially since you have to pay people in order to bail yourself out, and when you've been caught, you're locked out of the tokens, which is kind of a problem. And then also the visual aesthetic is just kind of a mess.
It's very
Yeah.
I
messy.
wasn't. Yeah, I know this bothered you more than it did me, right, Ace?
Yeah. It was very hard to... For me, it was very hard to tell where, like, platforms started and ended, sort of thing. It was actually effective, the gameplay, but also it's still pretty good level.
I think this is a level that has like some of the strongest theming in the contest, and I kind of love how chaotic it is. It's very messy, but I think that's the level's benefit, honestly. It sort of fits the sleazy casino aesthetic.
The reason why this got my top favorite. I've gone back to this many times. It was one of the first levels I played, and it just consistently was fun for me. And in the end, that's important.
Yep. Next up in 12th place, we have Y Jopin.
It's a level that goes minus shields. Somehow it's in the tier 14. Meaning, I guess the strategy of just make a good level, Lamau, works.
Yeah. It is really dedicated to its theming. And I personally really appreciate that each of the Joes are like immediately obvious who's who, with all the extra reskins, like the Machine Gun Joe down there. Like,
yeah, it was the extra mile.
Like, it is a bit of a surprise that it got this far, to be honest. I think most of us weren't expecting that.
Yeah.
But then also, at the same time, it's a really good, fun level. Main issues, the aesthetic. Yeah, the aesthetic kind of bothers me, and this guy was not nearly as well executed as he wanted to be.
Oh yeah, I think the boss was kind of the biggest part.
To
be honest.
Yeah, some advice. If you're going to do a dual boss like this, just give them a shared health bar. Gemini Man Gemini Man is an example of that coding. So I don't think it was impossible to code for that, and that would have been a far more effective way of dealing with the problem of, oops, you killed half the boss, now it's really dull, than what the level ends up doing.
Yeah, a bit there. But still.
As an aside, it's pretty funny that the person who made the Joe game gave this level the highest score. By far.
It wasn't meant to appeal to Flashman, but it appealed to Flashman anyway. Go figure.
Speaking of appealing to Flashman, we have his final favourite, one's favourites, with Access Corridor Alpha in 11th place, just shy of top 10.
11th.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Great
this
level.
Is an excellent level.
It's a crossover. Yeah. Crossover level with Metal Storm. I wonder how many people know what that game is.
I did before this level existed.
I kind of knew.
This level has another gravity flipping gimmick, but it uses it in such a way with a lot of gimmicks that really complement it, like these gravity, or the warp fields. There's like the fire generators that turn on and off based on your gravity. It's a level that really gels together. It works really well.
And also using the up and down arrows and then just not having any ladders. That worked really, really well for it. It avoided, comparing to the other big gravity flipper level, Gravity Wumbo, it avoided a lot of the jank that I dealt with.
Yeah, it plays a lot better.
Well, I'll say, if you're going to pick a game to reference, picking a very good game is maybe a good idea, because you can learn stuff from that game. This is basically a very solid remake of, Metal Storm's, sort of thing in the Mega Man engine. Also has a multi-phase boss fight, which,
it's a bit
cute.
chaotic.
It's cute. I like how this is the actual boss from the game, and this is like a cute Mega Man version. Didn't sit well with me, because it just... I wasn't a fan of the boss. I could have done a bit more work. That's kind of why it's a bit lower on the list for me. But the stage itself,
the boss definitely hampered it, because the boss is really quite long, unless he uses its weakness. Although using its weakness can be a bit hard, it is so rewarding if you can actually pull that off. And then also, for me personally, it was a bit easy, but that's a personal thing. Really.
I believe this level also has the highest score in the contest. 98 from Flashman. I think that is
Yeah,
the highest.
highest
Spoilers.
individual. Yeah, most
highest
likely.
individual. Spoilers, there's no perfect 100.
Quick, act surprised.
Ah.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I was supposed to vocalize. But yeah.
Well,
Great way to close off tier 14.
Oh yeah, it is an. Oh yeah, excellent level.
And
And
with
with
that,
that,
we're hitting the top 10. We're almost there. 10
Oh,
levels
yeah.
remain, and they are all quite great.
edge of the seats, folks. And also, a lot of favorites left to hand out.
Yup.
Gonna be a fun time.
Get hyped, and we will be back right after a quick break. Hey everybody, we're back for one last live preview, and we've got a pretty exciting one for the last one, I believe.
mm-hmm.
Do either of you want to sort of introduce what's going to be going on here?
So, due to just sheer numbers.
Well, actually, I think one thing to introduce is we've heard all the concepts, all the talk, all the speculation about alter weapons,
Yeah.
about what those might be. That is not what we're showing off.
Yeah, those are going to stay a secret, but we're not going to show off the alter weapons, but
No.
we're not going to show off the alter weapons.
Oh no.
Wink.
Wink, wink. Echo, I... So... Alt... See echoing what it is for thing.
Aw.
You're good. I don't hear it
Cringe.
anymore.
Everyone, stop distracting me. I'm trying to get on with this. Anyway, due to the sheer number of just cool robot masters, we wanted to try something a little different this time around, and we knew just how popular a certain feature in 48 Hour was. So, we're introducing a parallel opportunity for robot masters going forward. The parallel weapons. Starting off with Treasure Tracker. Treasure Man's weapon.
Check this out. This is not a great enemy to show off Spark Chaser on.
No!
I didn't get owned. I didn't get owned.
So, for those who have played 48 Hour, the rare weapons, the golden colored versions of the weapons, have become these.
Yep.
Treasure Tracker was the parallel Spark Chaser. And here is Hero Guitar.
Yeah, I love this one. This is for Guitar Man. Every single regular weapon has a parallel equivalent. Not quite laid out how you're going to be able to obtain this yet, but let's move on, shall we, with the showcase? Here's I don't remember this weapon's name.
Glitz
yeah.
Aegis. Which
The
is a
parallel water
Glitzwoman's. Yeah, Glitzwoman's weapon.
Also got Propeller Crown from Royal Man as the parallel Tornado Blow. This is literally better than the regular Tornado Blow because there's a telegraph for when the gravity stops.
Yep. Sometimes these are improved visually and functionally, but these are also the same.
Yeah, but this is so much fancier. Here's a Thermal Blast for Thermal Man. This Pwn guy is literally owning me today. I love this one. And this also shows it's not just the high rank throwing masses that get stuff. We picked a bunch of cool stuff. In fact, Ace did like all the work for this, and they're sick as hell. Check this out. Here's Last Judgment. I love this one.
Ace and I worked together to select these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ace did all the programming. That's for
Bear
Judgment
in mind,
Man.
I didn't have access to the repo at that point, so I had to just sort of make all the art.
That guy,
Scratch.
I guess I'll just show off a different one because this is not going to be a good room for the next one. Alright, better? Here we go.
Yep.
Here's Mafia Goon, which went into a wall. Okay, Ice Wall, get him.
Yep.
Awesome.
It is, in fact, superior because you can see it count down.
Yeah.
Also, fun fact, those who watched the update video, when Dr. Light was spinning and purple, it was this weapon we were showing.
Yeah,
We pulled a sneaky on you and none of you noticed.
Here's another one, very fitting for this day. Let me go down a room. Hold on.
This is a bad
Here's
room.
here's one for fitting
This is
for
still
this
a bad
stage.
room. Oh, yeah!
Castle Dash. This is not. Oh, it's still not a good room for this.
But it's where it works.
Working well enough.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's called Castle Dash, right?
Yes, it's Castle Dash.
Yeah, very cool.
And yes, the Mafia Goon, as mentioned in the chat, if you use it in the water, it creates a floaty. It's beautiful.
It's awesome. I almost threw myself off into a pit. And there's one more. Rush you can customize, so it's not quite. Man,
Yeah.
I have to do the Yoku-Block puzzles in this stage. It's okay.
Womp 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 womp.
Say you want to skip them, though. You can't skip this one.
Nope.
You didn't see anything. Check this
Gamer
out.
moment.
Divine Beam! This one is so sick. This is our Aether Man. I didn't see Aether Man today, because he wasn't in the footage for Arcane Man.
Yeah.
But
Arcane Man's super boss got the magnet beam weapon.
it's awesome.
Yes.
Arcaner hates this. Yeah.
But yeah, so this was something that Ace and I just kind of did, not entirely randomly, but also it's like, we wanted to show this to you because it's freaking cool.
Yeah. It is very cool. And of course, once again, we're still not going to show off the regular old altar weapons. So
Yeah,
there'll be
oh
lots
no.
to look forward to for the final game.
Oh no, there's still altar weapons. And, as you now know from this, the altar weapons don't try to replace the original weapon set.
Not like
Means,
902.
which also means you can expect a lot of crazy stuff. The dev team has worked super hard on making the altar weapons, and it is amazing what they have actually done.
Yeah,
I love them
the
a
set.
lot.
It turned out great. I'm very happy with
Oh
it.
yeah, look forward to them. They're going to be so much fun.
Oh, these guys are about to die. No! I failed my gamer move! This sucks. We gotta cut the footage. We gotta cut the footage. This sucks. I just embarrassed myself on stream. Yeah, so, hope you enjoyed this little interesting preview. Here they are in the menu. Fortunately, right now, with my current set of upgrades that I have enabled, they're not all on one row. But in the final game, if you have everything, they will be. Trust me. Yep, there they are. Look, this stage, it worked. It's fine. And you just saw it anyways. It's fine. But I think that'll be for the live previews.
Yeah,
I think we've kept people waiting long enough for.
We have.
And ST Oil, you are correct.
I think the only similarity between the base set and the altar weapons is that there's a shield weapon. That's literally it.
Yeah,
all of
there
them
is a shield.
Super different.
Not that surprising.
No, because the altars will not have parallels. That'd be weird. What would we do for that? That would be odd. Yeah, so with that, we're gonna get on to the top 10 right after some quick hype music, and we'll be there finally after 4 years of wait.
Fun times ahead.
Alright, it's the moment we've all been waiting for! The top 10 in tier 15.
Yep. And what
Let's
a
begin.
pretty tier 15 to start it out with. Because, wow, I love this tier.
Yeah!
Got low gravity and properly celebratory for after after 4 years, almost 5, of waiting, we're finally going to know who actually won Magmul 3.
Yeah!
And actually, you can
Love
see there's favorites
to hear
everywhere here.
So many favorites. Shared favorites. Well,
Yep.
let's not keep folks waiting. So, to begin, in 10th place, the Silver Star favorite of Ace, Forgotten Factory.
Really good level.
Oh,
This is another one with very effective use of a very simple gimmick. These touch switches.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like-
yeah.
Like, this is essentially Dead Cat assets on steroids, and everything about this level clicked with me. Including the fact there's no boss.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All the way
This
in the
level
top
has-
10. A level with a platforming climax.
Yep,
Yeah.
This level is a great example of how to do a climax without a boss. And yeah, it is really, really clever in its design. And speaking as a person with the lowest score here, this is a great level. Really, the only real weakness with me is that I found the aesthetic a little boring. Especially since it can end up really gray. And I also don't think red platforms against the red background was the best idea.
Honestly, I feel like the aesthetic kind of works for me here. With the really good music. It's a Forgotten Factory after all. Not gonna be super colorful.
Yeah,
Sure.
no, I can appreciate that.
Fun fact, because there's been so many similarly named levels, I often forget the name of this level, despite the fact it's one of my favorites.
Go figure.
Oh, please! I don't-
Would you say you're forgetting it? Okay, I'm gonna shut up now.
For a completely different aesthetic, we have number 9 with Get Wild. Get Wild. Get Wild.
Oh no!
no!
Get wild, get wet!
No one can remember which order it goes in. Oh, fun fact. Apparently, unsafe water parks make good Mega Man levels. Action park is something useful. Even though this isn't actually an action park, what a reference to it.
Yeah.
It's Flat Action Park.
Yeah,
Speaking
honestly,
of favorites, this is my favorite level in the entire contest. This
Which
is just
guy?
a great time, full of personality, very fun
yeah.
gimmicks. Another
music.
level with no boss. Another one in
yeah.
the top 10.
fun, charming, and silly. What are you talking about? There's a boss. Adrenal Man's there.
Well-
He shows up. Shh. He shows up. There's absolutely, totally a boss here,
Nothing
right?
bad happens to him. It's okay.
Well, I mean,
The one
besides the fact that he dies at the hands of a violent interloper.
This is also the funniest level in the contest, easily.
Yeah, actual humor, and as Pyro said, the one that worked.
Mm-hmm. I love this level. It's just a great time. Very replayable.
Absolutely.
I'm very happy to see
yeah.
that it made the top 10.
Oh yeah, it deserves it too.
Mm-hmm.
Just great level. And then next up in 8th place. Oh hey, it's your level.
Wait, what? Huh? Okay, hi. I made this level. It's falling system core. It's not
Yep.
failing system core. It's falling.
Or is it?
I don't know,
Yeah.
the footage I'm watching right now, I can't actually tell what the letter is at the top. So it might be failing some core.
It is falling.
There's not a capital. It's not a capital I.
It's not a trick.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I made the level. I'm sure.
Anyway, this is a really pretty level, and the free flight mechanic is really fun.
Yeah. This level's really, really fun to just speedrun. Like,
Yeah. The crushy walls, the orange crushy walls were a bit awkward. That's like the one complaint I have about the level design, is those do not go super well. And also the eyeball boss needed a bit of restraint. Again.
Eyeball. Yeah, he's too long. Got two phases,
Oh, yeah.
and that second phase needed some shortening.
Oh yeah, he is actually, isn't it like 3 phases?
Technically, yeah, I guess. The first one is
It
super
is-
short, though.
Yeah, he's a long, drawn out, complicated boss fight, and that was to his detriment, to be sure. So, top 10, you know?
It's easy. The fact it's in top 10 kind of says how much I think we enjoyed the level itself.
Yeah. Yeah, small things in the end.
Still.
Next up, in 7th place, we have Blizzard Resort. Another incredibly pretty level. I love the snow particles. Very polished
Oh
level.
yeah.
Easily one of the coolest aesthetics of the contest.
Get out.
Did you not? We're almost done.
I had to get in one more.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful level. I absolutely love the level design and a good chunk of the boss, shall we say?
Oh yeah, this is a really excellent ice level. So much charm in its design. It's really, really great. The underwater section is a little underbaked, so
I
that's
forgot
a
the
bit
level had an underwater
disappointing.
section until you just said it right now, so that probably says something.
Yep. Oh, hey, there you go. There it is, right there. Except we're about to rush bike it because rush bike and spike drops is amazing. But then also, yeah, the boss, and very similar to the level just before it, the boss did a bit too much.
Yeah, it's got a couple phases. Once again,
Like,
we're gonna see it.
5. Yeah, it's got 5 phases total. And for me personally, I just didn't like pretty much any of the first 4.
What,
Though-
you don't like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Blizzard, man?
Not really.
Sad.
Although the actual boss at the end is great.
Yeah.
Looks amazing,
Blizzard,
and I felt he was a little rough, but a lot of that is owed to the fact that there's 4 other bosses before him.
Yeah.
And if you die here, you have to do all of them again.
Yeah.
It's like 7
But-
Force is disappointed.
Very good level, though. Great gimmicks. Hugely polished. Love it. So good.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, great level. And then in 6th place we have.
It's just a water level. That's all
Yep.
it is.
Who cares?
Just a water level. Yeah.
How did it get in 6th place? Well, it's a lot more than just a water level up.
Another very cute level, very polished, lots of fun gimmicks. Just a great time.
Oh yeah, excellent level design, beautiful aesthetics, and it's also just really, really, really fun to play. It's like for once, it's like I've been pretty good at throwing critique in here somewhere, but it's like I struggle to think of something to immediately critique here. This is just top. This is top notch. Really.
Yeah,
Some will
we're
remember
getting-
the Pipe Man, not Pipe Man, Pump Man bubbles.
Mm.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where any critique is getting to be really nitpicky. Like,
The only thing
Yeah,
I would
it's
have to say is the boss has a lot of iframes. It's Bubble Crab!
Yeah, that is a thing. It's like the boss is a little annoyingly lengthy just because he takes so long to become vulnerable again. It's like,
Still fun,
but that's yeah, and it's like
he's
that's
still a good
it.
boss.
More fun than
Yeah.
the actual Bubble Crab.
That's the truth. And now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the top 5. Starting in 5th place with Shinryu's bronze favorite, Dunes of Discharge.
This has my silver favorite as well. This level's so good. It's actually so good. I love it.
Oh yeah.
I do not have very many complaints to say about this level. Just incredibly well
Yeah.
designed.
It
Great
is a
music.
great mix of dev kit assets and new toys. Lots of fun little upgrades. on Old Souls, and also being...
yeah, humor is like kind of sputtering back to life at this point.
Yeah,
So that's
this level has jokes. The jokes actually land. It's just, again, really a good level. It's like,
Absolutely.
For me, myself, it was just kind of like, most of my issues with this one were personal ones, basically. Just like I found it's like I found the aesthetic didn't land as well with me as it might with others, but it's just like, that's a personal thing. It's definitely a top 5 level.
That's not Gravity Man, by the way. Don't worry about it.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's completely not Gravity Man.
It's not Gravity Man.
Battery Man, totally original character.
Yeah, stop talking about it. It's not Gravity Man. Anyway, coming top 4, we have.
Don't worry. We're not mocking the level.
Yeah.
It's just not Gravity Man. Anyway,
Exactly.
top 4, we have our first double favourite. And it's 2 gold favourites at that. It is my personal gold favourite and Patchy's gold favourite, the Invincible Robot Army, featuring Stewman. Oh, talking about charming levels, this is charm. This is it. Someone else speak. If I'm tripping over myself. It's too charming.
It's a very smart level.
Yeah,
It is super well designed and super creative level because that's not actually hyperbole. The robots really are invincible to everything except those little stoves. And even then, sometimes I stand on them with shoes, and then, well,
They don't love heat.
well, yeah. It's like, as one of the lower scores on this level, my 2 cents against it was I personally found it a little too easy, and the visual aesthetic of the level, it looks like a generic fortress to me, but with a few shoes. And it's like that hurt the level with me, actually, surprisingly harshly. But otherwise, super creative, super smoothly designed, and I completely understand why this landed 2 gold favorites. It warrants it.
yeah.
Level also put a lot of effort into making itself replayable. There's a lot of cute weapon interactions with funny little animations for the enemies. It's a pretty static level, but the level made a lot of effort to make sure that there's something that you can see every time, which I appreciate.
Oh yeah, top tier level for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Moving right along, in
Top
third
3.
place with my bronze favorite, we have Irrigation Irritation.
Wow,
So it turns out
pretty.
Just a Water level wasn't the best water themed level in the contest. There's this one.
It was just a water level. That's all.
Yeah. Top of the line aesthetic. Seriously, this place is beautiful. And the gimmicks, simple but creative. Did I mention that it has really good design?
Oh yeah.
Just a very great romp with a fun gimmick.
Now, the level's dedicated underwater section is a bit of a downer. So I guess just a water level is still slightly better at being a water level. But, outside of that, this is really, really fun time. Also, an amazing custom boss at the end.
Yep. You got a little mini boss with the water tellies.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
this
So
the mini boss is
polished, so
also
fun.
great. It's like this is just a really, really great level. And here's the boss. He's more of a fortress boss type. And, just
I appreciate it. I'm glad that
love
you
it.
guys can get this high with bosses like this.
oh yes, love that. And now, in second place, with my silver favorite and Shinryu's silver favorite, Beachman Durgan.
Another incredibly pretty level.
Oh,
Back to back,
yes.
beautiful aesthetics.
Just love it. And also, I personally really like that we have a level themed after vegetation and farming. Seriously, do you have any idea how many levels do that, even in fan games?
Well,
The only one I
games
can
in general.
It's like the only one I can immediately think of is like Applejack and the Pony one. So it's like, you know,
What
this,
the key?
yeah, it's like, you know, this is a really, really unique level that way. And yeah, it's really pretty, and it is really, really well designed. Now, there was one small aesthetics issue that I had. The ladders can sometimes be a little hard to see because they're the same color as the rest of the level. Hashtag nitpicky. And also, it is a long level.
Yeah. Definitely
Like,
on the long side.
absolutely.
But it's so
But
clever. It's so full of personality. All the enemies, really clever gimmicks, like these like carrot things, the raising water level. It's so good.
And also, excellent boss fights.
Oh yeah, Beatman himself is quite fun.
Oh yeah, he's a bit of a puzzle, but a really fun one once you figure him out. Just
Yeah,
love
he's pretty
this.
close to a classic Mega Man boss in that aspect. Learn
Oh,
the
yeah.
pattern, learn how to cheat his AI.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
pretty
yeah,
punch
just-
heavy.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
love this place. And also, I like how it's like he's both beat themed, but also like beat as in beating.
I did not actually make that connection until now.
I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we're here. I think
We're here.
What's up?
Yeah.
First place.
First place, we have Cassette Man. And
Mhm.
yeah, Shin Yu's gold favorite and Perchy's silver favorite.
And
Subwoofer! He's here!
Man,
Yes, yeah.
what a level!
So we can
What?
stop showing the footage now. We've shown the best bit.
Yep, that's what all one subwoofer.
Subwoofer.
Yeah,
Hey.
that's got that.
But anyway, seriously though, this is Cassette Man is a superbly executed level. There is a lot done right here. This level design is top-notch. It's creative, interesting, but remembers to keep itself restrained. And it has wonderful concepts like subwoofer. Like seriously, that is a really hilarious concept. Fun bosses such as this record keeper mid-boss and Cassette Man himself. It's like if anything, the only real weak point is that Cassette Man himself his fight goes a little short.
Yeah, he's a bit
But,
easy. Slight
again-
anticlimax, but
And all
this
again,
level definitely deserved the win. It's full of personality, great gimmicks.
and I suppose visually it could be maybe a pinch drab, but nitpicky moment.
Yeah, just nitpicky.
This level-
Ultimately, I think this kind of identifies what the contest is about and what this series is about. Just
It
make
is.
it good. Yeah.
Yeah,
what
surprisingly
it is.
good Mega Man level 1. Who would have thought?
I know.
That's what this is. It is a good Mega Man level. Make a good Mega Man level, folks. Roll credits.
We did it.
But yeah, no, this level earned its victory, and it is without a doubt a cut above the rest.
Did you have to? It was going so well.
Yes, I did. I regret nothing. Besides, it also gave us a chance to show off a bit of Cassette Man's fight, so, you know.
Yeah,
I mean, that's true.
there he is. Very cute design.
Oh yeah, adorable.
Yeah, and there we go. The
We've done
results
it!
are in.
After
this
so
feels
many
weird.
years, it's here.
There's still a fair bit more to the game to be done before it is ready to be released. But rest assured, we are on track.
Yeah, a lot of great progress has been made in the last few months, and I mean, hey, the fact that the result stream is here is enough proof that we've been making progress, isn't it?
Still be more to show on the Twitter, and who knows what other videos will be uploaded.
Yep.
But until then, we'll be seeing you all around.
Yeah, this is it for these little pre-recorded bits.
Yep. So, see you live or on break. Who knows? But until then, bye!
We did it.
And
Yep.
that's it. We're back live. It's over.
Yep.
Yeah.
A very weird thought.
Yeah. This is such a long time coming.
Yeah.
Oh. And yeah, congrats, Corby, Freeman. You won.
Yeah. Hashtag subwoofer sweep.
You did it.
Happened. It's real.
Yep. It was foreshadowing all along.
Not much to say, really. Like, we don't have any other
stream.
one more things. It's just,
No.
we did it. It's the end.
We did it. Honestly, at times didn't feel like this day was coming just due to just how much was thrown against this project. But there's the results. Yeah, hopefully we'll have some sort of other things to show. Like, we got some other things to show. YouTube pickup. I am dying of
Hmm.
tiredness and speed right now.
This was a lot of fun. I'm glad that people
Yeah.
seem to really enjoy the stream, even if it was 8 hours long.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah,
so
we're literally just
yeah.
about to hit 8 hours.
well, we kind of overshot our estimate there, but well.
Yeah.
The
It's
breaks.
fine. It was a great time either way.
Yeah.
Mm. But yeah, we really legitimately don't have anything else to show right
Yeah.
now. This is just
Other than
One-
our thanks.
one last farewell, and thank you for all your patience. And thank you for all the amazing levels. It was a genuine joy to judge this contest.
Yeah.
And to
It's
write the
awesome.
reviews. And, oh man, I am so looking forward to the rest of development, and then
It's
when the
gonna be
game
fun.
comes out.
Yeah. Obviously, we're nowhere near close to done yet. This is a big step, but no anything looking like a release date or window. Just throwing that out there. We do not have anything
Yeah.
close to that yet. We still have a lot to do.
But progress has really
Mhm.
picked up, as we've said several times. Just sheer
Yeah.
numbers. It's,
I mean, hey, you saw the main hub. You saw all the tiers. Those are all done. We've made tons of progress. It's awesome. And soon,
Ain't that the truth?
sooner rather than later, the game that's been voodoo hexed will finally come out. It's a very weird thought.
Mm.
I don't have much to say. Just thank you for tuning in.
Thanks, yeah.
We're just done. Maybe I should have played music at the end.
Maybe.
Oh wow,
I've
this
just been
seems
sitting inside.
appropriately low
I
key.
got it.
So true, so true. I would play the real Megalovania, but that actually gets people VOD muted because of false
really?
claims. Yeah, it does.
Yes.
Whoops.
With that, I think we're just gonna head out. And thank you for watching.
Yeah.
And a lot of people asked, this will be highlighted and it will be uploaded to the Magma channel as well.
Yeah. So don't worry. Those who missed it will be able to catch it later.
Mm-hmm. See you guys and thanks for everything.
Yep.
Goodbye.
So until next time.
Bye.
Goodbye.